feel it wrapped around your soul with no control?
Daniel Levy, if you are watching, would you report anything?
Yes, guys, you know what time it is. It's your boy David at the Irish Hotspur, Ireland's #1 Spurs fan.
I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness is my old friend. You get me till at the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, oh, your friend, you get me in the end.
What's going on, folks? What's going on? Welcome to another edition of Will Stewart THFC Rants. For those who don't know, I am Will Stewart. What a 24 hours. I guess it's more like at least 30 plus hours now. Maybe even 36. It's been a long day. I'll be honest with you. I'm worn out. Physically drained, mentally drained, emotionally drained. But I'm doing this stream tonight for those of you to come on here and be able to exercise your voice in a platform that, thankfully, thanks to all of you, is growing far faster than I expected. Almost at 400 subscribers. I just broke 300 probably a couple days ago. And this I didn't want to do it off the back of this type of a situation, but to be honest with you, I'm really going to ask and really going to hope that all the people that watch this now or in the future just go out and subscribe to every Spurs channel that's out there. Right? Go out there and show everybody out here in this community who's doing what they can to try to fight the situation. Just go out and show them your support. Help to unite the fan group, and just go out there and subscribe to everybody that you can that shares your opinions on this. And I know that some people have misunderstood my position, and I'm sure we'll get into that tonight. My first guest, there's no mistaking his position in this. They've caused him so much stress over the last 12 hours at least, not to mention the last 20 years of his life, that he's gone and shaved his entire body. Brian Diggle.
Like I said, well, these intros for me are getting better and better and better. I absolutely love them, mate. Yeah, I'd love to claim that Tottenham did this to me, but as I said before, I went on Tottenham away. I felt like if a lizard shed its skin, I thought, you know what, let me shed my hair to hopefully this bullshit is nonsense. But hey ho, it's still the same thing. And yeah, like you said, mate, I'm worn out. But there's times when you're worn out and you need to fight. You just need to keep on your feet, and that's what we're all trying to do here. And get into this crazy but totally envisaged 36 hours by our buffoons of owners.
Yeah, no, it's despicable what's going on. But we've also got Brian's partner in crime.
The 2-for-1 deal is on.
The two Brians are here to give their big views on this, and maybe Brian Ireland's experienced a little bit of the same views I have over the last 24 hours, but we'll bring him in here so that he can have his say.
Will, you know what? It's funny. I've been sticking up for you much of the time because for me, I'm very rational and logical about almost everything else in life. And football for me is the one thing that I let my emotions take over. And often I end up going along with a lot of the sort of passionate, ridiculous, sometimes appropriate and accurate responses to things that are incredibly upsetting. But listening to you, Will, especially on the session last night with Bobby and then some of the stuff today as well, I just kept thinking to myself, man, I am like so with Will with this because he understands human nature and our tendency to overreact to things and to be really often just not reasonable. Just not reasonable. I think it's the best way to put it. Just not reasonable, just to responding. And then as soon as you, and this happens to me a lot with my friends and some of my, coworkers and other people I work with, whenever I sort of question, like, well, why do you believe that? Is that a good reason? What's your reason for believing that? And what's your reason for coming to that conclusion? And is there good evidence to get to that conclusion? So you do that really well, Will, and I appreciate that about you. And I think that's the thing that a lot of people, especially when it comes to football, because it's such an emotional thing for people. It's their life, it's their livelihood in many cases. When you're talking to people online, and I haven't had it to me yet because I don't think, I think my emotions still are coming through a little bit. I think they are with you as well, but I just don't think people know how to determine the difference between your response logically and then your response about how you actually feel, even though you continuously repeat it over and over again.
Disclaim it.
Yeah,
at least 2 or 3 times per video.
I know. And yesterday on the Bobby's stream, I kept going in the comments. I kept going, Will is just telling you about reality. This is not something you need to give him a hard time about. Stop yelling at Will. Will is on point here. And I have to say, mate, and I appreciate it because you did bring me back down to earth a little bit with what you were talking about. And I know that you and I share some of the experience with North American sport and franchise sport, and it's sort of regular for us. Like we're used to it. We know what it is. We know how to probably talk about it. I think you probably talk about it even more rationally and better than I do in a sense, because that's kind of who you are, and you're American. I grew up in the U.S. I lived in Georgia for 8 years as a kid, but as an adult, I've never lived in the U.S. But I'm surrounded by it being Canadian.
Sure.
So I get sort of the sense of it. But yeah, I think we kind of come from a similar point of understanding about what this means potentially, and that there is overreaction, but there's a little bit of underreaction from some people as well. So I hope that covers that.
Yeah, and I mean, I got Brian was witness to it today. I got pretty.
I was there too, mate. I was in the
comments. Yeah.
I was in the stream when you went off. Was that on
no, the Irish Hotspurs channel? I went.
Yeah.
Kind of ballsy.
Oh, I watched it. You know what? I watched it. I watched it. Yeah. Yeah, it was great.
And I just want people to focus, at like I said, I don't, going and standing outside the stadium with banners and doing all that stuff. That's great. Do that. I'm not saying don't do that. What I'm saying is this war, this battle that we're fighting is far bigger than that.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually used that argument, Will, when we were talking about, not argument, but just sort of discussion point, because we were on Tommy's channel and that came up, and like what you talked about specifically the cost of what it means to fight against organizations with this type of money, with this type of backing, with this type of power, because it comes down to power, right?
Yeah.
And that's what we're looking at. And you can put the plane in the air and fly it along, and everybody's going to be like hunky dory. Oh, that's so nice. They're battling against this, but the effect of it's just so minimal and not likely going to do anything. You have to have proper weight behind it, and proper weight means money, sadly, but that's the reality, right? And I think that's what you've been pointing out. And I appreciate what you've said, and I stand by everything that you said, and agree with you 100%. There isn't like it's I get why people are so upset, and when they listen to you speak about it, why they would be upset, because it sounds like you're defending it, but you aren't in any way. And I just want to hopefully help anybody who's watching understand that point, and that what Will's saying isn't negative towards Spurs. It's just reality, and we have to accept it. And if we're going to try to fight it, that's the only way.
Yeah, and my biggest thing too is really just you gotta. I think there's some fears that people are adding onto this that haven't been stated. Right? People are drawing conclusions that haven't been stated yet.
True.
And that's fine to be concerned about that and to bring those topic points up. But also, too, have to realize that before this becomes a pissing contest with the fans and the clubs, this is also a pissing contest right now between the big dongs of the Premier League, the UEFA, FIFA, and these clubs. And one of those two is going to give way at some point in time, because they both can't survive if they don't. I think the big clubs can survive without the other organizations, but those other organizations definitely can't survive without these 12 players, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's where the power lies, Will, is within those organizations, right?
And I've already, being here in North America and hearing in the news about what media companies are coming in to probably get the TV rights to this.
It's absurd.
Being Disney,
that's exactly
Amazon, Disney,
that's
ESPN. And ESPN FC has already marched out their talking heads on ESPN FC, right? To go after UEFA, to go after the Premier League, to go after FIFA. They're using not only, the problems that they're the ones that cause this problem, which is rightly true. It's partially true.
Yeah.
But they've also started going after identity politics. Well, you're quick to come out after the Super League, but you can't stand up for racism. Right, throwing that card out there.
Oh, geez, I haven't seen that, but I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised, because it is what is going on, everywhere on the planet at the moment, but specifically in North American politics, is identity politics is massively.
And then we've got two other friends. One person who is never ever shy about sharing his opinions.
I'm telling you, bros.
Yes, Marcelo. Oh my God,
in the house.
Marcelo, brother.
What's up, Marcelo?
My trigger's just come in. My trigger is here.
Good to see you, mate.
Did you like? Let me ask you this, Brian. Did you like that the little WhatsApp I sent you at night?
Oh, mate, I really did. I fell asleep, and then I woke up in the morning, and it was the first thing I saw. I was like, here we go. I was like, here we go. But Marcelo, brother, how are you?
I could be doing better. But I'm trying to adapt to this whole Super League thing. Obviously Brian was right. I am overreacting when I said I'll never, stop becoming a Spurs fan. But
I will. I will be stopping.
it's really hard, man. Because I love, this is the club I love. But fuck, man, like, do I really hate it right now? Like,
And we've also got
hate it right now.
We've also got two more friends. We've got Jason Groves as well as Mr. K.
How you doing?
Oh,
Mr.
it's
K?
Welcome
What's
to
up,
the
lads?
show.
How we doing?
Yeah, Jason.
Channel regulars.
What's going on,
Hi,
lads?
guys.
How you doing?
Did anyone see the piece in Parliament where the Minister for Sport was saying, that if the Premier League and UEFA didn't do anything about it, they were going to step in and try and put a stop to it. And the thing with it is, I don't know if any of you have thought about this, but it's actually true. I mean, in order for them to hold their events where they hold them, they need certain permits and permissions. Also, the police that guard those events, taxpayer funded. There's a lot of pressure the government can put on these organisations to not
Yeah,
do
but
what
the
they're
amount of
thinking
money that
doing.
we're talking about here in political campaigns, if what's his name, this is the thing that's dangerous about that, is that if the current prime minister just does anything, he'll be gone next cycle.
Granted, but also, I mean, I'm not a fan of political oversight either.
Because
I'm also
these
Go on.
clubs are not British owned, so they can't do anything with the format of the club. And what I'm saying is that if the government pushes too hard, Tottenham Hotspur will become New York Hotspur.
I will kill
Right.
myself. I will.
no, and
Oh,
to
I
be
don't see
honest-
that. I don't see that with the
I'll-
investment in the stadium, but yeah. I get
I'll
what you're
be
saying.
honest with you. Therein lies the problem for me, because at the end of the day, yes, they're owned by an American, but for me,
Bahamas, technically.
well, okay, but to me, they're custodians of the club. You know what I mean? I've got no problem with them making a profit out of it, any of those clubs, but they're just the custodian of that club and its history. And
We like to think of it that way, but in reality, that's not what
Yeah,
it is,
so
right?
can I chime in here, Will? Is that okay? Because
Yeah,
I think this is a thing that especially sort of traditional English supporters of football clubs have this idea in their head that this custodian thing exists as a reality. It just isn't true. The reality is that it's become a business, and once it's become a business, the owners are the owners. They're not custodians. The fans are going to be dictated to by what the owner wants to do, and that's what we're seeing with this league, potential league happening. They're not custodians of what they are. Is like they're investors. They'll buy a portion of it, and then they'll increase the value of it, and then they'll sell it at a higher value.
oh no, look,
That's their goal. The custodian thing is kind of it's a bit wishy-washy and not really true.
I understand what you're saying. It's just in my heart, that's how I feel.
Oh yeah, in the
Yeah,
heart,
yeah.
in the heart is fine, but it's not.
You've got to I understand when they formed the Premier League, they started this chain of events. I also understand that when the last president of the Premier League left, and he gave a bigger chunk of the money to the top six, bigger chunk of the European money at the top six clubs, he then made that sequence of events worse. I also understand when you let venture capitalists buy football clubs,
Yeah.
you shouldn't be shocked when they do venture capitalist shit,
Yeah,
because that's what they're doing.
that's
I get
their
that.
goal. Yeah, 100%.
I'm not naive. I understand that. It's just they're fucking killing. They're killing football.
No, I agree with you. I like the
Completely
sentiment.
agree.
It's. I mean, I understand financially why they're doing it. I understand all of that. It's just morally, it's fucking.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jason. I'm not pretending. I'm not. Again, I have to. This is something I think Will and I have to make sure that we keep saying. It's not that I'm backing it. It's just that that's the reality. The reality of the situation is that ownership is different than it used to be, and the way things are now and how these organizations with billions of dollars run these clubs is not what it used to be. So the custodian idea, as nice as it sounds, isn't how things are functioning.
Oh
anymore.
yeah, I mean, I'm also not delusional enough to know that, like, I don't go anymore. I live in Canada, but people like me that used to go.
Jason, where are you in Canada, mate? Me too.
I'm in Nova Scotia.
Oh yeah, it's a good spot out there.
It's the less COVID infested part of Canada.
Yeah, right now, absolutely
terrible.
I'm in Toronto, the
right now.
most COVID infected. So
yeah. I mean, but when I understand that a supporter like me, like when I used to follow them home and away for years, like a super fan, for lack of a better word. You know what I mean? I understand that we make up probably 1%.
such a small amount, yeah.
Right. I mean, we're nothing to the people that own these clubs, and you can protest as much as you want outside the club. It's really not going to make a fuck's worth of difference.
Yep. Sadly.
Really?
Yeah.
And that's,
Sorry, guys, I'm gonna
I mean,
restart my system here.
No worries. We'll be here for a while. So
we just started. Last time it was who knows how long it'll go.
yeah, I mean, and for me too, what I think is really, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but the way that the British government is set up, the mayor of London has far more control over whether police do events than the Parliament does.
Correct.
It's not national police.
Yeah, I think that's true.
oh
And
yeah.
so if you were to
correct.
pull Tottenham, or you were to pull Arsenal or Chelsea, the three biggest tax revenue sources for the city of London, then that would destroy London's economy. It would destroy it.
You say that,
well,
but
it's whether they cut their nose to spite their face.
right, but the government did get involved and did stop that multi-billionaire corporation or whoever it was from buying Newcastle.
That's a totally different deal. These clubs already have the presence there.
Well, Newcastle have a presence, but what I'm saying is they had the power to step in and stop that purchase.
Yeah, because it was a foreign investor coming in and buying.
Which,
Isn't it a
by the way, was a lot of pushing from the big six, and I'm doing air quotes. You can't see me, like from the big six. Like, there was and I see it on another channel, and it's very true. Like they're all well and good with them being the big six and them soaking up all the money, but they don't want anyone else being part of this little play party they're having. And by the way, Will, I saw you on the Irish Hotspur, and I 100% knew exactly what you were saying and why you were saying it. I don't know why you was getting the heat you was.
I don't either.
It's just, Jason, it sounds
they
like
were
to other
hearing
people.
what you were saying. They were
Yeah.
listening to what you were saying, but not hearing what you were
Yeah,
saying.
it sounds like to other people like he's for it, despite him saying like a
Oh,
bunch
no,
of times,
no.
I'm not for this, but here's the
100%.
reality.
100%.
I kept correcting everybody. I'm like, come on, Will knows what he's talking about. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, yeah.
Essentially.
I think everybody just wanted to hear Will's passion
Yeah,
come through
Boy,
because
did
he's
they hear
very
it.
calm.
it
He's
was
very
brilliant.
calm and collective, and like normally, like he's the calmest one out of all of us.
But
And
that's
for
his
him to
nature.
really come out and start swearing and stuff, I think was the best thing. It was like one of those YouTube moments.
It was a good moment for sure.
Coming back to the clubs, it's a bit like having a high street with a bunch of shops. Fair enough, they can own the shops, but they don't own the high street.
Mm-hmm.
And there's rules and regulations that govern all kinds of things, and that's what they're going to find out tomorrow. They're going to get their lawyers involved in the afternoon. In the morning, they're going to get the team of 16 together. Can they stop this? And the answer is, well, this is the first time in my life, and I'm like 50. I'm not 51 yet, but 50.
Join the club.
And thank you. And incidentally, I used to live in Toronto for a while.
Interesting, Mr. K. Well, yeah,
So-
nice. We'll get into that later.
The way I look at it is that this is the first time in my life I've ever seen so many different supporters get together on something that is not a tragedy. It's not like an airplane fell out the sky and a whole bunch of people died. No, this is a passion, and they're all coming together. So earlier in the day, when David was like saying that we can do something, I thought he was going to start crying.
Yeah.
Because Will was like saying to him, dude, this is the reality of what you're facing. And I think that's the reason why so many people in the comments were like, not understanding what Will was saying because they could feel
them, right?
they could feel David's pain. You know, David represents in the Harris Army. He represents like the voice and the face of a lot of supporters that in the main channels don't get a voice. And if you go back years, you'll find that those channels, you know, whenever they came to the board or whenever they came to levy, they would just skirt around it. You know, it wasn't until recently I've come across Brian's voice. So, you know, this is the wonderful thing that's happened. Let's look at the positives. Let's look at all the things that are good. And, you know, in this life, there are a lot of things which ain't fair, but that is just the way the economic life, the rich want to be rich. They want the security. They feel insecure. With billions, they just want a few billion more, even though they're like 80 odd. You know, what they're going to do? Are they going to spend all that money? It's impossible. That statement you made about the Empire State Building and how much cash there is.
Yeah,
wow.
that was poignant, man. That was good.
Yeah.
And I did the math a little bit too. And if this contract is for 23 years, which is what they're saying now, right? That they've agreed to do this for 23 years. And there's still debate on whether each club coming in gets 3.5 billion euros right off the bat each, or if it's split across the 12. There's not a clear statement on that. And I don't necessarily think the clubs want to make it super clear. Because the way the punctuation is written in some of these comments, it varies. But even if it's 350 million euros,
Which I think that's the correct amount.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
From what I could garner.
Yeah.
But times that by 23 years, and that's 8.5 billion
a lot of money.
dollars
Yeah.
per club.
Guaranteed
minimum.
income.
Guaranteed
minimum.
income.
Guaranteed income.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's a
listen,
minimum.
on one of the chats you was in earlier, I started typing it, but it was going so fast I didn't bother. The truth of the fact is, for as deplorable as I think this is, and I think it's going to, in the short term, kill the spirit of the game, you tell me one owner of any other club in the Premiership, if we're offered this, wouldn't take it.
Mike Parrish.
I don't know, man.
No, he stated it already today. He goes, listen, I'm in
But
Yeah,
danger.
but it's easy to say that when you're not getting it.
Yeah, exactly.
right.
Saying
It's
saying
very
what
easy
was
to
response
say,
is
but you
different
haven't
than
had
actually
it offered.
being offered it, right?
He stated that earlier when they were talking about compensation packages within the Premier League for the lower clubs, that he said that I was in danger, our club is in danger of actually falling back into those leagues. So therefore, I was voting as a passionate fan. So I think you're right. If you offer them guaranteed 350 million
No
minimum
chance
a year,
of relegation.
right? He will come out with some other tune, and that's just the nature of
Right.
rich people.
It's a
who
really
have got
good investment if you got
responsibility.
a lot of money to invest. It's a really good
100%.
investment.
And this is what I'm talking about. Like the politicians, the government, they can come out and make as many statements as they want, as many statements as they want. But until the legislation is passed, you can't believe them as far as you can throw them, because
Yeah, but
they'll
this
come
might-
out and say this exact same thing, right? Just like, okay, look, New York, right? AOC can stop Amazon from going into New York, but she can't stop Amazon from going into another city who is now, 10 times more rich than they would have been if that Amazon fulfillment center had gone into New York, right?
Yeah, it's a bit virtue signaling in a sense, right? You're sort of going, look, we're against it, and we're good. We're for the right side, right? You're kind of looking to get approval from it. Doesn't necessarily do anything, though.
But
This
let's
could be-
also go on.
Sorry, this could be a political situation where politicians who look to get re-elected, apart from grease their pockets on the side. So Boris is not saying one thing or the other. He's like stating it in the middle somewhere. But my point is this: is that there's so much swell of people coming together, and this is just going to create more momentum. I mean, I'm being a little bit optimistic here and looking at it that way, but I look at both sides, like Will has been stating, that there's a financial reality to this. But at the end of the day, I've never seen the type of get together. I mean, I've agreed with the Gooner today, for crying out loud. I feel disgusting. I feel like I got to feel dirty. I want to have a shower.
Brian, I did that a couple hours ago as well. So
this is one of those things where this is not usual. This season has been the most craziest season I've ever seen. We started off the season looking at our bench and saying, yeah, we've got a team, compete all fronts. We get to Christmas, yeah, we can win the league. And then that's it.
Manager sacked, 7th plays, 8th plays, and doesn't even matter where we finish anymore.
We need,
You know what's crazy?
We
You know what's
we
crazy?
need to start talking about the players as well. People like James Milner, who came out today after the Liverpool league saying, "I don't want it. I don't want to be in it." It's enough talking about the board and everything. We need to hear from the players. Not saying it's going to make a change, but the players have a huge part to play.
There's been a few, and I think it's the players from those, Brian. I think it's the players from the teams that are involved in the 6, right? So I don't know if you guys have Patrick Bamford's conversation today post game after the Leeds Liverpool game. James Milner came out and spoke against it from a Liverpool perspective, which was good to see. We're not really seeing much of that. I think a lot of that is like, what does this mean for my contract? I think players don't really know what it means, right? There's a sense of like, what the fuck like is happening? Because it wasn't something anybody knew about other than the leaders, these billionaires at the clubs who made this decision without asking anybody.
I mean, Klopp stated he knew about it as much as everyone else did about it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I watched that interview. So
we got David here in the chat.
Yes, guys, you know what time it is. Intro by David at the Irish Hotspur.
What's up, David?
And I hope you like that, David. I prepared that for you when you come in and comment.
Great.
No, I understand, and I'm not trying to. I think you're missing my point. I'm not trying to be dismissive of the guys that are protesting. Right? I understand the passion, and then the other half of that.
It's just whether it'll do anything,
and it's not even that. Do that, but do more is what I'm trying to say.
Right?
Do that and go after the sponsors, because that's really who has the power here.
I think they've underestimated how the British feel about this particular game. They've been going for generation upon generation upon generation. This is institutionalized, and it's not like in America where this sport has been trying to creep in. This is the sport. Forget cricket, forget everything else. This is the sport. And there's so many people that are feeling hurt because of COVID or economic recession. They've looked at the rich being greedy, and I think they need something to come together. And this is that thing. Forget Brexit. They couldn't come together with the Tea Party there. This is the one thing that's going to pull everyone together. I think that's what David's touching upon. There are people.
But Mr. K, well, you got to remember, that's just the English people. We got to worry and hope the Italians and the Spanish do the same as well. This isn't just what England can do. This has become far.
Yeah, there's 12 teams in it, right? I mean, a lot of them are English. But
Mr. K, I'm completely with you. I want all the protests that can be done. Obviously, there will be hundreds, if not thousands, or whatever. God knows what's going to happen before the Southampton game at home, if there'll be people outside, and at Wembley. Who knows what's going on? It's a start, but literally. Like you said, people are going to unite. You know, us Brits love to have a fight or an argument. We'll fight a losing battle just for the sake of it. But this is just bigger than the English clubs. A lot bigger, unfortunately.
Brian, what does it mean to say Tottenham till I die?
Exactly. Well, it's like
you don't turn around to a sport and say till I die. You know, there's a level of passion, and then there's obsession.
Yeah,
right. And we're obsessed. We're obsessed. They have underestimated. They think they can just walk over the British people. I don't care about Europe. I don't care about Italy or Spain or whatever. I don't care what they do. I don't care what Juventus does or Serie A does. I care about what's in Britain here. I'm not being a little bit, nationalistic here, but at the end of the day, they've underestimated the British bulldog mentality. We don't care. When we dig our heels into something, right? Yeah, not even Hitler can get past us. And that's how they're feeling today. They feel that these 6 families, these 6 mafiosos, right, are trying to come along and steal our identity. And that's what it is. The other teams out there might be a sport, or other countries might think is a sport. This to us is not a sport. This is a national identity. And this is not going away. I'm telling you straight. I was originally, last night, I was saying, that's it. I'm not coming onto any stream. I literally started unsubscribing to Spurs channels, starting with, the one that everyone keeps.
Yeah,
no, not yours.
Don't say Tottenham away.
Not a Tottenham away.
It's
I'm
fine.
talking about, the big ones at the top, right? But then I stopped at Chris, and I thought, no, you know what? I like Chris. I'm staying with Chris, right? But the first one, I said, no, tick off straight away. Forget impressions. Forget those 2 twin boys. At the end of the day, I love the 2 boys, but at the end of the day, when it came for years upon years of actually maybe using your platform to say something, they never used the platform. Now, all of a sudden, this season, everyone's talking about the board before this happened, right? Everyone been talking about the board. Now, all of a sudden, everyone up and down the country is talking about their board. This is unusual. This never happens in this country.
It's our fault, Mr. K. We allowed it to happen. We can blame
We
no
did,
one
but
but
we-
ourselves.
Yeah, but literally though, there's nothing we can do. Look, point in case Newcastle have been suffering at the hands of their owners for fucking years. They staged walkouts during games.
15 years.
Right? They've staged walkouts. They've done all sorts of shit. And did it make one iota of difference?
It does make a difference. It makes a difference. If you got one person
Not
trying to
the
do something,
Newcastle, it didn't.
No. What I'm saying is,
You got to go listen to the True Geordie talk about this.
Yeah.
If it's one person doing it, then that obviously
No,
they're
it
going to
was-
be looking
It's the
at.
whole
But
fan
it's
base.
not one person. This is
It was
every club out there. Every
thousands.
fan base. This is not one club. This is every club. It's not just in the Premier League. It's also
100
down the pyramid.
Mate, I'm not gonna lie. I can see Mr. K's point. I saw a Liverpool fan saying, "I hope we lose today. I hope Leeds batter us." For how much they hate the Super League. Liverpool fans were united against Liverpool Football Club, and how much they hate this new league. When have you ever seen that in the history of football?
Don't misunderstand me. I hate the idea of the new league in its current format. I really do. I hate the idea where you have a league where there's no relegation.
I think Jason's got.
You know
I think
what I
I know
mean?
what you guys are on about. I think you guys are saying, listen, what's going to happen over the next few weeks is they're going to come to a compromise.
Oh,
Someone's going to
100%
slip some.
they are.
They're going to slip some money left and right, grease some palms, make it look like they're making some grandiose gestures towards the grassroots, keep the
Listen.
politicians happy, and then they're going to push it forward.
Here are the facts. The top six, the big six, are the big six because they generate the most amount of views and the most amount of
It's
money.
money. It's money.
A lot of people go, why are Tottenham there? Because financially, we're a fucking big club.
10th richest club in the world at the moment.
Fan base
Right.
wise. Yeah.
Right.
International fan
And
base wise.
that's the only reason we're there.
100%.
And when it comes to like European and the Premiership and all of that stuff, like we're the clubs that generate the fucking biggest portion of the money that's coming in. And the only reason the owners are doing this is because they're struggling. Why are they struggling? Because fucking football ceased to be the game of the people when you started paying fucking players 300 million or 300,000 fucking pound a week to play football. Like, you know what I mean? Gone are the days where my old man used to walk out of his house down the fucking road into the local pub and have a beer with the players from Tottenham in the 50s and the 60s. Like, those days are gone.
Long gone, yeah.
Maybe there's a scenario where there could be such a big upswell that maybe there could be some regulation that might come in.
I honestly, like I guys have to say, it's a bit wishful thinking in that sense. I really do think like we have to recognize the reality of the world we live in, right? We're talking about a scenario where the 1% sort of, you know, as an example, own most of the shit. This is an example of it. The people who are running football and who control these clubs are the 1%. They are the billionaires. They are the control. They have control. The only way to take that control away from them is to take the money away from them and have it yourself. That's the world we live in. It's a globalist capitalist
It may be
society.
But in this
It isn't
country-
going away. It just
But in
isn't.
this-
I get that,
I know.
Mr. K. I get that in this country that it's a thing that didn't exist previously, but it has. When the Premier League came in, and it started operating the way it operates, despite it still having merit-based football and merit-based relegation promotion, despite that, it still meant the richest clubs would eventually be the ones at the top, and we've seen that happen. And this is the next step from that, and that's
It is,
purely based
but-
on money.
But
And to be
what you
fair, the
mentioned there
warning signs
originally,
weren't there. The warning signs weren't there. Arsene Wenger.
True, but
He used to
mentioned-
talk about
Everybody's talked
financial
about it.
fair play. He
Yeah.
used to talk about financial fair play, not letting all these big
Listen.
corporations run
Right.
football, have regulations. He was saying in the beginning, there's many people coming out and saying it.
He said 10
you
years
know.
ago that this would happen. 10 years from 10 years ago. So like he's literally his prediction
right.
was on point. Specifically 10 years that there would be a European Super League, and that's what
And
it
let's get it right. Like fucking UEFA and FIFA are the most corrupt,
was. 100%.
money grabbing sons of bitches on the planet.
Yep.
They're to blame.
They're
for
as
this at all.
guilty of causing this.
Yeah,
As-
100%. Yeah, which is the irony of the situation, right?
I
They're
mean,
the ones.
what the fuck is this FIFA Super Clubs League they want to do? Like, there ain't enough games to play.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
It's,
No, I
it's
think
a
you're right
money
there.
grab.
Or how about this?
Nations
How about
League.
this, Jason? Not
That was it.
you know,
Yeah.
not punishing
Money
City
grab.
for breaking financial fair play. Not
Oh no!
reinforcing.
The minute
all
they
these
didn't get banned,
regulations.
the minute they had no repercussions from that, you knew this shit was done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
They like
And
I don't feel any sympathy for the Premier League or the Champions League. They're the fucking pricks that let this happen.
No,
Hold
I
on,
mean,
guys. Hold on, guys. Let me get this straight. The incidences you're talking about, including the formation of the Premier League and City and financial fair play and all that jazz, mataz, everything that's happened recently. Was there total condemnation of every fan group in the country and every executive board in the country and the pundits and
listen.
the broadcasters? No,
No,
this has
because
never
the
happened
people
before.
don't fight back until it's just like
No,
You
no,
know
no.
what?
When they
Fighting back
formed, I'm sorry, when they formed the Premier League, there was a bit of hoo-ha. Not as bad as this, but when they formed that Premier League, they basically went, "Fuck yous lot. We're getting." They cut out a very lucrative fucking deal for themselves, and then they went and got their own fucking TV rights. Do you know what I mean? They basically went to the FA, "Go fuck yourselves. We're getting what's ours."
But this
And
country
that's
has
what
a
the top six are doing now. And
Yeah,
if
but-
you think there wasn't a hoo-ha about that then, there was.
yes. No, I'm saying at to the level that it's at right now, where it's not just it's everywhere.
Oh no.
I mean, I've never seen this. I've never seen this before. This is bigger than Brexit, right? Because there's so many people actually agree upon one point.
Well, all right, it's bigger than Brexit to people that like football.
Yeah, that's a bit absurd.
Like, I mean, yes. Like,
Nice
what
of
I'm
Mr.
saying
K.
is
I
that
love it.
give a fuck.
That gets
with the
dramatic.
example of Brexit,
You know what I
with the
mean?
example of Brexit,
8
you
million
have
of
the
60
notion.
million people.
No, but the one thing is the example that you have with Brexit is that we're willing to cut off our nose to spite our face.
I mean, look, will there be protest? Yes. Should there be protest? Yes. Like, am I going to buy a second shirt? No. I'm done. If I was living in England, would I renew my season ticket? No, I wouldn't. Like, I'm not saying I think this is right. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be some form of protest. All I'm saying is, in my opinion, inevitably, it ain't going to make a fuck.
Yeah, whether it's going to do anything or not, and I think that's the point, right? Yeah,
Well,
I
look,
agree. I agree with you,
Jason,
mate. I agree with you.
Jason, I haven't spent a single penny on any Tottenham stuff since the season we didn't sign anyone all season, but from that summer window, and I refuse to give any money to the club. I was back in London for the last North London derby at Wembley when Aubameyang missed that penalty, and I was offered tickets. I was flying back to Canada for 1 week to see family, and I was offered tickets. And I was like, "Are they complimentary?" They're like, "Nope." And I was like, "I'm not paying a single penny. I'll watch it in a pub." I point blank refuse. And like I said, should this Super League go ahead, I will not be watching Tottenham Hotspur. I've said it since this broke, and I stand by it because it won't be the Tottenham Hotspur I grew up. It won't be the Tottenham Hotspur I love. Period.
So Brian, you forced Levy into doing this because you didn't buy his T-shirts.
Yeah,
He
but
felt
you know
the
what?
pain.
Do you know what? Do you know what? If I caused him any pain, I'll send a message to him right now. If he wants to meet me to discuss this pain, believe me, I'll be more than happy to get in a room with him. Hopefully, about 15 stories high, and there's a window that I can push him out of. And we'll
I don't think-
see if
I
Go
hope
on,
I never
Marcelo.
meet Levy. I hope I never
Oh, I
meet
pro-
Levy.
oh, I
I
really want
might
to.
accidentally just try to kill him. I really
Oh, I
would. I'll probably just see red. I'll probably like.
I
I'm not a
mean,
violent
listen.
person. Listen, I'm not a violent person at all. I believe words and talking to people is how
I'm
you
not
solve
being
issues.
funny, man.
But if I see Daniel Levy, I might just like try to
Yeah,
lunge
but
at him.
yeah, but you're
by
like
instinct.
you're hating a lion because he kills gazelles. Like he's just doing
No,
what
I'm
he
hitting-
fucking does.
I'm hitting a fucking prick that killed my football club.
Right,
That's
but
what I am.
he's just being he's just
A
fucking
dickhead.
doing what
Yeah.
he does.
A fucking massive bald-headed cunt. Yeah, what have you been doing for 20 years?
He's a lying, two-faced, bullshitting son of a bitch.
Yep. Thank you, Brian.
I think
He's
I
just
think
doing what he
everyone in
does.
the top 6, all the fans, that they all feel the same way about their board and their chairmans like we do about ours. Just using different languages, but I think they're pretty much all fed up with them.
It seems that
because
way, yeah.
Because everyone's coming out and saying this, and it's not just 6 clubs, it's every club saying this. I think there's something different going on here. Now, I understand, I'm just being wishful thinking.
You're
I
not,
want us
because
to-
something is happening. All the fans are condemning it. Like you're stating truths.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, when I mean optimistic, I mean, I think there can be some movement in the future, just like I believe we can beat Man City, like, 4-1. So
I'll be honest. I still believe personally that this isn't going to happen.
Really?
You know what-
Yeah,
Jason, you know
no.
what?
I'll be honest. I still believe.
No, it's already done.
Yeah,
No,
why do you
it's
believe
not.
that? Why do you?
It's
I'm baffled by that because we have to look at
It's done.
the associations that all these clubs are tied to.
They've already resigned.
They've resigned from them. They've left these
Oh
associations.
no, they
These-
have.
but
they'll
you
go
can't
back.
just resign from them. Yeah, but if you go back, you're groveling, and then you have to pay a price, and that
No,
price
no,
will
no,
likely
no,
be very
no.
very big price.
I'll
Okay.
say this,
No,
Brian.
no,
Brian, the
This-
reason why they don't believe it is because they never seen a sport getting franchised like we have. In
No,
the United
you
States.
misunderstand me. You misunderstand me. I don't think they're going back groveling to get back in. I think they'll be going back because what they're doing at the moment is they're whacking out their massive dicks and saying, "This is how big my dick is, and this is what we can do to you." Now, let's get back to these conversations where we've been asking you for a bigger slice of the pie, where we're generating all the money, and you've been telling us no.
Yeah, but you don't leave a bunch of associations where there's an agreement that's been made and you completely exit them. All of the teams have done it and then go back. Like if that didn't happen, I would agree with you. I would think that would be a possibility that they could have a communication between them and determine whether or not they could find an agreement. I think thinking that is really it's naive. I think, to be honest, I think it's a done deal at this point.
I think they'll work together with I think they'll work something out with their I guess you could say local or native, right? These 6 sides will work something out with Premier League that the Premier League ends up getting a piece of this cash that comes into like a solidarity payment or something like that they play, and they'll work something out there, and then the smaller teams will bitch and moan and complain about it, but the Premier League won't care because they'll get their fat piece of it. But UEFA's dead.
Yeah,
club
100%. That's facts.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe they were trying to make.
But I got 2 more guests that have been waiting to come on, so I'm gonna go ahead and bring them in as well. We've got Shashank and Jason Reed.
What up, lads?
Evening, gentlemen.
Purple Rain, brother, great album. Love Prince. Nicely done.
see you, mate.
No.
Oh man, what a last couple of days. I mean, the news of this Super League and the fact that it overshadows that we finally sacked our manager. I mean, this is wow. Everything that. Oh, I've tried to look at this from different angles. I've tried to look at this objectively. I've tried to look at this as a Spurs fan, as a football fan, and from a person that's lived in both countries and has looked at. I get the idea. I get what they're doing. They're adopting an NFL style, NBA style, whatever.
Franchise football.
Franchise football. Okay. Now,
without calling it franchise to avoid the F word.
Exactly.
Yeah, because we'll get in trouble.
Oh, noticeably though, they've also never called it the European Super League either.
Yep, it's just the Super League.
Super League, yeah.
That's why I'm telling you, if you guys haven't
read
watched
into that what you want.
and I'm not one for promoting other channels outside of our community with any type of interest, but the video that the kickoff did today was very level-headed, I felt.
Oh, it was. I watched it.
I didn't watch that one. I had it on my list. I haven't seen it yet, but I generally like them anyway. So
I unsubbed from them.
Go and watch
you
it
gotta watch.
anyway.
Because the
They
True
laid
Geordie
it
goes in and he's like, "Look, I'm just kind of sitting back here laughing my tits off because the Premier League and UEFA and the government have been screwing us as Newcastle for the last 15 years. We've protested, we've gone out there, we've set bonfires outside of our stadium, and nobody helped us. Nobody reached out and looked at us, right? And so now that everybody else is crying about it, you know."
Mm-hmm.
And then Roy was saying, he was saying the same thing that I said earlier today. I think it was it's the first Irish Hotspur stream that I did today, where he said, us legacy fans, right? The guy the little guy who goes and sits in the stadium and buys their season ticket, but only spends, £900 a year at the club or doing this, doesn't buy a program, doing that. They don't care because they can fill that seat with some tourist from Tallahassee who's going to come in with his family of 5 and pay double that price to sit there. They're going to spend $200 or £200 in the team shop. They're going to buy all the food and the hotels and all the tourist revenue that not only the stadium gets, but the city as well, right? Because there's politics in this, right? If you look at franchise football in the United States, cities pay for the stadiums, not the owners, not the billionaire owner. The city pays for it because of all the tax revenue and tourist dollars and they either pay for it in tax breaks where the stadium doesn't pay taxes until the cost of the stadium is paid off, or the city builds the stadium for them based on the revenue that it brings into the community. This is a bigger machine than people realize.
Absolutely.
It's a bigger machine.
And that's
Guys, can we get Shazant to say something, because I always feel like he's missing out, and we should just give him like 2-3 minutes just to have his say. Shazant, are you hearing us?
He was having problems. He was popping in and out of the back, so I think he might be having internet problems. His mic's muted right now.
What about Colin?
Yeah. So like what I was saying was that we've adopted, like, they basically adopted the American franchise system. They've looked at it, and Will can attest to this too. If you go to any of these regular season or playoff games, the majority of those seats are basically given to corporate
seats.
Yeah, they're corporate seats. So you're getting a good percent. So
corporate boxes, corporate seats. Yeah.
Right. So when you say things about fans protesting, at the end of the day, they've already proven that they could give a shit about the fans. All right, and that's why I've tried to look at it from all different angles. And one of the things that's kind of pushed this along is the fact that you have globalization and the ability to stream these games on platforms and all over the world, to where you can bring this to a global audience and people will pay for this. I mean,
it's Netflix and Amazon football. That's what it is.
Right,
I mean,
and that's a crazy thing that you mentioned that, because that was one of the things that I said to my wife. I said, basically, Netflix has basically given the blueprint to this on how to do all these streaming services. Netflix was the template. It's like Netflix and Amazon.
Yeah.
About and killed everything that traditionally you would have known, and have changed this and brought this thing all the way to the future, into the forefront.
And the pandemic has pushed it faster because they realized that if we do this now and everybody can't go to the stadiums, and we can get data on it, we can show, like, this is what happens when everybody watches football. How much money do we make? How many people subscribe to these channels to watch it? And it's massive.
And then the other thing about it is that because let's all look at it this way. They used to try to package these things separately. Like, you would have to, I know back in the States, they used to have the Premier League on Fox, and you'd have to pay for it for Fox Soccer Channel and all these other channels. What they've done, which is truthfully told is a complete masterstroke, is that they've just taken the same product, okay, and they've said, okay, instead of charging you like a $60 or $70 yearly subscription fee, which most people might turn their nose up at, let's package it. Make your subscription fee $10. Package it with other content, like, for example, over here in the States,
Disney Plus.
Right, you have Disney Plus, which is a subsidy of which comes packaged with ESPN Plus,
Hulu.
Right, and then NBC followed the same model with Peacock. So now what they've done is they've kind of put the sports element here for us to say, yeah, we'll do this, but at the same time they'll say, no, but you can pay this, and we'll, for example, for Peacock, we'll give
your wife, your kids, everybody will get to watch content.
Everybody can watch content on our network. Oh, and then you can also see what they did. That's the reason why WWE jumped on it with Peacock, to where they had WrestleMania on Peacock, a pay-per-view event that you're going to get as part of your monthly subscription fee. So this is a masterstroke. And for Spurs, not being a team that has the pedigree and history of winning championships or winning anything, okay, objectively, this is a freaking business masterstroke from freaking Levy and Enoch, because to ride the coattails of other teams that have been successful, to literally crowbar our name into this off of the success that Pochettino has basically created, and then sitting there dangling Mourinho on there. This is a fucking masterstroke, because this is money that's going to pay for the stadium, get this team out of debt. Now what happens is, as fans, you're like, well, now your excuse is no longer you don't have the fucking money to spend on players. You're part of this whole. So it's disgusting. It's torn football apart. But as from the Spurs perspective, this is a fucking business masterstroke right here. It's all the way. I mean, as like they'll talk about this decades from now, and how Spurs basically, how Levy is a shrewd businessman and got involved in all of this, and how we ended up making a shit ton of money when we had
the number isn't right, and I know it's not what you want to hear.
Will, if you're going to play anything Levy orientated, can you please play what I said when I was on Daniel TV Levy? If you are watching, you're a bald-headed.
I get it. He's upset. He's upsetting. It is upsetting to the fan base on some of the moves that they've made, because he really doesn't give a shit about the football, the actual football. But as a man that knows how to build a business and has literally taken this team brand-wise as a brand and has made it global to even crowbar this freaking team into this Super League, it's unreal. And
did you see the Perez interview? He forgot that we were even in the fucking league. He was like, "Oh, Tottenham, oh yeah."
and that's what I'm saying. So like, people are like, "Oh, Spurs, how did they get in there?" And you're like, "Aha, yeah,
but
it's just money, man. It's all money.
It's basically, it's got nothing to do with who won what. It's
nothing to do with
what clubs
just got more money.
Exactly. What clubs generate the most views, and unfortunately, or fortunately, we're one of them.
Yeah.
Why do you think we went years without, or we didn't spend loads of money? So it could all be put aside, so we can meet the criteria to fit into this league.
Oh, yeah.
It all
he
makes
knew
sense.
this shit was happening.
It all makes sense now.
Ago.
The last 10 years makes complete sense with the lack of investment in the club. It makes complete sense.
Building the stadium.
Look,
he was.
I want to get to. Hold on. I want to get to the Irish Hotspur's comments. And David, look, I know you're super passionate, and you have to understand. I understand. I really do. I understand the passion, and I'm not trying to downgrade that or downplay any of that passion. Use it. Go with it. Rant, rave, protest, signs. But what I'm telling you is you have to understand, because look, it was the same way here. When the NFL first started, there were more teams in the league that formed the NFL. Other teams chose not to do it. Those teams no longer exist. The clubs, the franchises, the clubs, the teams are gone. And just because, like you say here, the Spain, Italy, English teams are the only ones doing it. The German teams won't accept it, and neither will PSG. Those leagues will die. If this goes through and they don't join, because what these guys will do, right? If there are laws in Germany about, their current structure for them, Germany still has private property rights. They'll build a stadium that's not a part of the FA there, that's not a part of the UEFA there, and it's not a part of FIFA there.
Club.
And they'll make a new club.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And those players will go and play there. I mean, that's why they say there are 15 clubs, but we're only saying 12 of them now. It's because the other clubs that are in this, the 3, just don't have the balls or the political clout right now to come out of the closet yet.
Yeah, they have to get through. They have to get through their whatever it is that's in the way at the moment.
It's
but it'll be inevitable.
I'm going to devil's advocate against myself here right now, and that is because I have a memory from the late 80s, when I was at university. I was at Middlesex at the time, and I remember that all the universities up and down the country, all the students got up and decided to occupy every building up and down the country. The NUT, the teachers were complaining against the British government introducing an American-style semesterization, being introduced to our education system, and there was uproar everywhere. There was all kinds of protests, and what I learned from it was that it still got pushed through because the people that were pushing the money, they got big pockets, and I think I see the same thing here. So as much as I might think that there might be a compromise, I believe that isn't going to be a compromise. I think the Super League is actually happening. Personally, I'm not happy about it, but I'm saying that, on the one hand, I would like to believe that we can do something as a collective. On the other hand, I look at history and I say, nah, history doesn't side with that at all.
But David, here's the difference, right? And I get that the MLS is not, but we're not saying that MLS is, the franchise system is great and the MLS is a success because of the franchise system.
It's also different too, Will.
MLS
you
struggles.
You explained too.
MLS
yesterday.
Struggles because the game of football itself
isn't that popular.
Is a pussy girl sport here. It's what it is.
Yep.
99% of grown males in the United States think that soccer is a pussy girl sport. Right? You can literally have dads look at their 8-year-old son as they're walking through school with all the signups for basketball, baseball, football, and soccer. And the kid's like, oh, I want to play soccer, Dad. Why do you want to play a pussy girl sport? Come over here and play baseball or football like a real man. Right?
I can even.
That's why the MLS fails here.
Yeah,
it has nothing to do with the franchise system because it's not failing in the NFL and it's not failing in the NBA.
It's also not traditional
not
franchise system either. Its own, like you talked about it yesterday, Will, on the Bob's First channel. The MLS is like an organization that owns all of the clubs. Essentially, it's not the same as your traditional franchise system, but it actually is working to an extent. Like I'm not saying it's working better than it's ever worked.
The 32 teams.
Yeah, the numbers at going to games isn't as high as you'd expect or similar to what you'd see in Europe. But I have season tickets for TFC in Toronto, and when the season is happening, it sells out pretty much week in, week out. It's the same size or bigger than Stamford Bridge. It's 35,000 people. It's full for the most part. So it's not failing. It's just a matter of the product itself. It leaves a little bit to be desired when it comes to what people.
David, I'm not dismissing your passion at all, or dismissing it as passion. What I'm saying is these billionaires, they don't care about what football means to you. Is what I'm trying to.
I want to chime in about the MLS being shit. All right, confession. I literally live right down the street from where Inter Miami play. Okay, and I watched that game Sunday, and as they packed 8,000 people in a 18,000 seat stadium, they had 8,000 people there. Okay, and there was a ton of excitement just for this franchise. I mean, say what you want, and people there's a craving for it. And what the MLS has done is that they've tried their best to grow the. It's never going to compete with the NFL here. It's never going to compete. And what this whole thing is, this whole Super League has shown is that the American fan does not dislike soccer. They love soccer. Okay, they just want to see the best players playing in the best leagues. Okay, and that's why you have American owners who go over there and sit there and then bought these teams and because they're bringing the game over here. There's a tremendous fan base here of folks. I went to the Premier League mornings that the last one they had down in Miami. There were tons of freaking fans down there in South Beach who were there, and there were I couldn't believe the amount of people that came out down there in South Florida. And I've seen every time they did the Premier League Mornings Fan Fest out here, there've been fans everywhere. So so even though the MLS is not going to compete with like the NBA or the NFL, that's fine.
They have their own fan base, right? Like
they have their own fan base, and they're okay. And the thing is, one of the things about that is that the MLS is okay with that. They're okay with that. They're not trying to compete with the NBA and the NFL, and they're not even trying to compete with the Premier League, Serie A, or they're just going to say, this is what we have here in America, and we're going to eventually try to bring players over here. They're looking at, they want to sit there and say, we want to kind of have the same type of Champions League type style with Liga MX and down there.
CONCACAF thing they're doing is there. Yeah.
Right, the CONCACAF thing that they're doing. So they're basically staying in their lane. Okay?
Well, they're doing them.
Right, they're doing it. They're staying in their lane.
It's popular though. It's popular.
But to answer David, like I get it, bud. Like,
I get it too. My stepdad, my step grandfather.
Right, my dad went to Tottenham from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. He did not miss a game. He took me to my first game. It was a reserve game in 1978 when I was 8 years old. Like, it's in my blood. Trust me, bud. I get what you're saying. But I was at Wembley, motherfucker. I was at Wembley when we fucking lost to Arsenal in 91. And I had fucking tears rolling down my face walking out of Wembley, down Wembley Way when we lost that game. Like,
Jason, we won in 91. I think you mean 93.
Was it 93?
Yeah, 91 was Gazza's free kick.
Fuck yeah. Right. All right, there you go. But I had tears rolling down my face as I was walking down Wembley Way. And as we were walking down, you had fucking Arsenal on one side and we was on the other. It was the funniest shit. But like, there was a fucking Arsenal guy with his girlfriend walking down, and we heard her going, "Why are they all upset?" And we just looked over, and he was just like, "Shut the fuck up, like just walk on." But like, I get it, man. Like, I get it. But at the end of the day, this shit's happening.
And like, I get it too, David. Like he says here, he says, through hard times and to dismiss it and wash your hands of how these people feel is very naive. I'm not doing that.
Nobody's doing that. That's the part, David. Nobody's doing that.
I'm not doing that at all. What I'm telling,
David.
what I'm trying to.
Go on, sorry, bruv.
He says you don't get it and know, and to dismiss them the way you are and talking about it and trying to.
I've known ever since. That's why I was waiting for you to do this, Will, because I freaking knew that it was going to be a contrast of opinions when you came on and said, let's talk to the American Premier League fan who've lived this franchise, who's seen franchise football and franchise sports. So we understand it. We don't. By no means am I happy with what we've done.
Here's a comment here that I think can shed some light on this.
I want to come in on that after Will.
Let's see if you look at them.
Oh, that's right. We won't.
The sports culture in America is so messed up. There's no sense of heart, legacy, and passion. And then with the sport he likes, with the exception of basketball, you are wrong.
I disagree. Yeah, I disagree.
You are wrong. American fans are just as passionate. And I have to be quiet because it's 11 o'clock at night. My kids are sleeping. There is just as much heart, legacy, and passion for the sports here that there are there.
In Canada, they're very passionate.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You're wrong.
I'm sorry. Well, no, it's not.
Yeah, can I chime in?
No, it's not.
Hey, can I chime in here? Can I chime in here, Brian?
Sorry, Will.
Brian, I know you're dying. I want to chime in here.
How so? Explain.
But let me. And this is why I want to chime in. This is why I want to chime in. This is why I want to chime in. If you guys give me 2 seconds, this is why I want to chime in. The bottom line is it's different. It's different. I don't like North American sports because of the way it's structured. And hockey, I grew up with hockey. I grew up with American football. I grew up with MLB, basketball. I don't watch any of it anymore because it's not remotely as interesting as the pyramid of football that exists in Europe. That is the bottom line. It's interesting to some extent. Yeah, you can enjoy it because there's sporting things that people are doing that are really good at, but it's not nearly as cool or interesting as what exists in Europe when it comes to football.
College football, there are people that will literally kill each other over college football.
Thank you.
There are people in towns that will kill each other over high school football. You cannot tell me that there's not passion.
Doesn't happen, Will.
And legacy.
Doesn't happen here in doesn't happen as
often.
It's not like
where you are because you don't feel it or see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
It rarely happens here in the United States. I'm sorry, the passion for American sports in America is not nearly from what I've seen in South America and Europa. It's not even close. The tradition, the culture, like everything. It is.
You're
10
wrong.
times. No, I'm not. I'm not.
You don't live in the South, man.
I've been to the South. I've seen the South. I've been to football games. Like, man, mate. Bro. I've seen in an NHL game. I see in an NHL game in a final where they saying we will fucking rock you, bro. If I ever hear we will rock you in a Spurs stadium, I will kill myself.
You hear Star Wars theme.
That's not the same. That's not.
How is that any different? Well, because they
because the
played "We
fans-
Will Rock You" means that
because
they don't
the
have
fans,
passion.
The fans aren't singing it. There's not tradition like there is in football. I'm sorry.
wrong.
Maybe that's
American
their
football don't have as much
You're
tradition
wrong.
as there is
Go
in
to
football.
Alabama. Watch
No,
a Georgia
I'm not.
Alabama
No,
college
I'm not.
match to see what happens.
There are clubs like Marines, small clubs from nowhere that have such great tradition, that have such great history. You know, there's football you cannot see, like, for example, you know what I was watching today? I watch Watford. And they're, because I just needed nostalgia, and I watched Watford versus Leicester. You know, when Deeney scored that kick.
Oh.
You know what I mean? You know, like those moments you will never see in the NFL. I'm sorry, the amount of passion and heart in football. It's the only sport where literally a small club with minuscule backing can beat a massive club, which is pure heart and desire, because you know what? That club is the foundation of the city and tradition and the culture of the city.
I'm just gonna say one
It was
word.
built by
Green
the
Bay Packers.
city, not
The
a franchise.
Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers. Where you cannot dare fix your mouth to say that there's no passion in this country from a team. I can go down the list.
You're making an illogical argument because you can't say that, Marcelo.
Yeah, because I'm going to tell you, the Green Bay Packers, okay, the Dallas Cowboys. Yes, they're a big franchise, but they have a massive fan base. Alabama football team, Auburn football team, Georgia football team, Florida
Clemson.
State, Miami, Clemson. I can keep going. NBA, okay. Yes, you have the Lakers, right? But Boston is not a tradition considered a big city, okay? Boston, San Antonio. Have you seen their fan base? The Utah Jazz. Have you seen their fan base?
All their shit. All of them are shit compared to any football fan base in the world. I can find you.
You're speaking through a bias here.
I can find you. No,
An
because
anecdotal bias.
I'm not.
Yes,
because
you are.
I've seen those fan
anecdotal
bases.
bias.
They're shit compared to football
No,
fan
they're
base.
dang.
This is
Your
why I don't
opinion.
watch. I don't watch those fan bases because they're boring. It's
No,
like,
they're
yeah, we
boring
won
to
another
you.
one. We won another one. Like, that's boring, bro.
No,
Like,
they're
Boring
dang.
in
you.
South, yeah, and this is my opinion.
Right.
It's
That's
my
an
opinion.
anecdotal bias. It's
And
not
I don't
fact.
care. I think it's shit. I think the football fan,
I do
like
too.
American fan
I
base.
disagree with you that I think it's shit. But what you're saying, you're stating an anecdotal bias as fact, and that's a logical position to argue from.
American fans
Will is
in
correct on
American
that, by the way.
sport. American fans in American sport, for me, are shit compared to football fans.
I agree, 1,000,000%.
I
But you're
think
stating it as a
in
fact
South
when it's an
America,
anecdotal bias,
yeah,
and that's
okay,
an
then
illogical position to state an
all
argument
right,
from.
then my bad.
Fallacious,
in my
mate.
opinion, in my opinion, I think I should have stated it differently. In my opinion, I think American fans in American sports are shit compared to football fans.
There you go.
I
Perfect.
think the tradition is shit in American sports. I think compared to even South America football fans are absolutely nuts. We're absolutely crazy. You put a Boca Junior and a River Plate fan in the same room, one of them will come out alive. One of them will not survive.
So
You put there is
your qualification is that the fact that a fucking lunatic that will kill another motherfucker over a fucking game, that gives them more.
But that's the difference between American fans and football fans, because we will die. There's people that are willing to die for
People
the
die
badge.
here.
There are
There's a-
people
there's a
willing to
difference
die for the fucking badge. When people say Tottenham till I die, some people fucking mean it, bro. This isn't
And
fucking
have
American
you been-
sport where
have
you can hug your little rivals.
Okay.
You can ask Brian if he goes to the Emirates, he is probably risking his life. If he goes to the Emirates
Highbury, yes.
Harbury,
yes.
he probably would be
One at
risking
a
his
time,
life.
guys. One at a time.
You
Helping
can
you out
ask.
here, Will.
You do not see that in American sports.
Yes, you do,
Ask
Marcelo.
I'm
You're
going to
wrong.
give you a
No,
prime
not as
example.
much.
Guys, Colin.
Calm down, guys.
No, I'll give you a prime example.
One at a time.
San Diego Chargers against the Oakland Raiders or the LA Raiders, wherever the fuck whenever they were the Raiders. Okay, I've lived in San Diego. Okay, I've seen 4 games when somebody has gotten shot and stabbed at these fucking games over the result of a game. You cannot tell me that American fans do not have that.
It doesn't happen in the magnitude. It doesn't happen in the magnitude of
because it doesn't
football.
happen on the grand scale of people
Right,
doing hooliganism, dumb shit over a freaking game that means that they're more passionate. Just because that means American.
It just doesn't happen in the magnitude.
Can I say something?
It's not a good argument.
Can I just say, as someone that's been there, seen it, may or may not have been involved in some of these things. Just because I was young, dumb, and full of cum doesn't mean I was more passionate or less passionate than the person that didn't get involved in the fighting. It just means that I was stupid.
But that's what football does to you, man. It makes you fucking. No,
I love my club just as much now, and I have no urge to get into a fight with anyone.
Here you go. It's very easy. You can just Wikipedia. 10-cent beer night, sport riot, 1974, MLB baseball, 32 dead.
Oh,
just go demolition
night. Let's go back
July
to
12th, 1979. Right?
Let's go back to the 70s.
Ended in a riot that killed 14.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Going to Chelsea's ground.
Detroit, 1984 World Series riot.
Do you know what, Jason?
Millions of dollars in property damage, including a bird squad car taxi, rocks and glass, and 32 killed.
So, Jason, Chelsea, Tottenham. I used to go to Tottenham home and away, and the one game my dad wouldn't let me go to was Chelsea.
Yeah,
when I had my season ticket and I was a young, naive North London Jewish boy, my dad was like, "You can go to Arsenal, you can go anywhere. Yeah. You are not going Chelsea away. I don't care what you
Chelsea
do."
away was rough, and that
Aggieville riots, 1984 to 1986.
They used to put us in that had no
Kansas
fucking
State versus
roof
Kansas
on
college
it,
football.
so we all got soaked. Wankers.
You used to let me go to West Ham. You used to let me go West Ham. I used to go to Highbury. You were not going to Stamford Bridge. Not a chance.
Actually, do you know?
Ryan, I live in East Ham. That's where I was brought up. Right, I was like 400 yards from West Ham football ground. I'd heard everything. Up until 12, I supported West Ham because I didn't know any better. I was brought up in the area. But trust me, the amount of violence, the amount of head kicking, it doesn't get reported in the newspapers. It didn't come into the National Express. It didn't get into Wikipedia. This stuff happened all the time.
That's fine. I'm not saying it doesn't happen there.
Every time I played an Argentinian.
But Marcel just said it doesn't happen here.
Every time Brazilians play with Argentinians, we always end up in a fight.
Right, but fighting doesn't... Just because you're fighting someone.
Marcel, you said it doesn't happen here.
It doesn't happen. No, I said it doesn't happen to the magnitude of football. I did say that. It doesn't happen like in football. The amount of rivalries, the heated rivalries, is not the same as football. It's not the same.
I mean, hockey's pretty bleeding over here.
You cannot make an assertion that it's not the same, because that type of behavior is down to the individual who has
it. Not the same. I believe it's not the same. I don't think it's.
Can I chime in here, guys? I think the evidence suggests that, and I think that's what Will's looking towards is like what's likely true based on what we know, based on the evidence. There's good examples. There's good examples of football hooligans in the 80s and 90s. That the intensity of those rivalries is much greater. No matter what you say, it's much greater than what we've seen in baseball rivalries or American football rivalries. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but the intensity of it and the consistency of it being a regular thing, especially through a certain period of time, and it still exists when it comes to Eastern Europe and the fanatics that are in those countries. Those fights that happen post-game, pre-game, they're still happening in those countries. That I'm not saying the fighting makes them better fans. I'm just saying that the intensity. Let me finish. The intensity is still there. That intensity is higher than it is in American sports. That isn't a good thing per se, but it is reality. And you can demonstrably, Will, look at that and you can measure it and say from a logical perspective, which I know is where you're coming from, that that's true. Now, whether that makes a fan more passionate or a better fan, that's the part that isn't something you can.
No, but see, I didn't Google American sport riots. I had Googled sport riots, and it has the Basel hooligan incident in 2006, the 2007 AS Roma Manchester United conflict. It has those, but there are far more hockey and football and baseball riots listed here than there are British football riots.
Go on a VPN and go on like a British Google and use that.
Yeah, again, I think that it can depend on where you're searching from. Certainly. Point is that like I think it's a bad argument.
1909 Scottish Cup final.
Okay. Also, can I just bring this back to
screwed the facts every time since since that American fan
David's here.
Out the Millwall players or the Millwall fans.
David, my man. Thank God, because I've been trying to get this back to your comments. The easiest way I can try and explain to you what's going on right now is obviously when Abramovich came into Chelsea, no one could stop him. Money, 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 money. And that's what this Super League is. And no one could stop him until Man City came in and they were bigger money, money, money. And that is all that's going to happen with this Super League. We can try. Mate, I am with you with the protests. I am with you. You know, I've only just moved to Canada. You know that I don't want this to go ahead. But all that's going to happen is the more we protest, another Chelsea or another Man City with more money are going to come. So it doesn't matter how many hundreds of thousands of people protest. There's going to be someone with bigger coin that's going to come and wipe it out. I'm not denying that it's the way to go, mate. If I was back home in London now, I'd be outside Tottenham Stadium now or the training ground.
Me too.
Me too. All it is.
No, but I
get.
Look, I fully get that. I fully get that. But what you guys I don't think understand is like there's generation. Like Tottenham is a generational fan base, right?
David,
a lot of these people have saw Tottenham through these times,
and then we'll respond.
And us. Just these European fans are completely different to the American fans. If you think that a lot of these fans are going to roll over and take this, you're sadly mistaken. And to sit there and say, you know, you can sit there and do all your protests and everything else, but it's not going to work. Like to these people who have paid much more money than any of us here to the club through tickets and merchandise and everything else, to just dismiss their protest the way you were doing it because you've dealt with franchise soccer over there is completely wrong.
David, nobody's dismissing it. I think this is the part you're missing.
Because all you keep saying is you can keep doing your protests all you want. It's not going to do anything.
David, can I respond to this? Is that okay with everybody? It's not about dismissing the protest. The protest is good. It's fine. It should be done. It's just whether it will have an effect on billionaires who have so much power that they can basically ignore you despite your protest. That's the point. Yeah, it isn't saying that you shouldn't do it or that there's no value in it. It's just whether or not it will work. I hope it works. I'll stand with you, brother. I'll stand with you. I just recognize power and money and the value that it has when it comes to power.
Yeah, but no one's like the thing is no one's dismissing that. No one's like dismissing that, right? But the thing is, like all I keep hearing, like especially like here now, is like, you know, oh, but like, you know, they can do that all they want, but it's not going to do anything. Like, you don't understand what, like, how that is coming across. I get what David is more saying money here. Than all of us here probably put together in the club.
I also get what David is saying here. And David, I even will take it up a level. You're not just talking about Spurs fans. You're talking about football fans in general. Sure. Football fans in general. We don't like franchising. Americans like franchising. They want that. They like franchising.
No, they don't. Like, why do
you let it? You love franchising. America is a franchise.
I'm not in America, first of all. So
America is a franchise.
I'm an American. I don't love franchise sports.
But you don't love it. But America in itself is a capitalistic.
They don't know
country.
any better.
They don't know any better.
Wait, hold on. Stop.
Go on, Will.
Right. So you can make you can make an assertion saying that football fans are more passionate than these fans without any evidence. And then I can make a statement saying that American fans don't like franchising without any evidence, and I'm wrong, but you're right.
Mate, you can think that you're wrong or right. I don't care, but I
you got to back it up, Marcelo, with evidence. You can't just make a claim like that, right?
But look at America. It's a capitalistic country. It loves franchising.
So is every
Western country, Marcelo.
Well, no. I don't know. I don't know about England. I don't know about
so is Brazil.
Politics of that.
Europe is a capitalistic.
But I will say this: football is not part of that franchising. It has never been part of that franchising. It's lived 100 years without being part of that franchising, and I think you're missing out. You're missing 100 years of tradition that
I'm
people.
Not missing it.
No. You're missing 100 years of tradition that people will fight and die to not let it go.
Okay.
They will fight and die to not let it go. No, you think
the right way.
You think they will die. You think they'll die, but you underestimate that power. You're not talking about just Spurs fans.
Sorry, what power, Marcelo?
What
power?
Because
what's their power?
The voice of the fans. You're not talking about one fan base. You're talking about.
But what can they do?
Whole European fan base.
What can they do?
Protest. They can.
But what does the protest do, Marcelo?
What does 8 million do against 600 million?
I'm not talking about 8 million. I'm talking about like European fan base. Almost all of them. You will see other European clubs stand up together You will see.
Do you know how many of these clubs have ultras where their fans?
less population
Do
than
you know how many of these clubs have ultras where their fans just walk in when they don't like things to happen and they just take control?
Go to Villa Park.
But those ultras aren't in this league, David.
Go to Villa Park. Do you think they're going to let their culture be taken away like that? Do you think Leeds fans are going to let their culture be taken away like that? Do you think Brentford? Do you think all these other fans all across the world?
Marcelo?
Like I said, they're gonna protest. They're gonna put
but what
pressure
is the
on this
protest
board.
do? This is the thing. This is the point that Will's trying to make, and that I'm trying to back up, because you have to back it up with evidence. You have to say if they're going to defend this in a way that's going to work. And this is the point. This isn't saying that we don't want to. We don't want to diminish. We want to defend it as well. But what is the way that you can defend it that is useful? That's going to work. That's the bottom line.
But you're saying back it up with evidence. How do you know that protest isn't going to work? You don't know the power of all these fans.
Give me an example of when it's worked previously.
Liverpool, when they got their owners out of the club. Arsenal, when they joined together and they got their manager sacked. It's happened many times in football. So yeah, it happens many times in football. You're
actually getting an owner sacked.
You got to remember as well, Liverpool fans have done it twice. They've done it that, and they've also walked out during the second half of a game.
But let's talk about the difference between
a
single club, and between billions of dollars by a bunch of billionaires who control the world. That's really the difference.
Get a president sacked.
But then it's not just one. But then you're saying one club, but it's not just one club supporter base. Then is it? It's every club supporter base.
It's a whole.
You gave an example of one club. That's what I was refuting.
No. But there's multiple clubs.
The evidence is from one club.
No. Stop, please. I want you guys to listen. You can get the president of a club sacked. You cannot sack an owner.
There's a big difference.
They can choose to sell if they want to, from pressure, from bad PR, or whatever. You cannot sack someone who owns it. As long as personal property rights exist, you cannot force Daniel Levy to sell Tottenham Hotspur.
What we can do is we can find out today whether or not something's going to happen. Really, I think we're jumping the gun here a little bit, all of us. And we're discussing things without realizing what the Premier League is going to do next.
I am too. I'm saying we need to do more, not less.
Well, I don't see why there needs to be a division. I mean,
there shouldn't be a division at all.
Right, like David, I get what you're saying, bud. Like I said, I went home and away. My dad was. I had no choice but to be a Tottenham fan.
Same.
I was born into it. Like, I was wearing Tottenham kits before I knew what the fuck I was doing in life. Do you know what I mean? Like, I get it. And I 100% agree that all those fans are going to have an impact. I just don't know how much of an impact. But that's just my opinion. I'm not saying it shouldn't happen. And I sure as fuck, mate, believe me, am not dismissing the heritage of football in Britain.
Neither am I.
It's not just Britain. You're underestimating. It's not just Britain.
Yeah, but
Germany.
I don't give a.
It's Paris.
No.
It's going to be European.
No, you should.
Right,
you should give a fuck.
And if you think English fans are bad, wait until you get into Eastern Europe.
Because you need to forget this
whole.
No. Yes, they are, because.
But it'll be European way because it's going to affect them as well.
Right, we need to unite as Europe, not just Britain.
How many people live in Europe?
I'm talking about what I care about and what I'm not dismissing. And I'm not dismissing the heritage and passion of British football fans. I don't know about fucking German football fans, and I don't know about French football fans because I've not really.
Clubs in Germany are 51% owned by the fans, so they won't join the Super League.
Right, yeah. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying I'm not dismissing the heritage and passion of the British fans because that's what I know. That's what I'm saying.
I never said you were.
I'm not saying that. I'm not right, but I also wasn't saying that fucking the rest of Europe won't get involved. I just don't know what effect that's going to have. And that's
none of you guys know that the rest of Europe are going to get involved. You have no idea because right now we haven't heard anything from anyone else.
Nobody's said anything about anything really. Yeah.
There's only 12. There's 12 right now. 3 more to be announced. Okay, that haven't come out, and you don't know. You could get the 17.
Have you heard about Juventus fans protesting outside their stadium?
No.
What about Real Madrid? And Barcelona?
I don't think they'll care that much, to be honest with you. They're going to save those clubs because those clubs are in such debt that this is a way out for them.
Yeah, but
so for them, they're going to get to play the biggest teams, the biggest week every week. They're not going to give a shit.
Which one is it? Juventus that they have to vote on it? or is it Madrid, or it's one of those that have to vote?
Barcelona.
Is it Barcelona? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's not fucking. I mean, David is right in one respect that, like, fucking, it's not going to be much of a Super League without, like, the German clubs.
I agree.
The Dutch clubs.
They'll join though when the money's
They
right.
won't. The German clubs won't join because they're
they
51% owned by the fans.
Yeah,
and
they're owned by the people.
That's why they haven't announced their intentions right yet already.
In the current system under the FA of Germany, you are correct. But like I said, these people with money will just create a new team in Germany that's not connected to the FA that doesn't have to be owned 51% by the fans.
And what do you do when you're Bayern Munich?
Going to get the support from the German fans because they already have their traditional clubs then.
Will, you're wrong here. Will, you're wrong here because any club in Germany that gets formed has to give 51% to the fans. You can't form a club without it.
Under the FA.
The concept doesn't exist. They've got
Under the
laws
FA of
in
Germany.
place, regulations in place. We don't have those laws and regulations in this country. But the way things are going, if this thing kicks off like I'm seeing it kick off, we might see this happen here. I'm just wishful thinking, yeah? Now, coming back to the original point of passion, both of you guys are right. I've looked at baseball, and there's a history and a heritage of baseball that goes back a long way, generationals. And it's the same as football in the UK. It goes back generational. So, the passion thing, I think the Americans show it differently. And obviously the British show it differently. Obviously, we get drunk and run around the streets, but we just show it differently. I think Marcelo might be right that the craziness that exists in maybe some of the South American clubs is kind of really crazy, but we don't have that too much crazy in this country. We used to have it. Like I said, when I was 12, I said, what the hell am I doing supporting this nasty, brutish, racist club? And I got out. And I was 12, and every one of my friends had submitted to it. They started supporting the local team, even though it was really bad. Ask anyone back in the 80s, if you're a brown fella and you walk past West Ham football ground on a Saturday, right, yeah? What was going to happen to you? You got your head kicked in straight away. And it didn't come in the news. It didn't come in Wikipedia.
There's no reports for that.
This stuff happened all the time. One thing, passion happens everywhere. It's just shown differently. I think Colin's right.
No, I want to push back on that a little bit. I don't think it's not passion that Brian couldn't go to certain stadiums when he was a kid because there's a bunch of fucking anti-Semites, right? That doesn't make them passionate. That makes them bigots.
I never said that. I just want to push back on that because the hooliganism in football, it's part of the culture, but the racism and the violence doesn't make you a more passionate fan. And I think the baseball thing is a good point too. Like, maybe it's a different way of showing it, but I'm from Chicago. When the Chicago Cubs won the World Series, the longest ever professional sports drought for a championship, 108 years. It was the 7th largest gathering in human history, the biggest ever on this side of the continent, the biggest ever outside of Asia. Gathering in human history was for the victory parade. That's how many people. It was double the size of the city as how many people were part of this parade. That's how many.
I'm with you, Dan. I'm with you, Dan. Dan, what I'm saying is I'm with you. What I'm saying is our football here in this country had to be taken out of this crap that was around in the 70s and 80s until it becomes civilized that we see in the 90s when the Premier League came about, and that's where the money started to come in, and that's why a lot of this stuff was being stamped out because they wanted to become a global label and they didn't want all this crap associated with it. That's why they went so heavy on all of this. I'm saying that passion exists on both sides. People can't see it because it's done differently.
It's expressed
Go to different cultures. But there is history in America. There is history in America for sports. Big time. I mean, baseball is like amazing history if you study it. The people can chart every single hit, every single run that you can imagine 100 years ago. And they're that passionate. They know it all.
Yeah,
it just works differently.
Baseball clubs, for the most part, have existed longer than British football clubs.
Exactly. And just to chime in on what Dan is saying is like, I don't regularly watch baseball, but people around the country tune in for the World Series, and just to even watch a team like the Chicago Cubs, win the World Series in over 100 years, that engrossed the entire country, even people that weren't Cubs fans. You know what I'm saying? It pulls people in. Like I said, I wasn't born here. I moved here, as a teenager. Okay, I moved into a sports-rich area in South Florida. Okay, I know about the history of the Miami Dolphins being the only undefeated team in the NFL.
Don Shula, baby.
Right.
Sorry.
You know, I've been there. I've been there through the Dan Marino years.
Dan Marino.
Right. Exactly. I've seen you get involved in it. I saw the formation. I was here for the formation of the Miami Heat when they're a fledgling, brand new expansion team. And best believe I bleed for the Miami Heat when they win the championships. I get just as excited when we signed Shaq. I was just as excited when we signed LeBron. Okay, I was just as hurt when he left. Okay, and so it's there. That passion is there. I mean, so I
can tell
know
you right now, Marcel, I could show you YouTube videos of hundreds of fans who know more about their baseball club than you know about Tottenham Hotspur.
Congratulations.
So how can you call them not as passionate as you? That's just silly.
They feel everything, and best believe, and I'll give you another.
I just don't think there is much passion. I believe there's just not as much passion.
And I'll give you another
as there is in football.
I'll give you another example.
You can give me all the example you want,
No,
but
no,
I
no,
from
no,
what
let
I've
him
seen,
speak,
it
man.
just
Let him
isn't.
speak. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you another example. Okay, how we're not in love with franchising because it has destroyed communities too. If you don't remember when they moved the Houston Oilers. When they moved them out of Houston, when they got rid of the Baltimore Raiders,
The Raiders moving how many times?
The Raiders moved how many
Rams.
times?
St. Louis
The
Cardinals
Rams.
going to Phoenix. The Rams coming into St. Louis, going back to LA.
And see,
Hold
that's
on,
what
MLS
scares
teams have
me
moved
about
as well.
this.
Hold on. When the Cleveland Browns moved, okay, and they didn't have a franchise. Ask the Seattle SuperSonic fans how they felt when they yanked their team out and moved it to Oklahoma City, and they still haven't replaced that team. You cannot tell me that we're over here overjoyed about franchising when it has.
Yeah, you franchise all your clubs.
Can I add something to
All
this
your sports
conversation?
franchise.
So
Marcelo, you don't love
what
it, but
have
you
you
do it
done?
for every single one of
Only
your
option
sports.
they have.
Well, they don't do it.
it's the nature of
I don't think the
way it's
fans
functioning.
do it.
Yeah, but your country is built around franchising.
I think the difference is let me just throw this in there because I think
Oh,
the
lads,
difference
it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm having a whale of a day.
let me say this. I think the difference between franchise clubs in North America and in European football clubs is the community that is involved in. So if you think about a football club, like let's take Sunderland or Newcastle or somewhere in the north of England, those clubs make the city. Like the city doesn't exist without the club. You don't have that same connection to the club in North American sport because it's a corporation. They can move from one place to the other. When they move from that one place to the other because of money, then the affiliation with the club and it being part of the community goes away. That's the difference. The community in football in Europe and specifically in England is different. It is different, and that's the thing that I love about it because I feel an affiliation with the people who live in that area and what they've gone through and the history. That history and that affiliation is what matters the most about football. And I'm not saying
I agree with you, Brian.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist at all in American sport, but it's not as prevalent.
Correct. Because it's been destroyed.
I'll say also another thing. Corinthians, one of the long-lasting clubs in Brazil, represents the hardworking Brazilians, the poor Brazilians in favelas. You look at Flamengo; they represent the favelas in Rio.
Communities are based on the sport.
That's where they were built from. That was the foundation of the club. Was built on by those people. Those people are still a part of that club. You don't have that in American sports anymore. All those American sports are cooperations and franchises. That's why there's not enough. There's not the same passion.
It's the community. The community affiliation, I think, is the difference.
There are community-owned teams in both the NFL and the major league.
Yeah. And well, I'm not saying that community doesn't exist at all. It's just not as prominent. You might agree with that.
Agree, 100%.
I've got a scary feeling that we're going to become the 52nd or 53rd state of America because we've left Europe, and franchisation is something that's going to be creeping into our culture.
Don't worry, Canada's going to happen first, there, fella.
But right now, there is a stand. Right now, I'm seeing things. I'm seeing fans. I'm seeing pundits. I'm seeing news outlets. Normally, the news outlets are normally in the pocket of the rich in our country.
Mm-hmm.
But here is a situation where the news itself is coming forward and saying, where would the fans on this? there is such an upswell. Even the prince of this country has come forward and said something. That, you know, the royalty do not normally get involved in these type of political matters, especially with money, especially billions of dollars here or billions of euros. Well, I agree with you that there's a very hard task, but what I'm saying to you is that this is unusual. This hasn't happened before. And I've seen, you're right about small examples, Liverpool or whatever, but this is everybody. Unlike Newcastle, where they're crying about 15 years, no one came to our help. This is not the same thing, bruv.
It's totally
This
different.
is everybody in Britain. Everybody in Britain.
You see Boris coming
Everybody.
out. Fucking everybody.
Americans can't see this, but we're over here. We can see this. This is like unusual.
I can
Honestly,
see it.
I can see the passion from the Americans. Trust me, I've seen Americans with passion. And they come. Trust me, I've seen Americans with major passion. They love their sports. Look at them. California is like full of healthy people that love. America is.
When's the last time you were in California?
I've seen the lovely girls on the TV. But
No, you're right.
Huntington Beach, right?
We don't have.
My point is this. My point is this. I think there's passion on both sides. It's just reflected differently. But what you guys have to understand from North America is that the type of passion that we have in grassroots football, right, that still exists today. Those that 100 years ago, those clubs that were formed, they still exist today.
It's a community
by the local communities.
Yep.
It's not like some business came along and said, "I'm going to create a football club here." Or apart from
across the country.
apart from Arsenal, of course. But they came and stole our fans.
Bastards.
They came and stole our fans. They said, "Hey, man, there's loads of people up there that would like to watch football. Let's put our shop over
get it
there."
right. They took all the arseholes.
That's another thing. They took all the assholes.
That's true.
Right.
They saved us. They saved our fan base from those mugs.
Right.
No, but I'd like to hear more about, like, who's the gentleman here with the flag and the thing at the bottom below me?
Eunice.
Yeah,
Eunice, please jump in. Have 2-3 minutes. Let's have your say. Everyone
Eunice,
give
before
us
you do that, Eunice, just before you do that, I'm going to take this opportunity. I'm going to duck out because after 12 hours of streaming, I need an early night. I'm having my COVID vaccine tomorrow. The first one, which means, David, I'm that much closer to getting home, which means I'm that much closer to protesting with you, and I'm that much closer to ripping Levy's head off his shoulders. So everything will be fine.
Cheers,
I
Brian.
want to join that. I'm so tempted to just fly to England. Honestly, once I get my second COVID vaccine, I want to so badly.
Let's do it together. But
I want
David,
to so
love
badly,
you.
man.
Everyone, see you later on.
Cheers,
Take care, man.
See you, Brian.
Guys.
Yeah.
Eunice, go.
Have your say, man.
Yeah, my thoughts on this is like I like the model, I like the concept. It's just the way it's being carried out is not it's not right. In the way, like there's this difference between American sports or North American sports and the European football. You can't model like that side on this side or this side on that side. You know, the NHL has its history here in Canada. You know, the NFL has and the MLB has its history in America. The same way the Premier League and La Liga and Serie A have their history in Europe.
Oh,
You gotta understand, like people, like these people lived with the sport for hundreds of years. You can't just like come in and like change it like that. However, though, I don't see fans backlash on the new model, the Swiss model for the Champions League, because if you look at it, it's the same concept. You know, you got teams in there. You got teams in there that will be you got teams in there that will be in the Champions League based upon their previous performance.
Coefficient.
The historical coefficient is what they're calling it, which is AKA basically the same goddamn teams that just decided to break away will still be able to qualify if they have a bad year the previous season.
I think it's the lack of relegation that really pisses people off. The fact that
there's no relegation in the new Champions League system. For the top 3 teams in history. So for Real Madrid, Barcelona, whatever 3 teams have the most trophies in European play, they will never get relegated. They will be there forever.
It's guaranteed that Barcelona and Real Madrid will be there.
Yeah,
And-
but that's 2 teams versus 15 or 12. Like, right? It's. I think people are upset. But I think people are upset. You see what I'm saying? That people are upset because Spurs don't deserve necessarily to be in that competition every year. Arsenal doesn't deserve to be in that every year. Chelsea doesn't. Whatever.
It's not based on merit, is what it comes down to.
Exactly.
Well,
exactly.
let's be honest. Nobody
Not based on merit now anyway.
meritocracy. That's what really draws a lot of.
Did Manchester City get to where they are currently based on merit?
No, they cheated, and they should
yeah.
financial fair play should have punished them for it, and it failed
And
miserably.
through all their cheating, they still haven't won the European Cup.
Like
They still
nobody
go in there every year
deserves-
though because they bought it.
Yeah.
Nobody deserves to be anywhere. Like
Got to earn it.
you earn the right, and that's honestly like that's on a sort of moral.
I think
scale, that's where I've got a problem.
I think the biggest conversation that needs to be had is that, if they're just going to go ahead with the Super League, I don't think that the solution is to boot them out of the Premier League. That's retarded. What they need to do is sit here and say, okay,
Whoa, the R word. Let's chill out there.
oh, excuse me.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Ridiculous. I just think it's ridiculous. At the same time, there needs to be conversations and saying, okay, well, how can we still make things viable for the Premier League and make the top 4 or at least top 6 still matter? Okay, as far as they're gonna go play their little Super League. Okay,
they'll be one of the top teams to qualify for the Super League.
Right,
I
but
mean,
what is
like-
5 spots?
Yeah, okay, but
Yeah.
what about and then what else incentivizes like the teams like the West Hams, and you're talking about one spot, but what is it going to incentivize the West Hams, the Leicester? Like Leicester has deserved, if anything, Leicester deserves to be there more than we do. Okay, they've won the fucking league. Goddamn,
It's not about that.
It's money. It's money.
No,
There's
no,
nothing
no,
to do
no.
with merit.
Population
You
of
gotta
the
look
city
at
that they live in.
history.
Football wasn't created. Also, football wasn't created like 10 years ago. Come on
Oh,
now.
I get it.
Football was created like 100
you
years
gotta
ago.
look at the history.
And-
Can I ask you a question?
I get what you're just saying. Football wasn't created.
I want to back you up. Hold up. Marcelo, what year was Tottenham founded? You can see it right behind me.
Come on, if you don't know this off the top of your head, I'm failed.
18,
Bro, and you're
yeah,
passionate,
I don't
right?
remember.
1882.
1882.
Come on, Marcelo.
Right.
Close
come on,
enough.
dude.
2 years out.
What year was
Alright.
St. Louis Cardinals founded?
I don't fucking know, man.
1882. So how's
Kid
there any more
loves this
history or legacy with Tottenham than there is with St. Louis Cardinals?
Can I answer that?
Beats
Can
me.
I
I think it's an easy
I've got the
answer.
answer.
It's exactly what I said previously. It's what it means to the community that it was
Yeah,
created.
it doesn't mean as much to the
Right,
community.
Period.
It's a whole
How
like,
can you
say
franchise.
that?
Because it's
More
a
crap
franchise.
has
It's a whole
happened.
fucking corporal business.
It didn't
And-
start as a
Yeah,
franchise.
but I was going to say it wasn't a franchise when it started.
Yeah,
but it
franchise
is
didn't
now.
exist at the time.
But it is now.
franchise has only been
and
around for
They've
like
lost
50
connection with
years.
their communities.
You lost
Soccer hasn't.
connection. You lost the connection with your communities. We have kept the connection.
How so?
That's the difference. Because Tottenham is still part of
How many
North
fans
London.
attend a Tottenham
Part-
Hotspur game every year?
Tottenham is still a fundamental part
How
of
many
North
how many
London.
millions of
It's
people watch
still a
Tottenham Hotspur
fundamental
every year?
part of the community.
It is. The whole city of St. Louis is built around the St. Louis Cardinals. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's,
You
got
Mike-
it's not the
you got
same.
Meister,
Not when it's a corporation.
Streets
It's
are
not
named
the
after
same.
him. Towns are named after him. Kids are named after him.
Listen. New
have no idea what you're talking about.
England is based around here in Boston. I don't see the same connection. I don't see
Marcelo,
the
he's
same
not
connection.
wrong.
You know,
I don't see the same connection. Don't see the same
You
connection.
didn't even know what year Tottenham was founded in. Of course, you can't see the connection.
Oh, I was 2 years off. My
Look at
bad.
Vancouver. Look at Vancouver, for example, in the hockey league. Their city is built around the Vancouver Canucks, and if you don't know, if you remember the 2011 riots that happened,
They burned down the city, mate. Yeah.
Literally.
But that's died.
You can't just
That's
go
died
make
a long
blanket
time ago.
statements. You can say,
Yeah, but
I
that's
understand.
died
There's
a long
passion.
time ago. There used to be that passion, but that passion has died a long time ago.
What are you talking? There was 2018 riots
Once you
in
franchise
Boston.
sports, when you franchise
Super Bowl
sports,
LII.
it dies. When you franchise sports, that community dies.
It
It
doesn't
just
die.
does. It
Marcelo,
does.
you're
It
so
dies.
wrong on this. Because there's so
It
many
dies.
there's so many teams that came from dead franchise leagues that still have incredible in the NHL, the Battle of Alberta is like the bloodiest hockey game Brian can probably attest to that. It's one of the most violent hockey
It's pretty
games.
ugly, yeah.
And Edmonton wasn't part of the NHL. They were part of the Western Hockey League, and they didn't become a real team until they bought Wayne Gretzky from the Indiana Racers or some shit like that, from a team that doesn't exist.
Congratulations, you named 2 games. I can name you about 50 games that are about like that in football. I can name you. I can literally name you a local game that happens in my town that has the exact same passion.
This is the thing, guys. You can't measure passion. Like it's an arbitrary conversation. You can make a claim.
Your entire argument is fallacious.
It's
By the way, can you bring up AK Gaming's comment right there?
Yeah, because it makes you feel better about yourself.
Can we stop using big words like fallacious? I haven't a clue what they mean.
Hey, AK Gaming. Hey, AK Gaming. Hey, AK Gaming.
Unjustifiable.
No. Hey, AK Gaming. You're right. I do fucking hate American sports. I think they suck.
I do too.
I mean, the fact of the matter is,
I'm just agreeing with you on your baseless claim that you're making.
Like, I literally don't follow any American sports. I don't. But like the people I work with are just as passionate about their hockey teams and their American football teams as any people I used to work with about football.
You can't be any less passionate than football fans if you devote your whole life to following your team.
100%.
Yeah, and passion is not a measurable or demonstrable thing.
It's not.
It's
anecdotal.
It's anecdotal.
I mean, the fact is,
anecdotal opinion.
Over here, lads.
It has zero value, though, Marcelo. When you're talking about how to determine whether you're true or not.
Marcelo, what about college sports?
If it has zero value, then you shouldn't get offended. If people
whether it's true or not, Marcelo.
Sorry, lads. I have a question for. I have a question for you guys. So, like over here, we've seen time and time again, right? So when usually a large section of supporters fall out with the board, they usually end up going up and starting their own football club, just nicknaming it, something different to what their real name is. Like United, for instance, when a lot of them didn't agree with the Glazers, they went off and formed something like Manchester FC or something like that. Does that happen in America?
No, but it did. How did that work out for them?
So, right, they're in a non-league. They're a non-league side still, right? They're like where Marine are.
No, it's not about that. I'm just asking. Does that happen in America?
What was the question again, David? Can you repeat?
Amateur sports
or
teams
do you just allow the franchises to move out, or would you go up and start off your own club? And you just allow the franchises to move out and just allow it to happen?
Hold on. All right. So this is what I've been waiting for. I was waiting for somebody to say, "What do you guys do if they just want to up and move the team?" Columbus Crew. Will help me out here. Columbus Crew is my prime example because they had new ownership and they wanted
the government.
Yeah, they wanted to pick up and move the team to Austin. Okay, Austin.
Full ESPN special on it.
Right, exactly. And there was a full-fledged protest. Fans, everybody got involved to keep the team in Columbus. Okay, the MLS folded. Yeah, there was so many. It was
impressive.
It was very impressive to the point where
why didn't they just start up their own team then? Why didn't they just start up their own team?
Because they fought for their team and it won.
They're not billionaires,
and they won.
Billionaires to do anything in America.
That's what happens when it's franchising sports. You can't do that, David.
Yeah, guys, can you see?
You start up your little Sunday league team, do whatever you want, but nobody's going to go there and watch it.
Yeah.
Actually, Sunday league football actually does pretty well in Britain.
Anyone real? Yeah.
Marcelo, here you can see the type of passion that North Americans have when it comes to sport. They articulate it in a different way. So, for example, these guys know a zillion amount of facts that we don't. All right?
Yeah.
But that's how they do their passion. Like, for example, you talk about the baseball cards and the hits and the runs. This is how the passion is recorded in the minds and generations of Americans. They have passion, like you're hearing right now. This whole last hour has been about passion. It's just expressed differently. And you can see from both sides that there's a type. No, we're not talking about hooliganism. You think, Marcelo, look, there's an example. It doesn't have to be right or wrong. It just has to be felt.
I never said there was no passion. I just said there's not enough. It's not compared to football. I just said it wasn't. The passion doesn't compare to football. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion.
It's different.
You can disagree with it, but that's my opinion. I don't think it compares to football.
This is what it is. When you're saying comparing, you got to compare it according to the different cultures.
Yeah.
The way they express their passion.
And
is
that's why
expressed this way.
and that's why most of those sports are only watched in America, because most of the world don't.
No.
Most of those sports
Wrong.
are mainly watched by Americans.
Baseball.
Mainly.
Wrong.
Except for
Basketball,
hockey, well, Canadian,
NFL.
Baseball is the second most
North
watched
America,
sport worldwide.
not compared to football though. Not
Guys,
compared to football.
Guys,
Not compared to football.
Guys,
No.
go Maple Leaves.
It's Leafs. It's Leafs.
Oh,
man.
no,
It's
no.
Leafs.
Your American
I-
sports
I'm from
are
Toronto.
not
You
world
can't call it
watched
Maple
like
Leaves.
football. It doesn't
Go
have the
Leafs.
same effect.
Even though
in
it's
the world
correct,
like
the
football.
Leafs suck. No.
It's number one sport in Central America.
I'm
It's
sorry.
the only city I went to in Canada. So
What is the number one sport in Central
Maple Leafs,
America?
though, Mr. K, not Maple Leaves. I know
I'm
that.
sorry,
that's
Will,
not
but
good
the
English.
American sports does
Thank
not
you.
compare
What
to
is
the
the number one
worldwide. No.
sport in Central America?
Whoa. Your American sports, I don't care. I'm not going to have a debate on this. Your American sports don't have
No, because you're making
the same
assertions
effect.
that aren't true, Marcelo.
No. Okay, so you're telling me wait. Which one is more worldwide popular, NFL or football?
Did I say the NFL?
No.
Yeah, am I talking about
NFL
the
or
NFL?
football? American football or football? Which one is more popular? Which one has more worldwide effect?
And no,
If you
just
say
said-
American football, I leave the stream right now.
then you're gonna get off the screen.
I'm going to leave the stream right now.
I got numbers and facts for you. I got you asked the question. While you're asking the question, I'm pulling the goddamn data up for you. I'm pulling the numbers for you.
American football doesn't compare to football.
Marcel, you have to listen to the data if you're going to make a claim, man.
He doesn't
You can't just
care.
state it.
He doesn't care about the data.
You got to.
He doesn't care about being right. He just
A World Cup is literally the most watched event in
you're
all
talking
of
about
sports
an event.
history.
You're talking about the single most event. You just said what's the most watched sport, and I just told you in the worldwide, the NFL is the number one most watched league worldwide. Yes, you just said fucking sport.
No, most watched sport. Most watched sport.
No. Don't do that. By the way, do you know what the number 2 most watched freaking league is worldwide?
What is it?
The Bundesliga.
Yep.
Oops.
Bundesliga is more watched than the Premier League for sure.
Thank
It
you.
is. It is. Actually, the English Championship is watched more than the Premier League.
Nice
You know
one,
what?
Jason.
Or more well attended, if I'm
I'm
not
sorry,
mistaken.
but football has 3.5 billion fans
Okay.
worldwide. The NFL has 400 million fans. I said sports.
It doesn't have more.
I'm sorry.
I'm
It's way more than 400 million fans.
Football has more fans. Football has more fans.
You're just talking
Simple
about,
as.
No.
You can't debate that.
You're talking about a simple. You're just talking about a simple sport. You just said what's the most watched sport, and I just told you what the most watched sport is. Okay, and you're still trying to dispute what I friggin' told you. Would you believe number 4 on the list is Australian rules football?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to lie,
all
that
right,
is
all
a
right.
good sport.
No, it's really entertaining.
Oh, that's a title.
Don't-
That.
Jason,
You're kidding.
Marcelo, he
Jason,
doesn't
you're
like
kidding.
facts.
No. I'm sorry, Jason. You're kidding yourself if you think football is bigger than American football is bigger than football. You're kidding
No,
yourself.
saying it's more
That's what I'm
popular.
saying.
I'm not.
No,
saying
that's what
that.
I'm saying. That's what I'm
You
saying.
asked what was the most.
It's
goddamn
more, I'm
watched
sorry,
sport.
but football is more popular than American football. It's fact.
Well,
More
The
popular.
sport itself. Yeah. No. The sport itself, yes. But the leagues are different.
The leagues are different.
I'm not talking about no fucking leagues. I'm talking about the sports in general.
Well, you're comparing a whole sport against.
Thank you. The whole sport, because right now you're trying to use a macro.
But the only
argument.
reason you're not in other countries because nobody cares. Europeans don't fucking care about fucking American football.
You're trying to compare a
What's the
macro.
fastest growing
you're
sport in
trying-
England right now?
What? Why is
Cricket.
sport?
Fastest growing watched.
It's got to be
Excuse me.
cricket. 100.
Levy
Tottenham
loves
Hotspur
NFL.
have an NFL ground underneath their ground, so that,
Exactly, and it's
built
very
our-
Yeah, but
expensive.
that's
to
what
build.
make money.
yeah, and it'll make a lot of money, Marcelo, because it's a very popular sport.
But it's
I-
not popular than football.
I don't want it to be,
Simple
but
is.
it
I don't like it
certainly is
either,
up there,
Marcelo.
fella.
But what I'm saying is you can't
But it's
go out
not.
around throwing out
But
claims
it's
that aren't
not,
true.
Brian. But it's
Which
not
sport
more
makes
popular.
more money on TV revenue?
Marcelo,
I don't give a fuck.
if
It's
you're gonna
not
make
more
a claim,
popular.
Marcel, if you're going to make a claim like that, back it up with evidence. Otherwise, you're talking shit.
I literally
I
just
actually
said
think
American.
I actually
You said
think
something. Doesn't make
football
it true.
worldwide is more popular than NFL.
Yeah,
It
You're
may be,
the
David.
sport.
It may be, David. But if you're going to make a claim, and this is Will's point, and I agree with him, if you're going to make a claim, back it up with evidence. Otherwise, you're just talking shit. And it's fine. You can have your opinion. You can talk shit, and it makes you feel good about saying it because that's the sport you love more than the other sport. Doesn't make it true. What's true is what's demonstrable and what you can measure by fucking numbers. And what Jason did was provide those numbers based on your argument and proved you fucking wrong, and you didn't admit it, and you changed your argument. So the bottom line is if you're going to make a claim, back it up with
I
evidence.
literally just said football or soccer. Maybe I should have said that is more popular
let's
than
put it this way.
American football.
Marcelo, just 1 second, guys. 1 second, guys. This is what Marcelo has been trying to refer to passion. You don't have to talk sense or knowledge.
You don't have to be right. You just
I
have to
literally
just
believe
never
you're
give
right,
up.
right?
You must never give up.
Okay, no.
never
Okay,
give
hold on
up.
a second. In the pledgesports.org, soccer has around what they said 3.5 billion fans. From what the NFL, what they said, it has 400 million fans. I can bring you the source. I can bring you here. I can share the link. I can share you. No. I'm backing it up. Okay, so you wanna fucking talk shit? I'll talk
Nobody
fucking
said there's
shit.
not more fans.
Let him back it up, lads. Let him back it up. Let him
No,
back it
I'll
up.
back it up, Marcelo.
I'll
Back
back
it
it
up.
fucking up. I'll
That's
send it
all we're
right
asking.
here.
Hey, I'm not saying you're not right. I'm just saying if you're going to make a claim, you
I'm
better
gonna
back
back
it
it
up.
up. I thought it was
While-
common knowledge. I thought we just knew about fucking sports,
No,
but I
no,
guess
no.
if I have to fucking back up common knowledge, I guess I'll fucking do it. No, it's all good. I have to back up common knowledge. I'll just fucking do it. I didn't know that, but I guess I'll just fucking do it. We're gonna talk
Why
shit
is
now. I'm gonna talk shit.
Nobody's talking shit,
I'm
Marcelo.
sorry.
We're just
No,
asking
no,
you to
no,
back
no.
up your claim. That's
Yeah.
it. Nobody's
All right.
Hey,
In the pledgesport.org, right? Big old dumb Marcelo, who doesn't know facts, right? NFL, 400 million fans. Fucking
Okay.
soccer, football, 3.5 billion fans. Suck my
But there's an
dick.
issue with it.
There you go, boys.
There we go.
Batman.
I'm on a website here.
Suck
Lists
my
the
dick. I love it, Marcelo. Well done.
I'm on a
There's an
website
issue with
here
that.
that lists the table of the top 10 most popular sports going by like fan bases. Soccer's number one with 3.5 billion. Cricket is number two with 2.5 billion.
You're not even bigger than fucking cricket.
Basketball is number three with 2.2 billion.
Cricket is shit.
Field hockey.
Talk about shit about
no,
fucking
hold on.
football.
Field hockey has 2 billion. Tennis has 1 billion.
Oh,
Volleyball has
issue with
900 million. Table tennis has 850 million. Baseball has 500 million. American football has
Baseball's far more
400
popular worldwide than American football. I never said American football was the most
410 million. And
popular
golf has
sport.
390
The
million.
most, everybody knows that. But what I was trying to say was is that you're literally just trying to say that
Watched.
what you're trying to say is that this Super League is pissing off the fucking 4 billion fans around the world, soccer fans around the world, and that's not true. Okay,
It's
that's
not.
not true. All it's doing is pissing off the fan bases of those teams and various leagues. But for the rest of the world, for the
I
rest
give
of
a
the
fuck.
world outside of Europe, okay, supporting the goddamn Super League is right up their alley. It doesn't. They don't give a shit if it
Right,
goes
I
to
get
that.
what you're saying, right? But the thing is, it's a European Super League. So if they don't have the fan base of the European Super League, well, then they're not going to have any support for it.
not
So then
European.
it's
It's
just on
the
the
Super League, David.
It's just
like you can but listen, you can talk about like basically what he's saying there is, oh, you don't want to, but the rest of us over here do. But like, I'm sorry, but what you have to understand is the club is in Europe, lads. This is what you need to understand, and to
I understand that.
and to come across the way he's coming across and just dismiss all these generational fans who have kept this
Nobody's
club going for
dismissing
years
them.
with their money. No, because that is exactly what he's basically what he's just doing there. Is dismissing it. Well, we
Who's
want it.
dismissed it,
This,
David?
that, and the other.
Who's dismissed it?
What
Nobody
David is saying, this is fucking Tottenham Hotspurs, motherfuckers. They're not gonna take this shit from us.
I agree. I don't want you to either.
They ain't
I
gonna
want
take
you
this
to
shit no
see
more from
something.
us.
Hey,
Make
Look
them
at
get
the screen right here.
There's a
David,
movement
Look at the
coming.
screen. My show. Look at the screen. Right?
Nobody-
World Cup viewership in 2018. 516 million people watched it. 103 million people watched the Super Bowl. Okay? Next item.
Okay, I'm not dismissing that. I'm
No,
telling you.
wait. You got to see this. You got to see this next one.
2020.
No.
Where's the next one?
I'm bringing it up. I thought it would just pop up on its own, but it didn't. I picked the wrong item.
Everyone, just let's have some peace for a little while. I think Jason Jason did the right thing. He heard you articulate in a particular way, and he tried to help you with bringing up those particular facts.
That's what I was saying as well. It's like if you're going to make a claim, make sure you know what the claim is and back it up with data. And Marcelo did that eventually because his claim or his position was different than what the original argument was.
Right. Well, the original argument. And what I'm saying is that I'm not dismissing the European fans. Not no way, shape, or form.
Whoa! Look at this. Look at this.
What?
$14 billion
revenue.
$14
3
billion
times more with a fifth of the viewers.
Guys, this is what Will's been talking about all this time.
Yep.
He
All
says
day.
that the numbers are so astronomically big that our brains can't handle the numbers.
Cheers, Will.
Yeah, but guys, all you're doing is looking at your numbers. You're underestimating the European fan base, and you just don't get it.
David, I'm with you on this. I'm telling you that basically.
No, you don't. You don't. I've been trying to say this all day. You just don't get it. You just do not get it. You keep talking about numbers. It may be like that. It may be like that with the franchise leagues over there, but it's not like that over here.
Forget the numbers. Right now
That's what I'm saying.
in the UK, we are seeing a swell of, support. Everybody on one boat. It hasn't happened before. Trust me, guys. It hasn't happened in this country before. I don't care about when the Premier League was formed or whatever. This has never happened before. So regardless of the numbers, you cannot take away the passion that these generational fans feel about what they're being robbed of, and what they're being robbed of is competition and fairness. And right now, these billionaires are saying we don't care about fairness. And what the British are saying is, tough luck, mate. We went up against the Germans. You guys only came at the end. Now, it's gonna happen. I'm telling you, there's gonna be.
I mean, that's a pretty large appeal to emotion there, Mr. K.
I'm telling you,
and I don't know if that's necessarily going to happen. But well said.
I agree with both sides.
Makes you feel good.
I think the numbers are really hard. But what cannot be understated is it's in our blood.
Yep,
and that cannot be taken away.
Exactly.
It cannot
These
be taken away.
motherfuckers told Hitler to go fuck himself, and they got bombarded, and they survived for fucking 4 years. That's American. That's immigrant mentality.
Canada
Can't underestimate that.
Canada sorted that out, by the way. Normandy. Let's just go there.
You can't underestimate that. Don't underestimate the British people.
Just gonna say.
You're totally forgetting that the entire Allied people that
Canada,
England was literally months away from falling to the Nazis, and North America came over and saved everybody's asses.
Canada.
Actually, you mean Russia? All right, don't. Let's not take credit.
Am I right when
Russia
I say
and
go
America.
leaves? Am I right when I say go leaves? Is that right?
No, it's leaves. Leaves. It's not
You
plural.
say
It's leaves. I know it's not appropriate. It's not good English, but it's leaves.
Go leave.
Never gonna understand.
You guys rescued our ass.
A lot of mine. Canadians sorted out World War II. Let's just be honest.
Thank you, guys. I love Canada. I love Canada.
I do. Dave, I completely agree with you. I understand. They don't give a fuck about the legacy fans. They're looking at this globalization and introducing a new generation of fans worldwide to come on and partake in this. And it sucks. It completely sucks that they've sat here and they don't care about you guys. It just really has come across. And I wish
heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. And I want you guys to go out there and protest whatever the hell
I do too.
you can do. I want you guys to somehow, because personally, I mean, I love the Premier League. I love English football. I love everything about it. I grew up there. It's a part of my DNA as well. Okay, to see what's transpired over the last day and a half, it's been nothing short of absolute tragedy. Okay, I understand how you guys feel about it. I've never seen any moment in time where I've seen all rival fans come together and be like, "No, this is wrong. This is absolutely wrong. This is a joke." I completely understand. They do not give a shit about anybody beneath them. They don't care about the pyramid below them.
Nope. Your audio.
Lost your audio.
Yeah, audio went, bro.
Guess what? They're gonna find out. this is the first time, this may be historical, where the underdog, it may win the fight.
I hope so.
I
I'll
hope
pray.
so.
I think at the very least, the voice is too strong for them not to make concessions. Something's going to happen. There's no way that these players are going to not go to the World Cup, or that FIFA's going to ruin their product like that, or or that the Premier Leagues are gonna
FIFA will make concessions. The Super League won't.
The Super League will exist the way they want it to because they have the control over the situation and the power
struggle
and the
with
money.
that for me is that
Bottom line.
I think they're doing it. I think it's posturing, though. I think they're going to make concessions.
No, it ain't posturing, mate. They're in control.
No, I
of
know
the
they're in.
situation.
I know they're in. But I think there's gonna. I think the domestic leagues are gonna let Tottenham play. I think Spurs are gonna be in the Premier
The
League.
domestic leagues, FIFA,
but
UEFA will
how's that
posture.
gonna be?
They're gonna exactly. They're gonna.
Yeah, those leagues will posture, but they'll have to
but
find a way to make
honestly-
sure that those
Right.
teams still play.
I'm
Like
just
the
saying
Premier League
it's-
is nothing without those 6 teams.
Totally,
The Premier League loses most of the revenue.
But that's
So
what I'm
again,
saying.
the
There's
power
gonna
is with
have to
those
be-
6
yeah.
teams in the
There's
Super
gonna
League
have to be concessions.
and the Premier League.
Yeah.
So the
yeah.
concessions will come from the Champions League if they even still exist, and from the Premier League if they want to still exist.
Yeah, but exactly.
Sadly.
The Big Six and the ESL are going to make those demands, but that's what I'm saying. There's going to be concessions in general. It's not going to – next season's not going to start with the way the ESL is written today. It's going to be
I'll
different.
tell you what.
You can have 180 million fans, but you only takes one nutter, right? You have to stop a football match.
Yeah, you got to run out there naked, Mr. K.
I'm getting stripped right now. I'm stripping right now. I'm gonna impersonate Brian.
Shave yourself bald from head to toe and run around the stadium naked.
I'll tell you the one
Hey,
thing.
In protest,
look,
in protest.
listen, I'm just gonna say this, man. Also, some of these guys, like, personally, I don't condone it. Like, I don't like I said, I don't like violence. But these ultra guys in football, man, they can go a little bit overboard. Have you seen?
But Marcelo, what ultras are in those 12 clubs?
Me, I'm ultra.
I mean,
now you do that.
Juventus have ultras. Inter Milan have ultras. AC Milan have ultras.
They're not remotely close to violence like you'd expect them to be, or what Marcelo's potentially saying.
I'm just gonna say it, man. You push these ultras, far enough that they'll defend their football clubs with their lives. I mean, when they say, fucking Tottenham till I die, when some of these guys say, Roma till I die, and I think what is it, Roma and Lazio, whatever, is
Napoli's another one. They're the worst of them all.
Yeah, no, like there will
Napoli's
literally, there's stabbings in Italy all the time because of this. Like, honestly, I'm just gonna say this: like, you push these fans long enough, they could do something.
Does the stabbing change?
Brian,
a billionaire.
have you seen?
Marcelo,
have you seen the way?
Hang on. Does the stabbing?
He's using the
change-
stabbing as a hypothetical.
Sure.
using-
Okay.
yeah.
But does a violent action, just as an example, general violent action, change what happens in this situation? I'm not saying I like the situation. Does it change it though?
No, it doesn't change it. But I'm just saying
So
it could get. I'm not saying it's gonna change anything. I'm just saying
Marcelo.
it could get ugly.
Marcelo,
It could get ugly.
Marcelo,
I'm surprised by that, Marcelo. How did you-
You shouldn't be, because your best friend literally talks about killing a Daniel Levy every day.
Marcelo,
Hey,
Marcelo,
he's
listen.
just the other Brian.
It
He's
doesn't
not my
have to
best
be
friend. I put my hands
violence.
up.
It doesn't have to be violence. It could be
This is the guy I
just
work with.
basically interference. I feel the passion that Jason Reed said earlier. I heard him speak from the heart, from the bottom of his heart. And trust me, I felt it. I've got goosebumps on my body just thinking about what he said earlier. The pain that he felt is the pain that we're all feeling over here. The pain that he's feeling is because he's on the other side of the pond and he can't do it. I'm over here. And, it's like, for me, I'm a little bit closer to get to doing something. And Jason,
What
you know
would you do,
For
Mr. K? What would you do?
Personally, I'd like to go out there and at least be recognized of being outside the gate. I know it may not do anything, but it's something that you got to do something. You got to go outside the gates of the training
What can people
grounds.
like you do, Mr. K and Jason, and people who are and you, David, as well? What can the three of you do who are close to this that can make a difference? Like
Right.
that, like
Now-
think about that, and then that's
record,
the thing you should do. That's
I'm
the
in
thing you
Canada.
should do. Not sitting here talking shit to us, telling
No,
us that we don't know what the fuck
No,
we're
no,
talking
no.
about.
No, you guys.
For the record, I'm not.
No, we're not saying you don't know what
sorry,
you're talking
Jason,
about. But what
Jason,
we're
you're
saying
in
is,
Canada,
we don't-
so I apologize.
No, it's all banter.
we're not saying we're not saying you don't know what you're talking about. Like, this is the thing, and I want to stress this enough. I actually do think you Americans show just as much. You Americans and
Canadian,
sorry,
by the way, not
North,
Canadians,
yeah, North Americans or Americans and Canadians, right? You do
Thank
show
you.
just as much passion as the fans over here does, right? But the thing is, what
For
you
football,
just
yeah.
do not understand. The connection, the blood, it's blood over here. You just do not understand it, and I can't emphasize that enough. And
But
speaking
David,
about it the way you do, and speaking about it the way you're doing, I
don't
genuinely think
understand
you're going to end up alienating yourself.
Power
David.
Alienating yourself.
billions of dollars.
Yeah, and this is
Will,
the
I
thought,
get
David.
that, but you're not listening to what I'm trying
Yeah,
to
but
say.
Will, it's
The way
about to
you're
get
speaking, listen to
Will,
me.
it's about to get
The way you're
Braveheart on
speaking
this
about
one,
it,
this ass,
the way
bro.
listen, let me speak. Right, the way you're speaking about it, right, you're only going to alienate yourself with the fans across the pond, and I'm trying to get this across. And no, you just don't get it. You don't get it.
So David, let me
you can sit there and complain about
can I
being caned
respond?
all the times you want, right?
David, can
But
I
I'm
respond?
trying to help you here, and I'm trying to tell you, and I'm trying to give
Can
you
I
an
respond?
insight and make and understand. And the way you're talking about it, you're just going to alienate yourself even more.
David,
I don't know
can
what more I have to say to try
Can
and
I
explain it to.
Can I respond to
I
it?
can explain. I can
No,
explain it
wait,
better
hang
than
on,
you can.
Mr. K. I'm attempting to respond to that to David's
Yeah,
comment.
let him
No,
let him
you don't
respond.
understand.
Let him,
If you don't,
no, Mr. K, you got to let him retort.
If you don't
gotta let
mind,
him retort.
I appreciate what David's saying, and I do appreciate the fact that I do not have the history that you have and that other folks have who've grown up with Spurs as their club in the country that they've lived in with their parents and going to White Hart Lane. I don't have that. I admit that completely. But my understanding of the club and what I know about the club and my passion for the club is as much as yours and as much as anybody else is there.
I'm not
refuting
that.
David.
I'm not refuting that, and I'm not having them. What I'm trying to say to you is the way you're talking about this situation is like, you know what I mean? Like,
how am I
don't
talking
correct
about
me
the
if I'm wrong, but I have
situation that
correct
is
me if I'm wrong. I
problematic?
have seen you giving out about English fans, criticizing American fans. I've seen you giving out about that, right?
I
But
have
the
not
way
done
you
that
are
at all.
speaking
No,
about
that's not
this,
true.
I do.
the way you are speaking about this, you're just going to alienate yourself with these group of fans because you keep just dismissing. Like, you can sit
Nobody's
there and say,
dismissing it, though,
No,
David.
No,
This
listen. You
This
can
is
sit there
flawed.
and
No,
say
no,
about.
you listen for a sec, David. Nobody is dismissing it at all. That's the problem. This is the thing that
No,
Will
no,
keep
you are.
saying.
You
No,
are.
no,
Because
we're
you
not.
keep,
No,
yeah,
we're not.
no, this is what I'm about to
What?
say.
No, whoa,
You
what?
keep saying.
How-
You
not
keep
letting me
saying.
telling
finish
you
my
the
sentence?
truth.
You keep saying, oh, you can protest and all, but at the end of the day, this, that, and the other. What I'm trying to tell you is
that,
keep
and the
going
other.
about it that way.
Finish what
You're
that
just going to
means.
alienate yourselves with the fan base over this side of the pond.
No,
That's all. That's
you're
all I'm trying to
wrong.
tell you.
Well, I'm trying
not
to tell
wrong.
you something, but you're not letting me.
You've been
letting
talking
me
about it
speak.
all day about your opinion about
You're
it. How am I
not
wrong? I'm
letting
trying
me
to help
speak,
you.
David. You're not letting me speak.
But like, you're telling me I'm wrong. You've been caned about all day and you were giving out about it earlier. I'm trying to help you, so I'm
Why
not
is
wrong.
that?
I'm speaking facts.
I'm attempting to be reasonable with you about the position of people who don't necessarily agree with you and have a different perspective. It doesn't make me wrong. It doesn't mean I don't have an understanding of the situation. It means that you're not willing to listen to me because you keep interrupting me. That's problematic. I have a say in a conversation that I'm attempting to have with you, and you don't want to have it. The bottom line is, and this is the thing that Will keeps saying and keeps getting vilified for, and then I'm backing him up for because it's reality. I don't want it to be reality. I don't want to vilify myself. I don't want the people on the other side of the pond, like you're talking about, saying that I'm wrong and I should be ignored completely. I hate what's going on, mate. I hate it. I think it's shit. But the reality is that it's fact that the power base in sport at the moment in this league's power doesn't give you the opportunity and protest that you think you have. I'm being realistic. That's it. I don't like it.
Well,
that's reality.
Yeah, but you
Look,
can,
I want to say something here. I'm going to say something here because, and David, I don't know if you're doing this to draw this out of me or not, and if you're not, and when this is just regular cool, and we're cool.
I'm not. I'm genuinely not. I'm actually being serious.
So you tell me you want me to shut my mouth about the facts of the matter, so that some
Did I
British
tell you to
man who
shut your
doesn't
mouth?
understand the depth of it might castrate
may mock me or do whatever, they can fuck off.
Yeah, exactly.
Because what I'm telling you right now is that just going outside the stadium and you can take all the passion, all the family history you want till your balls turn blue, fall off and drop to the ground, and that shit will get done if you don't attack the wallets, the purse strings, and the money of this. And I'm trying to help you guys not make this happen. I can't do it because those sponsors don't sell products in my fucking country. So if you're not going to go out there and take real action against the people who finance these clubs in order to do what they're doing right now, then you're not doing dick. And you can go out and you can stand there with signs till your face turns blue, till your balls fall off, until your dick gets hard, and not shit's going to get done about it because, like I just showed you, there are tens of billions of dollars involved. Go do that stuff. Go do it. And when your club
and it's just things like that. It's exactly why you've been caned all day about the situation, is because you're not taking it back.
Okay,
the people over here.
I'll give you
David.
I'll give you all this. No, I'll give you a suggestion. I'll tell you what you should do. Okay, Sunday, not one fucking City or Spurs fan show up to that fucking game. All of those have been invited to that goddamn game on that League Cup final. None of you show up to that fucking game, and that's how you send a message. Just a limited amount of fans that they're going to do that. And then when they ask you, are you going to renew your fucking season tickets? You tell them, fuck no, because we're not taking part of you joining this Super League. If you want to do that,
instead of going to the game, you get on Twitter and you tweet, "I'm never fucking buying deluxe paint." That's what you tweet.
Deluxe paint out. Deluxe paint out.
I agree with that.
I'm trying to help.
Guys, let me try to explain it to David.
If you don't want to listen to me, that's fine. You can not listen to me at your own peril.
There's too many dollars globally for us not to do anything that's not money related. You have to
100%.
That's it. There's just way too much money for them in North America and Asia for them to give a fuck about anything that we don't affect their wallets from.
There's a big world outside North America and Asia, just to let you know as well.
Yeah, it's not just
David,
North America.
guys, let me explain this to David.
Drawing a lot of their money from when they're making
let me explain this to David because I understand him. I'll talk to him in his language so he'll understand. David, what they're saying is that the normal forms of protest, the normal forms of probing and trying to get something done, the normal channels, they will not work. People should do them, but they won't have the effect that we think they will. What he's saying is that there are better ways to have a bigger effect, and that is to attack the sponsors, to protest the sponsors. So, for example, some years ago, right, yeah, we, in my community, right, my denomination, we created an app on a phone. And what it did was it showed all the companies which are aligned to sponsorship to a particular political organization that forms a particular country in the Middle East somewhere, right? Mention no names of Israel. But my point is this, what this application did was it showed all the companies that are associated. And what we did was we boycotted every one of these products and every one of these companies to have an effect. That's what we currently need right now. We need a hit list of products, sponsors, companies. 100%. And instead of going outside the football, we need people outside the football grounds. We do. We need those all there as well. But the people that have got money, that regular people, what we can do is we can say, you know what? Instead of getting deluxe, I'm going to get this other paint instead. I'm going to write an email to deluxe and say, listen, because of your crap, I'm not going to buy your product. I'm going to get 50 of my friends to send their email. I'm going to type the email for them and send it to them, and they're going to send it directly to Deluxe. They're going to send it to 5 more of their friends. They're going to send it to 5 more of their friends. And that's how you build up momentum. Right now in this country, we've got that feeling in our heart that we need to do something. And if momentum starts building, people follow momentum. And that's what he's saying. He's saying your passion is right. But right now, what we need is
passion is real. The passion is right. But the passion is ignorant. Do something that will actually do something.
Well, what do you think about? What do you think about? Hold on a second. What do you think about Parliament and the government getting involved in all of this and trying to
They don't have a right to do anything to corporations.
They can't do anything.
They got fuck all.
It's
unfortunate reality.
You know, it really doesn't take much to buy a politician off anyway, by the way. I would never trust
They don't have to, though. They don't even have to.
Yeah,
they don't have any power.
Guys, politicians, right? Yeah, I live in East London in Newham, right? Yeah, West Ham wanted to have a football ground, and Tottenham wanted the same football ground. And Tottenham offered £392 million to destroy a football ground and build a new one. And West Ham offered 10 million, 5 million up front, and 5 million to be given after they made the money from it. And Newham Council, my council, gave millions. London gave millions. The Prince's Trust gave millions. It's a scandal. For £5 million, West Ham got that ground. We offered nearly 400 million, and we got turned down. That's called scandalous, bro. And guess who was in charge of that?
We wanted
guess
to
who was
alter
in charge
the ground,
of it? No, wait, listen. Guess who was in charge of that?
Ground. That's why.
Listen, guess who was in charge of that? Boris Johnson. Which asshole is the Prime Minister right now? Boris Johnson. So regardless of what the hell he says, bullshit, that guy is not going to do diddly squat. It's down to us, right? It's down to us, the fans, the pundits.
If you rely on Boris Johnson to save this, you are giving up already, is my point.
100%.
I know the guy. I know the guy so much. He was mayor of my friggin' city.
Go on to each of these clubs' websites, get a list of their sponsorships, boycott the companies. Send them as long as you're a sponsor.
Start a hashtag on social media about it. You know, like if you're gonna really like try to affect them in the pocket.
All I'm saying, I'm not dismissing anybody's passion. I'm saying do something that will actually work, because we deal with these capitalist pricks every single day. And the only thing that I've seen move mountains over the last 40 years that I've been alive is the recent cancel culture in America. It's the only thing that's moved mountains.
Two things, guys. Two things. Can you help me with two things? One is, can you?
With that, guys, I have to go.
Listen, okay,
I gotta go to sleep. I gotta wake up at 5 o'clock.
Cheers, Marcelo. Get some sleep, buddy.
See you, Marcelo.
Yeah, it was fun.
Love the argument.
My North American brothers.
Love it.
Cheers, buddy.
My North American brothers, help us with your ability to find data about these lists. Number two,
I'll post one on Twitter in the morning.
This brother awesome, or can he please have a say? He's been sitting there quietly all this time. Let him have 2, 3.
Oh, you get Awesome all rolling. He doesn't stop. So you just open the Pandora's
Let him roll. Let him roll. I want to hear him. I want to hear Awesome. Good on you, Awesome, bro. Big up. Big up. All yours, mate.
I'm gonna. I'm in finance. I know a little bit about finance, and I can tell you about business a little bit. And this is what I'm gonna say. I made this point in David's channel, and what I said in that situation.
All right, guys.
Cheers, Jason.
Cheers, Jason.
Big up, Jason.
See you,
nice
Jason.
To have you, mate. Love you, Jason. Love you, mate.
Talk soon.
What I said in that channel was, how many times did Poch went to Champions League? He said 4 times. Each time is 250 million. If you multiply 250 million times 4, that's $1 billion. When Poch was complaining about, I need players, I need this, I need that, and he refuses to do everything, he was fired, and the fans went crazy. In America, when employers do something crazy and the employees are ranting around, they give them peanuts to keep them quiet. And after these people took that money from just the Champions League, not the TV money, not the advertisement, just the Champions money alone can build a stadium. But guess what? They embezzle all that money. But to keep the fans quiet from not figuring out what they were trying to do, they ran to the bank and go and get $1 billion. The same billion they make from just Champions League. They took that money and said, oh, see, we are building a stadium. So you guys should be quiet. We are not buying players. Forget about it. Poch is gone. We're bringing a new person in. And it was a trap the whole time by bringing Mourinho in. Mourinho fell for the trap because Mourinho thought, oh, this guy wanted me for a long time. Just come on in. And we can get the ride to keep fans quiet from not focusing on what they're trying to do. This whole idea of Levy getting into this is just for one reason: to get money out of it, not to buy players. That's why I'm saying
money. Yeah.
If I was Nagelsmann, I wouldn't even come to take this job. because they're like, take this job. Guess what? He's gonna take that job. They're gonna give him maybe 20 million for his start, and that will be the end. And they will expect him to work with this same crappy pin for 5 years.
That's not going to be the case, though, Osama. I have to say that
Even with the Super League?
if they're in the Super League, that's not how it will function, because the money is different when you're in a franchise sport. There's a potentially a salary cap. There's a certain amount of money that every club is given at the beginning of each season, and then they spend it the way they're supposed to spend it. I'm not saying that they'll spend it wisely, because clearly we know that
that's my point.
Enoch won't spend it wisely, but they'll still spend it. And arguably, if you want to be successful in that league, you'll try to spend it wisely. They're not very good at it, but they still will have them. But they'll have more than 20 million to spend. They'll have 250 million like every other club.
No, that's what I'm saying. But 250 million, they're not gonna spend it on players. That's what you guys are thinking. They'll get the money, just like the Champions League money.
Well, what would they spend it on then? If they don't spend it on players,
they're gonna. That's what I'm saying. It's called distraction, art of distraction.
I know, but if you're in the Super League, right, and you're in a franchise league, and every team's given $250 million to spend on their team, they're all going to spend it on their team. They're just not going to spend it wisely necessarily, which is what we'll likely expect. But they're still going to spend it. It's not
they
like
can spend it and say, "Hey."
Well, they might spend it on the debt. You know, the stadium debt.
There you go. That's what I'm going to. They might say, "Oh,
I think that the reason Spurs are probably included in this conversation because they were able to say, we're going to get this money and put it towards our debt and be a part of it. So I mean, that's not totally untrue, but the difference between spending 20 million or 30 million or not enough on players isn't the way franchise sport works. It's just different. It's a completely different structure, and I don't think most people in England understand, or in Europe understand it, how it functions. And I think that's something that I'm always trying to explain to people. The functionality of it is quite different than what you'd expect, or what we've seen with what the board has spent and what the clubs have spent in England and in Europe. So it is quite different. It's a quite different anomaly.
Yeah, I'm in the US and I know how that works. But what I'm saying is, Levy is gonna make up an excuse why he cannot spend on players right now. He's gonna have to spend it on all these stuff.
But why would he under that model? I mean, they're gonna probably have a salary cap. So every team's gonna have the ability to get the best players they want with a group of players, a pool of players they'll all have access to. Why wouldn't you? Like, it doesn't hurt them as a business. They still make inevitably the same amount of money as they can make every season, and they'll never get relegated. So why wouldn't you spend money? There's no the risk goes away. The risk goes away, right? Like, that's the point of investing in this league and these teams being in it. They remove the risk, and that's what they're hoping.
You could even argue that's why we fired Jose today, is because
100%.
Now we have that financial freedom, right?
You lose the risk. You lose that.
Exactly,
that cost.
right?
Yeah.
Like, who cares if we have to pay him 15 million now?
Yeah, but that's my point. Because there's no risk.
Yeah.
Because there's no risk. So why do you have to really spend huge amount of money? How can you go and say, I want to buy $150 million one player? There's no.
But why wouldn't you? Is the question. So if you know that
kind of person,
you still want to be a profitable club for this Super League too. These guys want return on their investment.
Levy is cheap in the Premier League because of risk. When you're in the Super League, the risk is removed, so he doesn't need to be cheap anymore. He can spend what he wants to spend and not lose the club or not get relegated. He can just do whatever he wants. So once you remove the risk, it becomes a different animal completely, and it arguably he'll just do whatever he wants and be like, I'm gonna try to actually win trophies now. There's no reason to think that he's going to continue with the same habits that we've seen previously in this league, because the way the league functions, it just doesn't make any sense. No club in the league that gets $250 million or 350 or whatever it is at the beginning of every season is going to be like, I'm not going to spend it at all. Why would you? Like, what's the point? There's no value in that. They make more money if the team is successful, and there's no risk in them losing if the team isn't. So they can just throw everything at it whenever they want.
What makes you think they're going to spend it to win it?
They're not going to spend it.
Why wouldn't they? It doesn't hurt.
But why would they?
No. Here's my point, David. It doesn't.
If we've all been sitting here talking about how much they love money and it's all about money, what makes you think they're going to spend it if there's no relegation and there's not to lose?
I'm trying to explain that to you. It's no risk. So for them to spend the money doesn't mean they don't make any money. It means that they make more if they win. So no matter what, they get a $350 million at the beginning of every season, period. Doesn't matter what they do the previous season. They get that money, and then if they win, they get more money. So there's
Yeah,
incentive to win. So the incentive to win is there, and the decentive to lose isn't. So once you have that, you spend money because you make more money. And we know that these clubs, and we know the owner of these clubs want to make more money. So what they're going to do is they're going to put money into the club, into the team to try to win something without any risk. That's the bottom line. That's how franchise sports work.
Levy doesn't care about winning. That's the whole point.
He will in this scenario because he doesn't have a
He
risk.
doesn't.
He doesn't have a risk.
Spurs are going to make so much money every season.
As soon as you take away the risk,
you
forgot.
There's so much naming
rights. But I just gave you a scenario of the
Brian, you were asking Marcelo to back up earlier on his points. Back up your point that you think he's going to spend.
He's not going to spend because it's.
I'm going to tell you
scenario of 1 billion that he got.
But you're asking Marcelo to back up his points earlier on when he makes a point.
I'm going to try to, David. I'm going to try to, and I'm going to back it up based on what I know about franchise sports, and I know how.
What about what you know about Levy, the man in charge?
It doesn't matter. It's how you.
Well, it does because he's the one that has the money to spend.
David, let me finish. Okay. Let me finish, and I'll explain it. And if you don't agree, we can agree to disagree. But when you're in a franchise sport, which I think I've just explained, but I'll try to do it a little bit better if you don't understand. The reality of it is you have a ceiling of how much you're allowed to spend, so you can bring in as many players as you want up to a certain point at a certain level and a certain amount of money. And he makes more money if he spends and invests in the club and has zero risk of losing money if they're shit. He could finish bottom of the league, get the best players in the draft because they're shit, and still make money the next season. The risk is out the window. That's the thing that Daniel Levy is afraid of. He doesn't want to lose money. That's why he doesn't spend. That's why we've been our net spend has been so bloody low, and we're like, oh, our net spend is amazing because he doesn't want the risk. He doesn't want the risk. If you take away the risk in this type of situation, all he'll do is go, how do I make more money? And how he makes more money is if they're successful. Period.
Brian,
and that's on his head.
Brian, let me explain. What Awesome was saying is that Levy's history so far has shown us that they are embezzling money from the club. They're making the money, they're putting it in their pocket, and they're distracting us. That's what Awesome said. He said
that changes completely under this new structure.
No, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
Completely
and
different.
You're right. No, I understand you're right. But what I'm saying is that they have a track record of trying to stuff their pockets, and most likely, as soon as they get enough, they're going to sell the club for like $5 billion.
No, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I don't know what that has how that pertains to my argument.
What I'm saying is that he doesn't have a history of actually trying to get players in that are actually going to win matches.
He has a history of wanting to make money. If the thing that makes him money is investing in the team because he doesn't have a risk, he'll do it. Period. Because that's what he does.
He doesn't have that history.
He doesn't have a history of making money. That's what he does.
Okay. Let's ask Awesome again. Let's ask Awesome again to explain his point further about the financial side of how Levy has been. Here's a track history of this.
It's moot though in this new situation. It's moot.
I wish you were right.
Away. No, it does.
I wish you were right.
It's how franchise
Let me
sport
give
works.
you another scenario.
Yeah, but Brian, it may be how franchise sports work, but it's not how Levy works.
Let me give you another scenario. You ready? When Jose said, "I need player, I need Skriniar," he went, instead of giving him that, he went and buy a cheap person and added more chairs. Did you remember he was adding more chairs during that period? He added more chairs, 2,000 chairs to the stadium instead.
I don't understand why the relevance of what he did previously is relevant to what would happen with the Super League.
Yeah. My
they're not the same thing.
This guy doesn't care about winning. You just said
he cares about money.
More money. Yes,
he cares about money. If he can make more money, if he can make more money because he's winning, he'll do it.
Yes, but the problem is he has to spend first. He doesn't want to spend, but he wants to win.
But it's no risk. Okay, awesome.
Like I've said it like a million times. So
awesome. Yeah, wait here, Brian. Let me try and explain. Explain this. Right. Sure. The reason he invested in those seats instead of Skriniar, right, is because it's a safe return on your money. Putting money in the seats is definitely 100% going to generate money for the club. You don't 100% know that buying Skriniar is going to generate money for the club. When you are getting £350 million every year in a franchise system with a salary cap, there is a 100% chance that you will make money when you spend it on players. The club will make money when they spend it on players.
It benefits him to spend money.
It's a low risk investment.
Bottom line.
That's
All right, I'm going to
that's
jump
why
in here.
That's why Levy got this invested in the stadium instead of the players, right? Because he's a pussy and he doesn't take risks, and that's the safe investment. Investing on the pitch is high risk, high reward.
Currently,
he doesn't do that.
I think what Osmar is trying to say that we're going to end up getting the cheapest players in the league.
Why
I'm
would
going to tell you
though?
why that's not going to happen. Please, you asked me to prove, or Brian to prove it like Marcelo did. And I'm about to prove it to you.
Will.
Okay, so the Tampa Bay Buccaneers has been a shit team in the NFL since they came into existence in 1976. Right? They haven't won a Super Bowl since 2002. They've only run 2 in their history. Okay, a shit team in a smaller town in Florida. Tampa Bay is not a huge city, right? They go in. They've been at the bottom of the league for a long time. They get their money. There's no risk. They don't have to. The owners don't have to worry about losing the club or getting relegated and going out. So what do? They give Tom Brady a $50 million guaranteed 2-year deal, and they win the Super Bowl the same year.
Yeah, exactly.
But is the owner Daniel Levy?
Is the owner Daniel Levy?
Why would that matter in this case, though?
No,
David?
of course it matters because the owner of the club is the one spending the money.
The
Of
owner
course
the
it
club,
matters.
David, the owner of the club in this situation, if it's Daniel Levy, has just made a shit ton of money because he's won their Super Bowl. Period. He's invested wisely because he recognizes that in this model, if I put money into the club,
You're talking about 2 different owners, lads. You're talking about 2 different owners.
We're
talking about 2 different owners.
David, we're talking about two different systems.
The owner of the Buccaneers is not Daniel Levy. We've all seen Levy.
David, 2 different systems.
Lads, look, come on. You can't ask Marcelo to back it up and cane him that he's wrong and then sit here and try and persist you're right on every argument. At the end of the day, the Buccaneers or whatever club you're talking about is not owned by Daniel Levy. Daniel Levy is the one spending the money, and that's the difference. You can talk about all the money coming into the franchise you want.
Can I ask you a
it's
question,
the person spending it and how they spend it. Now, Levy has shit track record of spending money.
David,
so you can't back up your point. It's impossible when Levy
I can't. Can I ask you a question, David?
You can't.
Can I ask you a question?
It becomes a safe investment.
David, can I ask David a question?
Please listen to Brian.
David, let me ask you a question. So if you're an owner, right, and just as a person yourself, forget about the specific owners, and you were put into a position where you, as an owner, had an opportunity to invest in a club, and the best way to make money, you're going to make more money than any other way, was to invest in the team. And that's the thing that you want to do the most, which we know is you could apply to pretty much every owner, including Daniel Levy, that the best way to make that money is to say, if I put the best team on the pitch and I don't have any risk of doing it, I could spend all the money on all these best players, and the result will be that I win the championship, potentially, likely, because I put all the money into it, and I make a shit ton of money from it. And all the players that I bought or that I brought into my team or to my club, I can also sell them at a much higher value because or trade them at a higher value because it's a different scenario. I then also make money off those players. Do you think Daniel Levy isn't going to do that?
No, he's not going to do it.
All I'm saying is,
Dave, let me answer that question.
He's not going to do it.
It's a simple question.
Let me answer that question.
Do you think Daniel Levy
let me answer, I'd be able to answer it.
Do you think Daniel Levy will invest money in something he's going to make money from?
Yeah,
all I'm saying is right, we're talking about track record here. We're talking about track record.
Relevant.
Now, that's all hypotheticals. That's all well and good. But you do not have proof to back up your point. You don't, because the proof isn't there.
Well, I disagree with you because I recognize and understand how
well, the track record is there from Levy.
How this type of
spend on the
sport works.
stadium, David.
Like, let's not mistake this, right? Levy has had the chance over the years to put money into this club and buy players to go and win titles. He's had the chance. He hasn't done it. The track record is not there.
David, do you understand?
So you're talking hypotheticals. You're not talking.
I'm not.
You're not talking facts. You're talking
I'm sorry.
hypotheticals.
I have to jump in on this, and I have to back up my boy David here. But Brian, that question, that's literally just geared to answer your question, so it can favor your opinion. What about all the track record of Daniel Levy when he had the chance to spend and actually win
How much
trophies?
money did he
and
spend on the
didn't?
stadium,
What
Marcelo?
about all those moments where he had money to spend, but he
Marcelo,
chose
what
not to
about
How much
all
money
those?
did he
What about-
spend on the stadium, Marcelo?
No. What makes you think? Makes you think, Brian, that instead of using that 350 million or whatever he's going to get right with the Super League, instead of spending that on players, he's just not going to spend that to make the stadium bigger or build a new
Because he
fucking
doesn't make any
something
money
so
off of
he
that.
generates more
Marcelo,
money.
he
What
doesn't
makes
make
you
any
think
money
he's
off of
more
that.
likely to do that?
It's
He's
so
more
simple.
likely to do that.
It's
He's
so
more
dead
likely
simple.
to do
It's-
that.
It's
than to win the trophy.
It's an absurd argument. It's dead simple. If he makes
Can
more
I-
money, he'll
can
do
I
it.
make a
And
point
he'll
I was
make more
making
money.
earlier?
He'll make
He
money
would have
if he
made more
does it.
money if he spent more and win the fucking Premier League. He
Okay,
would have made
guys,
more
how
money
much
if
do you
he
make on
actually went
TV
and
ratings
spent
from winning the
more.
Premier League?
Completely
How
different
much do you
system,
make?
Marcelo.
Stop.
Five more
You don't know what
leagues
you're
or
talking
more,
about.
He could have won the
Listen to me.
fucking
Can I make
Premier
a
League.
point?
He would've made
Listen
a
to me,
fuckload more money.
please.
It's Will's channel. Let him talk.
Listen to me, please. Okay. The money that these guys are getting now, the 350 million euros that they're getting now, is more than winning the Champions League and the Premier League combined. Combined.
Can I make a point?
It will
Can I
pay-
make-
All
please
I'm
let me
going to
finish.
say is, right,
Hang on.
Please
Hang
let me
on.
finish. They will pay off the stadium in less than 3 years. Okay? If that's all the money's going for. You guys are saying Daniel Levy doesn't have a track record of spending money. On players in the old system, he doesn't. That's true. But he spent £1 billion on the stadium. He spent over 400 million pounds on the training ground. He spent over whatever this new lease on this other golf course or whatever that he bought for the NFL training ground. Okay? He spends money to make money.
Exactly.
I guarantee
And
you.
wait,
I
stop.
guarantee
Let me
you.
finish my statement, please. Let me finish my statement. If he can go into this league and win 350 million a year baseline, no problems, or he can win it and make 600 million that year, why would he settle for 350?
Yeah, exactly. It makes it's
Or,
Yeah, can I make
or
that
he
point?
can
Can I
pocket,
make a point on that?
that 350 million and he
Can
can
I
use
make
it
a
and
point
build
on
a new
that,
Can't
guys?
pocket it. That's not how
and then
business
make
works.
Marcelo, that's not how it works in this
He's gonna
situation.
do that.
You don't just
Can I
pocket
make
the
a
money.
point
You
on
don't
that?
know that. You
You're
can't
just
back that
making
up.
shit up, man. You're just making
Lads,
You can't
lads,
back it up that he
lads,
won't spend
you
money
have been saying
either.
all
You
stream.
can't back it up
Lads, you have
either.
been,
You can't
you
back
have been
either.
saying all stream.
You use a
You've been
fucking
saying all
template.
stream that you're not
Template
dismissing
again.
anybody. But the
That
first
has
thing you
no
said is you don't
relevance.
know what you're talking about. But yet you're saying you're not dismissing anybody.
Because
The
on
first
this
thing you
point, he
said there
doesn't
is you
know
don't
what
know
he's
what you're
talking
talking
about.
about.
Marcelo, as an
in this
individual,
case,
doesn't know
he
what he's
doesn't.
talking about.
Can I make
Because
a
the
point?
whole point of franchise football is to be able to get rid of the risk and make profits. If you
Wait,
win,
hold on, Will.
you make
Why
more.
if they've come out with a statement? These teams, these owner of these teams have come out with a specific statement stating that this is the reason why there's less risk, they can make more money, and they don't have to worry about being relegated. That's
Hold
the
on,
reason
Will.
they're doing it.
Can I ask you something?
Can I
How
make a
long were
point?
Tampa in this franchise football league?
What?
'Cause I know fuck all about NFL. I barely
How
watch
long has
it.
Tampa been in the NFL?
Yeah.
Since the 1970s.
Okay, so then it took them till now to fucking spend money and actually win the Super Bowl.
And do you know the population of Tampa?
Okay, but you said about the whole franchise, right? You said
No.
this whole franchise is where they can spend money to buy to get a Super Bowl, right?
They
That's
built
the
a
whole point of
stadium.
franchise, where a
They
smaller
bought players.
club
They pay
can
players.
actually spend a shitload of money to win it, right?
What?
How about third point of view? Let's ask Awesome to finish off his point. Maybe he's got something that would enlighten both sides. And
Yeah,
I'm beginning
that's
to
what I was trying
understand.
to make
I'm
a
beginning to
point.
understand what Brian and Will is saying. They're saying that the model of a franchise is business-wise is very different from the regular model that Levy has been following.
Totally different.
Therefore, his strategy will be different. Where
How
he
do
will
I
buy
make
the players-
money? That's all he fucking cares
That's right.
about.
And
That's
this is
Daniel
That
Levy's
will be
record.
different.
Period.
Now that we know this, let's move on to Awesome so he can finish his point.
Okay. When you guys were out earlier, I made a single point. So I'm gonna go through it real quick. Number one.
I was listening. You don't have to go over it again.
Yeah,
I was
in science, you have to test what we call hypothesis, and you have to test it. Based on everything we are talking about, Levy does not have the science theory to back that up, based on what you guys are saying. But I do
How's that?
understand the new system. But Levy is the kind of person that is very manipulative. That is why Dave and Marcelo was making their point that it would never happen. Which
So
is
Daniel Levy hasn't spent a pound on Tottenham Hotspur. That's
he
true.
has. That's what I was saying. Like, you have 250
He hasn't?
for 4 times. That guy went in there. He took all that. That's $1 billion that he can use for the stadium. But instead, he embezzled that money, then run to the bank and loan $1 billion and say, hey, the reason why we can't buy players is because we just loan money from the bank and we cannot.
He may not buy players
Also,
the first
Will,
year.
can I also add another thing? You're acting like we're the biggest club coming into this competition, whereas far be it. We're probably the smallest club coming into this competition, and there is no guarantee that even if Levy does spend money, that we're going to beat the likes of Real Madrid, who are going to get even the
Doesn't
same
work
more
that
money
way,
plus of
Marcelo.
what they already make. So
it's gonna be cheap players.
We'll just take the easy way out, and
it's gonna be cheap players, cheap everything. Everything's gonna be
Because
cheap.
you make less
There's
money
no
if you lose.
incentive for him to do that though. Now the incentive for buying cheap players is the incentive for buying no one at all.
It's it's lack of incentive, and it means you're going to lose.
Exactly.
And if you lose, you don't make enough money, and then you end up failing. The point of it is to make money. You invest and you make money because you win.
That's zero risk investment.
Do we know
investment that makes him money? 100%.
Right now, they're obviously creating the Super League, and I 100% understand what you. I understand what both sides are saying in this argument. But do we know for a fact that have they actually put out that there's going to how they're running it? If there's going to be a salary cap?
Yes, they've already said that in the statement.
Did they?
Yes.
Then honestly,
once wage structure, which is what a salary cap is.
Right.
Yeah.
Once there's a salary cap, it doesn't matter how rich your club is.
The spending goes away completely, and the idea that Levy is cheap goes out the window completely. The goal in that scenario, when you're in that situation, is to win so you make more money. We all know Levy wants to make more money. It's such a silly argument to consider that he's now not going to want to keep doing that. Even though we've seen him make bad decisions in the current scenario, in the new scenario, if he means he's going to make money, he's going to spend because it's good for him. It's good for his pockets, period. Despite it seeming weird, we're all going to look at me like, whoa, Daniel Levy's spending money. It's good for him. That's why he's making more money.
Look,
period.
in the first 2 or 3 years of this system, he may not do that.
Let's assume he doesn't.
It might take a season or two. Will.
Let's assume he doesn't spend. Let's assume he doesn't spend, and he says, "Oh, the reason why I don't spend is because I have to pay all the debt back." Is there consequences for that? That's all I want to know. Is there consequences for that?
No, he's paying the debt back.
He's not spending now, so why would there be a consequence?
Yeah,
so if he takes all that 350 million and he doesn't spend none of it to anyone, he doesn't buy new players, and he doesn't because nobody relegates, so there's no consequences. It just stays the same, right? So why should he spend?
He finishes last and gets the first round.
If you're a rich, greedy bastard, why would you settle for sticking 350 million euros in your pocket when you can stick 800 million?
Because
he just did that.
Well, you can have the same argument with the way the league is now. But you can have the same argument with the way the league is now.
Because the prize money is pales in comparison.
Bastard, Will.
It's as though Joe Louis reached into his pocket and gave you $350 million every season. That's what being in the franchise is like. Right? Levy would act differently if Joe Louis reached into his pocket and gave him a shit ton of money every season.
He'll get the gate receipts. You still get his TV revenue.
He's cheap right now because being cheap makes him money in this model. Being cheap in a franchise model doesn't make you money. So he's not. So it doesn't make sense for him.
It makes you a failure, and it's not in Daniel Levy's DNA to be a failure.
He's cheap because
he's not in his DNA to be a failure. He's been a fucking failure his whole fucking time at Spurs.
Marcelo, he's been very successful in making money.
Yeah,
and that's the point. This is good for him to make money.
I'm guessing you're Korean.
I don't care. He's a failure, and most of the fans
doesn't mean your argument is sound.
We're gonna find out.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean your argument is sound either, boys. Because you're saying
I never made the assertion that Daniel Levy was going to spend all of this money on players the first year he rolls in there. Nobody's saying that. What we're saying is that the way this system works, it incentivizes people to invest in their clubs. The evidence for that is in every American sports team on earth.
For the last, however long.
Since 1976.
Also, yeah.
You got to remember
50 years or so.
Daniel Levy doesn't.
See, this is what I've been trying to explain. Off stream, take your head out of the American sports. This is what I've been trying to say all stream. You know what I mean?
That's
Start
the
seeing
model
it
they're
from.
going to. How can I take it out?
That's what this league is, David.
No,
But like the thing is, lads. No, listen. So, lads, you're saying, oh, well, in this new league, why wouldn't Levy spend this to make this? But you could argue the same for this football pyramid right now. Why wouldn't he spend that to make
involved.
that?
You spend all that money, you don't make the Champions League, and you lose money. That's the situation we're in now. That's why
There's
Daniel
no
Levy isn't spending.
failure in the Super League. If you're a founding member, you can never be relegated.
You don't have to get top 4 in this league.
You
There's
can't
no risk.
Get
The risk goes
£250 million
away.
a year.
Remove the risk and teams will spend because it's good for them because they'll make money.
I would say I would argue actually against it, Brian, because
simple economics, Marcelo.
No, actually, I will argue.
No, look, it's all well and good trying to shut him down like that, but hear him out.
No, yeah.
I'm listening. I'm hearing him out, David. I didn't shut him down at all.
No, but it's a smart comment saying it's simple economics. There's no need for it. Hear him out.
Well, it is though.
Okay, you know what? Simple economics. You know what? Simple economics. Spending a little bit more to ensure that you're going to compete for Champions League, because if you miss out on Champions League, your club can lose a shitload of fucking money. That's also simple economics. But yet Daniel Levy has never done that at fucking Tottenham Hotspurs. He barely backed Poch his whole fucking career. The only reason Daniel Levy got Champions League fucking football is because he got lucky with Pochettino, who fucking overachieved at the club. He has never spent money to try to get Champions League football. You know what's not smart economics? Hey, saying, all right, our objective is this, and then, all right, to spend money, we're gonna have to reach our objective first. What type of fucking business brain uses that, huh, Brian? No fucking business brain uses that.
Yeah,
any smart business. No, hold on. Any smart business brain, because you're telling me it's simple economics, but any smart business brain knows that you got to spend money to reach your objective. Yet Daniel Levy, 20 years of fucking Tottenham Hotspurs, has yet to understand that simple fucking concept.
Okay.
So you go explain them what simple economics is.
Can I respond to that, Marcelo?
Go ahead.
The simple economics of it is that the risk is removed. And Daniel Levy, as we've seen, and as you've just arguably convinced probably everybody who's watching this who is also here, is that he doesn't like the risk, and so he fails at that part of it. And the reason he's invested in this league and is like, I'm into it, I want to be a part of it, is because that risk goes away. And once he removes the risk, he can do whatever he wants and make more money. And I think that's the point I've been making the whole time. I think Will has been making that point as well. This is not something I like or want to happen, but it's the reality of franchise sport. If you take away the risk,
these clubs are guaranteed $350 million.
Take away the risk,
season.
Daniel Levy gets to do what he wants without.
When has Tottenham Hotspur ever won $350 million in a year?
Fear of failure. Remove his fear of failure. He'll spend the money because he'll make more money. That's just.
But the thing is, he knows he can't compete with these other 12 other teams, man.
He can now. There's
No, he can't. He doesn't have.
Why not?
He doesn't have the know-how. He doesn't
Why
have
not?
the football brain.
You don't have
Carlos
the know-how of
has
franchise
won
system.
fucking at least
Guys,
like
Will, I don't know what to say about
Champions
it
League.
anymore.
Let's
He has
give
a
this
football
argument.
know.
Marcelo, let's give this argument just a teeny weeny little break for 1 second, because it seems to me that we're going round in circles.
It's just a lack of understanding.
Brian has been trying to repeat the same thing, but he's not having much success because we over here, especially in the football world in the UK, we don't understand what this word franchise means or what it comes with, and how the game is played. The game is played differently financially in a franchise model compared to the current model that we have. But neither here nor there. The main thing I want to say is we have a new member in the panel, and it'd be nice for that member to get at least 2 minutes in.
Hi guys.
Lookman, carry on, bro. It's all yours.
It's my first time.
Welcome.
I've been watching thread for some time. I'm Asian fan of Spurs for about 40 over years. I'm not sure whether you have any Asian coming on in the thread.
Sure, all the time. We have several Koreans. Come on.
I know, Will. I've seen you since last night until now. I mean, on my time. I mean, it's fantastic what you're doing. I understand what's going on. The world, right? You all must understand. We can't control it. The money talks, and the rest walks. You see. So what we can do now is, if you want to support Spurs, right, we have to sit down and think. We have not tried this. Franchise sports, like you all say, is that we on certain parts do not understand how it works. Like Will and Brian and the other guys who are on the American side understand it more. Like you say, I never trusted Levy. 20 years, he's brought me up and down. We thought he was a torch. He was the best to bring us forward, but he didn't. And like a lot of us understand is that he's in for the money, not for the fans, not for the club. But he keeps building things, right, to generate things for the future. And we might have to accept it in the end of the day. We have to try this. I'm not saying it's a good thing, right? But we might have to try this and try to, eliminate the, the monopoly of the Super League. Maybe out of the 15 teams and all that, maybe they might have to do some relegation movement in it. Maybe along the way it will work. And we can shout at each other, we can cry at each other, but in the end, they will go ahead. Just as long we don't get violent with each other. If you really want to attack the big clubs, right, we have to get all the big six club fans around the world, okay, and let's say boycott all the sponsors. Then maybe they will feel something a little bit, because you're talking JP Morgan is pumping in $5 billion, right? That kind of money we won't even see in 100 lifetimes as our own, and the world doesn't even look at us anymore, unless you say that all the fans in the world, Asian, American, whatever you are, we all stand up and walk away. But it will never happen. It will never happen. That's my say at the moment. Thanks.
But my point is, and this is what I want people to understand, I'm saying that evidence shows, right? Anecdotal evidence, right? Shows here in the United States that a silent or that a very loud minority who attacks the pockets can get things done, right? That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not defending this. I don't want this to happen. What I'm saying is that there are people over in the UK who don't like American sports. Marcelo doesn't like them either. So they're obviously not.
I hate them.
I hate them as well. But what I'm saying, what I do know is how the franchise system works.
Yep.
I do know that. And if you want the evidence, look at St. Louis Cardinals, Kansas City Royals, Kansas City Chiefs, LA Rams, the New York Knicks, the New York Yankees, the reason they buy players year after year, if they're getting the same TV revenue, right, year after year, which they are, why are they going out and signing new players? Why are they going out and signing 50 million contracts? Why are they going out and doing this? What is their incentive?
Money.
Because they make more if they win, right? We're talking about just the baseline. Tottenham Hotspur in a single season has never made 350 million euros in prize money, in guaranteed revenue. The Premier League, look it up, Google it, Premier League TV revenue, right? Look up Premier Champions League TV revenue and tell me which is more, right? The ceiling has just gotten risen to a level that Tottenham Hotspur has never experienced, right? We know Daniel Levy's a cheap, dirty, money-grubbing bastard. But the thing is, with this type of a system, that personality makes more money if they win.
It suits him.
Yeah. All the managers, all the owners here in America are money-hungry, grubbing, dirty, rotten thief bastards. Why do you think Stan Kroenke owns like 10 sports teams?
Yeah. Denver Nuggets, St. Louis Rams, I believe he owns, as well as Arsenal.
Or LA now, yeah.
Or LA.
He owns like 8. He owns every sports team in Denver.
I know there's a bunch more.
Or to buy out.
Well, right now, the evaluation of the club on the last P&L and balance sheet was what, 2 point something billion?
Yeah, around there.
Probably like 5 billion right now.
No, but they have a debt of about 1/2 billion too.
Doesn't matter. Debt doesn't come into an evaluation.
No,
it's
Our debt's
EBITDA.
way higher than that.
It's earnings before
debt,
company
right?
on
debt, taxation, and
yeah,
depreciation.
Yeah, because all our debts in
property.
No, but ENIC is listed, right? It's a listed company, correct?
I'm sorry?
I mean, ENIC is a public listed company, right?
No.
No, they're not. It's private.
It's private.
It's a private. I thought it was public listed. No, private.
I think Man United are the only public
Man United and Juventus.
And Juventus in Europe.
Tottenham were the
So there's
first
no way
public
that we
listed company.
buy them off the market or something like that.
No, Joe Louis owns a publicly owned company, but ENIC they pulled it out. It used to be a publicly listed company, but when they reformed ENIC into that group and they sold off their other assets, it was rolled back into private. You can look, it's on the club's Wikipedia page.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. So there's no way to get them.
No.
But like Will is right. We can rant about it here. Like, I mean, just as long as everything is cool, ranting. It needs.
It's the name of the show.
Yeah. We need a step, right, to unite not only Spurs fans, but the rest of the other 6 clubs fans to say no. But by just saying no, it doesn't help. We need action, right? Like Will says, the only action is that we have to hit them where they hurt. And I guess maybe, let's say if Spurs has 180 million fans worldwide, maybe MU has another 500 million fans, 1 billion fans worldwide. We add all 6 together, we might have 3 billion fans. Maybe do something.
Yeah,
right?
my point in this is what I've been trying to say, and why I agree with most people, and that I'm not happy about the situation, is that to affect that financially with the clout and the the value of the club, and to change what's going to happen is so difficult. It's not that I don't want it to happen. It's not that I don't think we should try to make it happen, but to do it, and to do it tangibly, and for it to make sense, it's going to be incredibly difficult with the power and money that is in these clubs. As much as we want to go and fly planes and raise banners, which it feels good. It feels good. Do it, but the effect it's going to have is very minimal. Despite the passion and how much we care about it, it just isn't really going to affect it because of how far gone this is, and that's the sad reality. I don't want it to be true, but it's right. Likely true.
This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying the things that I'm saying to dismiss people's feelings or emotions. Right? Every person's feelings and emotions are genuine to themselves, right, and are worthy of honoring. I'm saying what I'm saying to put a rationalized fear into people, to motivate, to hopefully, if you have that passion,
if you have the ability to, well, if you have the ability or like an idea of how to do something,
to go out and boycott, email their sponsors. That's been my point all day to David. I said that on your first show. You got to go after the money pockets.
Yeah.
Right? You have to go after the money, because ticket sales, 68 million, right? The whole point of them having this 350 million a piece right off the gate is because they don't have to care about. They've come out and said it publicly. They don't care about the legacy fans. This is for the future fans. So anyone who's a fan now, they're already prepared to suck up losing the loss in revenue from people renewing their season tickets, from people not buying merchandise. They're already doing that. What they're not ready to do is lose their stadium naming rights contracts, to lose their AIA shirt sponsorships, to lose their Klitsch sponsorships, to lose their Chevy, their Emirates Airlines. They're not ready to lose that. Actually, they want to add on top of that.
Can I make a point real quick, Will?
Sure.
This is what I will say. Based on what everybody has said, there are 2 parts here, but I'm gonna say maybe we can meet in the middle. Based on what you're saying right now, we cannot stop what is going on. Nobody can stop it because they already made up their mind. But this is what I would say, where we, David, I, and Marcelo, where we can meet in the middle. Based on the theory and science of Daniel Levy, is not going to buy players the first season. So I give it, let's say, 3rd season. He finally wake up to the reality, like, I'm losing a lot of money. Other people are making 800 million, $1 billion for winning, but I'm not getting relegated, but I would invest in it. So I would this and like I said, the theory of I need to pay my debt back and swallow the rest of the 350 billion in my pocket. We give it to like third season, and let's see. After about 3 different coaches have been changed. Because based on what I see, Levy will not buy players. Even if he buy players, it's gonna go in a cheap option. And it says we are owing debt. So I don't think he will do it the first season, maybe the third. After I realized that, oh my God, I can make more money.
Yeah,
But
the first season probably won't happen. I would acknowledge that. But what I'm trying to let you know, Asamal, is that you have to understand that how rich people think. They don't have the same brains as us, right? I know some because of the work that I do, and if they have the money to pay their house mortgage off in full right now, why don't they do it? Why don't they do it? It's because to them, cash flow is king, right? They'll be 30 days late on a bill, even if it costs them an extra 10%. Why? Because they don't have to pay that bill today, right? So going out there and taking that 350 million euros and spending it all back, putting all of that back into that, no, they'll make the payments on it, then they'll invest the rest because the whole point of being a rich person is to get your money to work for you. Right? And if you're paying off bills, it's that money's not working for you. You have to go out and make other investments. That's why they go out and get loans to build big giant buildings that will end up bringing them revenue, paying for themselves, plus paying for the payment, plus X, right? And that X at the end of the year is called a profit. And all they're concerned about is increasing the annual profit, monthly, weekly, year over year. That's what these guys are concerned about. That's how this type of economic system works. And that's why the franchise system is so, I guess you could say, not for us as fans, but for them, it's so lucrative. And
it's why they all want it so much, Will. It's why they want it so badly. And
because they don't have this league. They can still add to their balance sheet because at the end of the year, there's a thing called retained earnings. And there are things, so there are, help me, Brian, the payment that they give each other, the dividends at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And those dividends, right, whatever money's left in the end of the year, it gets to go in their pocket and then they do it all over again. And when you know that fixed amount comes in and it's going to cover all of your payments, right? Now if I go spend 10 million or if I go spend 100 million pounds and my annual dividend goes up from, and I win something and my annual dividend goes up from, the 200 million remaining after I paid off the 150 million up for my cost, right? If I can get that up to 600 million, now what do I have in my pocket at the end of the year? I've got 600 million. And then right in the beginning of the season, another 350 million pops into the bank. I pay off my 150 million in costs and I go invest that other 200 million so I can get 800 million in my pocket next year.
And then I buy players and I can make a shit ton of money winning some shit easily on a regular basis.
In the current thing as well, I mean, yeah, they earn, what was it? How much did they earn for getting in the Champions League and whatnot? Was it 250 million?
For the Champions League earnings?
Yeah. I think it was
less
that was
than
like
that.
158 or something.
Yeah. It's
right. I mean, but like, what? I mean, yeah, like he didn't put that money into buying players, but like our wage bill's got to be over 100 million a year.
145 million pounds a year.
Do you know what I mean? So like, maybe he didn't just have that money to put like all that money aside because he's got expenditures like this.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's not just as cut and dried as, oh, you got this, spend that. It's just
there's other things that come into play when we got to why you got to pay for things. Of course. Yeah.
I'm not saying he's going to do this, but I'm saying this is what the system is built on, right?
Yeah.
This is how the system's built. If Daniel Levy runs it the right way, I don't know. I can't say that he will or won't. But that's how the system works.
And what we can say likely is that he'll try to do the thing that will make him the most money, because that's what we know about Daniel Levy is if he looks at it and he's a smart businessman, which I think we all think he is based on what we've seen, he's probably going to do the thing that generates him the most money. That's what is likely. I'm not saying it's like Will said, it's not 100% true, but it's likely based on the evidence that we're looking at.
Okay, so just the gross revenue for the Champions League was 3.25 billion euros, which is 0.25 billion euros less than what that is. And that's with
how many teams in the Champions League this past season? 32, right?
32, yeah.
But it's not divided evenly, is it? Because the
It's
winner
the share of the 12 clubs participating in the playoffs. Get it? Right? A total of 30 million euros will be paid to the clubs involved in the playoffs. Right? After each round, they get 5 million euros. Okay? So the most that a club can make if they end up winning it is 292 million euros.
Yeah. Guys, what happens if the franchise thing fails?
No. No, because it's been proven in other parts of the world that it does work.
No,
and the
let's say. I mean, let's say we can't. It's the future. We can't tell the future, right? Let's say it fails.
Yeah.
No, Morgan.
What happens? Somebody else, and some other rich man takes it over and does it. That's how franchises work here.
The financial
will the club's value drop then?
Do you mean that the franchise idea fails completely across the board, or
the team,
or that specifically Spurs?
I'm talking about if ESL franchise idea fails. I mean, like if they set it up and nobody wants to watch it. I mean, just for example.
Right, but I'm asking you: are you talking about team specific, or are you talking about
the whole system,
The
league
whole system.
The whole system. Okay.
Yeah, then I just wanted all 12 clubs go bankrupt and break up.
No. What happens is there's revenue sharing. So the bigger clubs support the smaller clubs with the money they bring in, and it's different depending on different franchise leagues in America, the split. But essentially, there's a couple leagues where the top few clubs entirely support the bottom clubs, which lose money annually. So they help them stay afloat. So that's part of the franchise.
He's talking about the whole league as a whole. If the whole league fails,
goes under. If the whole I just think
all 12 clubs declare bankruptcy and dissolve.
Happens to the club then?
Yeah, I just think that's unlikely.
No, that's what happens to the clubs. Will the clubs become bankrupt with it too?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right, guys. You know what it is that this particular model of doing business is a little bit alien to an awful lot of fans over here, and I think to a certain degree.
So I'm trying to explain it.
I think what's been happening is that because the mindset of the football fan over here it thinks in a certain way, using its passion on a sleeve, it's getting these business people are running rings around us.
Yes,
and it makes it even easier for them, Mr. K, to do it.
And because we don't know, because we don't speak the same language in terms of the way you articulate and the way you look at the information, we're being left behind as a fan base on this side without the necessary knowledge we need to defend ourselves and protect our club. And I think that there's an awful lot of frustration that's going to come out of fans because of that lack of knowledge. They're just going to pound their chest and say, no, never, never, never. But here we're going to have to change. We're going to have to start to learn about this new way of running this league. And this franchise model could move and expand more. Because what I've seen in this country is that whatever the American models that there are, like, for example, the semesterization for universities, the models of privatization and so forth, they're coming from America and they're coming over here. Britain has left Europe, which makes it more susceptible to the influences of American business ideologies.
100%.
And this has been happening for some time. Brexit didn't just happen. These things have been planned in advance. And these business moguls, the billionaires,
this has been planned for the last 10 years.
The billionaires have got incredible amounts of money to chuck at intellectual people to give them the best strategies and tactics to run rings around us. And we're only waking up now. So people like David and Marcelo are going to be frustrated because this type of language of articulation is not something that we fully understand. So, for example, Levy...
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself there, Mr. K, to be honest with you.
No, David, what I'm trying to say, David, is that there is something going on, and the way that we've been played... Brian's been talking about it for years. He didn't trust, Levy. He was right. He was definitely up to something, and so was other people. The problem is, it's not just Levy. It's a whole bunch of them. Now, I do understand what David is saying. David is basically saying, listen, you know what? Our heart is going to make us win this. And hopefully, with other people joining the battle with rational thought, with knowledge, and with experience of a franchise, maybe we can win this battle and turn the tide. Because by ourselves, we couldn't do it. We just get outplayed. Now, the final
Mr.
point.
K, I tell you what, it's gone beyond that.
Go
It's
on.
gone beyond that, bro. Because it's gone beyond protests and passion and all the numbers that you're talking about. Because the government haven't just said that, they haven't just sort of condemned it. They've said they will do whatever is necessary. They will bring in new legislation if necessary. There was an emergency session of Parliament today.
Governments are bullshit.
They can't legislate it. That's the thing. These are privately owned companies that are operating across Europe. Like, what is the England government or the British government going to do to Italian clubs?
These are British companies. The British government
Not one of them is a British company. Not one of them is registered in Britain.
No,
none of them are.
They all started in the British pyramid of football.
But they're not.
So
they're
surely
not they're not legal entities of Europe, and that's why they're able to do it.
The British government can legislate them out of existence. They can legislate this out of existence. They can. The British government. Do you think they cannot bring in draconian laws that will?
ESL now.
Where is the history of the British government doing things for the people? I don't see the evidence in the history of this
Is the British government, if they don't like the way Tesco, if the British government doesn't like Tesco selling corn pops, can they stop them? Can they stop them?
Sorry, say that again.
No.
If the British government doesn't like Tesco selling corn pops,
they can pass laws to do anything.
Theoretically, of course.
But whether they can apply it, then it's another different thing.
There's no public demand for that. Listen, there's no public demand for the British government to stop Tesco selling a certain product. But there is a public demand for the British government to stop this Super League happening. And the British government can, of course they can.
They could, but the point is,
what the hell they want. It's the government. That's how it works.
But they won't.
I agree with you.
Governments work.
I agree with you that they could. No, I agree with you. They could, but they're not going to.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, we can put pressure on them.
MPs are football fans. Did you watch the emergency session of Parliament yesterday?
I agree with you.
I mean, they seem very determined.
But you're also talking about all the revenue. You're also talking about all the revenue that the football clubs bring to England. So you can't underestimate that when it comes to the government either.
Exactly.
So the thing is, we would love to believe that the government can do something. Now, hopefully, maybe there's enough pressure from the MPs that are football fans to put pressure on the Prime Minister and the cabinet, right? Maybe there is. I wish for it to happen.
I'm going to jump out.
Question, though. Can I ask who the car is?
I'm going to jump out. Well, I'm going to bounce as well, mate.
Okay, because I got full mince here to get in. So if you guys want to talk more, I'll throw him in.
I'm gonna bounce. So it's been a pleasure,
Brian.
guys.
Right, good night,
love
Brian.
the argument. Hopefully you can continue and get to a place where we can be happy. David, I love you, buddy. Cheers, guys.
See you, Brian.
You know the gentleman that's been speaking to me just now, just below me on the right. Can he put his microphone just up a little bit more, because he's a little bit lower than everyone, and
I can turn him up a little bit, I think.
Please, if you can, because he's been making valid points.
There you go.
You know, he's stating real facts that this is really what's happening. This is what I was trying to tell you, Will, earlier, that there's a growing feeling in this country and it's everywhere, that we want to do something. And I don't believe that these business mafiosos are going to get away with this particular thing, because there's so much upswell. Now, how it gets done, I don't know yet, but I believe that something is definitely happening here.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, hopefully
I'll
it
throw this
doesn't
out
have
there and
to
then I'll
come
be quiet.
Parliament
I'll throw this out there and then I'll be quiet. In America, you guys saw all on TV. We had hundreds of thousands of people burning down cities in the name of racism, which is justified, right? Not getting rid of racism. I'm not for violence, but getting rid of that is 100% justified. On board with 9,000%. Name one piece of legislation that's been passed since then.
But that's
Government
completely
came
different.
out, politicians came out, they had big trials in Senate and Congress.
So what?
That's what I'm saying.
But
Governments
that's
can hold trials. They can
completely
hold
different country,
sessions
completely different issue.
until the paper is signed. They've done nothing.
Okay, but that's on you. That's on you. But I'm telling you, I know what the British government are going to do. I know what the British people are going to do. I know what the British people want. The whole thing with the whole racial thing you're talking about, that's a completely different issue. And I hope you can deal with that. But I know the British government are going to deal with this with all due respect.
And how do you know that?
I disagree with that.
I think what he's saying,
I hope you're right.
Wait. I'll answer your question now. How? What he's basically saying. Sorry, I don't know the gentleman's name. I can't see.
Crystal Palace is his name.
Crystal Palace. Listen, Crystal Palace. What Crystal Palace is trying to say is that there are things happening, and not only just happening outside, but they're also happening in Parliament that haven't happened before.
Sure.
And this is where the idea of legislation coming in could, it's very dangerous. It could really set things off here, because we might get let down by the Prime Minister, or he could be put in a position where he wants to get re-elected and he needs the support from everyone. If he gets in the way of this juggernaut, he will get hounded out of office, and the Conservatives will get hounded out of office, and Labour will come back in, and they don't want that for any reason. But Crystal Palace, what happened in Parliament? Because I missed it all completely.
Just quickly, sorry. If one man, Marcus Rashford, can make them force their decision on free school meals for kids, but then what do you think all the football fans together can do combined to force the government?
That's what I'm saying.
That's 20 million, though. That was 20 million. That's 20 million pounds. Basically, the government spent 500. They allocated 500 million pounds towards the restaurants for half-price meals or whatever, and they overspent by 22 million pounds. They overspent by 22, so they didn't have the 20 million to give to the poor children at Christmas. And that's when Rashford turned around and said, "Hey, what's going on here?" And obviously, he's up there. So
but exactly, that's my point. He changed it.
I agree with you.
That's one person.
No, I agree with. That's what I'm trying to tell Will. I'm trying to tell Will that there is a movement going on in this country which defies the rational business, multi-billionaire control mafiosos that we have. And but if they're discussing this in Parliament, then that strengthens the hope that something can and will be done. And I believe that we're going to show, maybe for the first time in a long time, what we're made out of in this country. And we don't care about what's happening in Spain or Italy. It's about the clubs in this country that we care about. I'll give you an example. The passion that we feel about our clubs is as if someone died in our family. That's the type of passion we're feeling right now. That someone has killed somebody in our family. We're that angry about it. Because the idea.
That's right. The way I can relate it to you, Stewart.
Will. Just call me Will.
Mr. This is like if someone tried to come into your home and take away your guns.
Okay.
Yes, 100%. This is exactly the same thing. If they turned around and said,
"That's what,"
is that real? Honest to God,
real.
We have this system in this country. The working class man, when he went into football, he did it because he knew that if he worked really hard and trained really hard, he could reach somewhere at the top. He'd get picked up, regardless of
I hear
his
you, and I understand you. But
the same thing with the guns in America is basically the foundational right that you have as an American to defend yourself.
It's our identity.
It's identity. There you go. It's an identity, right? So
guns aren't a part of my identity, but I understand the you could say the passion over that particular topic here. But let me ask you a question. I'd like to hear a response.
Go on.
How is Parliament going to stop these 6 clubs from leaving England?
You appreciate the analysis.
I'm not sure. I think today we're going to find out from the Premier League teams that get together in the morning, and in the afternoon they're going to be seeking legal representation and help to find out what they can do. We don't know, but they're going to tell us by tonight. Now, that's all I can say is that a lot of the questions you asked, we won't know until they tell us. They're finding out for themselves, and they're in the business themselves, and they don't know. Like Paris, for example.
I'm going to assume that they're going to rely on the argument of monopoly in this situation.
Sure. But then all they have to do is leave the country.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they can't stop the other clubs because they're not under the British, like, the British laws, such as Spanish clubs or Italian clubs or German clubs or any other
Or
clubs.
owned by Americans or owned by Bahamas people. They're operating in UK. Yes, just like American companies like Chevy. The British government can kick Chevy out.
They can just stop them. They can just stop them doing business in the UK.
Yeah, they can do
Yes,
it.
they
The British
can.
government can do what they want to these clubs.
Supposing they use the German model and say, "Bugger this, we'll nationalize everything."
But they can't. They're not British companies.
No, but they can. Trust me, the British government can do anything.
Exactly.
To
They
properties
can
in this
have
country.
power.
The clubs are they sold, and then the owners can say, "Well, you know what?
They
I'm going to
can
close
make
this
it a
business
British
down."
company. They can change it. They can make it a British company.
There you go. That's right.
They
So
cannot make it a British company.
Exactly.
No, they can nationalize anything in this country.
Okay, look, you're not understanding
Not
me.
registered in Britain, though. It's not. It's
It's not a British company.
Can't do that.
Football ground.
You're telling me that the British government can nationalize Chevy?
No, let me explain. Let me explain.
What are you talking about?
Okay, just to finish the point, what in this country, the football ground itself is the land in this country is still owned by the crown. That's what a lot of people in this country don't understand. They don't own their homes. All the property in this country is owned by the crown.
They can nationalize the stadium. They cannot nationalize the company.
So if we want to change the laws in this country, right, yeah, we can do so because we had to
Right.
change the laws in the first place to allow foreign companies to come in the first place.
Right.
So now we're going to find out.
Different in America. This would apply in America too. The American government can
It
write
depends.
laws
It depends on
over
the
American
Constitution,
companies
though.
if they so wish.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that the Constitution, we have a different system in this country, right?
Yeah,
the Queen
I don't know.
ratifies
The
everything.
British Constitution, it's different than
That's
the
what I'm trying to
Canadian one.
say. What I'm trying to say is that we're going to find out what legal steps can be taken tonight. So a lot of these questions, we won't be able to answer them properly, honest to God, and we won't be able to. But we have a belief that the people that are in those positions are attempting to do so, and that
Right.
is
And what
happening.
I'm
That
saying
is
is,
actually
don't wait on them.
No,
Do something
you're right.
on your own.
Yep.
And attack these companies with your own pockets.
I agree with. Listen, you get back on that Twitter, right? Yeah, and get that list of, data if you can, because you're much better, and you guys are much better at getting this data than us. Can I just ask one
That's
question?
the American answer to
Can I
everything.
ask just one question though? Full Min SP.
Yes. Hello,
brother.
Yes.
Brother, have your say, because you've been on there for ages and you haven't. said
Big
two
up,
words.
Mr. K,
Go for it.
for regulating the time.
All right. So am I clear?
Yes.
All right. Right. So, all right. One thing that I want to ask, right? I think it's obvious enough that this whole thing about the ESL is a power clash, right, between the 12 elite clubs and also the governing bodies of football, such as FIFA and UEFA. Isn't that what it is? Like it's a power clash between both of them. Like, I mean, like you said, like all the other previous streamers have said before. This is all just about money. Like, I mean, like the reason why the ESL was created in the first place was because the 12 clubs, they wanted like even more revenue, but the Premier League and also UEFA they didn't want to give that. So like what I want to ask is, right, do you think it's way too late for UEFA and FIFA to do anything to encourage them to, okay, you know what, don't dissolve this Super League thing. We're just gonna pay you more money and we'll go on business as usual.
Let me answer that question then. Basically, what happened is this weekend gone, UEFA had an agreement with the top six, and then come Sunday they broke that agreement. That's why the UEFA president turned around and said that these guys are snakes and liars, because they had an agreement, and then they broke the agreement 2 days later, and then they announced that they're going to do it. So yes and no. Yes and no, because if the top six felt that they needed UEFA's permission, then they would find a compromise. But they've decided to go full on ahead. This now is backed by big financial backers. They have decided to put the money forward. This money is already there. It's been allocated. Before it was hypothetical. We're talking about it. We're debating it. We're going to plan it. We're going to do it. No, they've done their planning. They've laid out the roadmap. Now they're going ahead. Now this is where we come in. Right? This is what Will is saying. You do your part, Let the politicians do theirs. Let the pundits do theirs. Let the broadcasters, news people do their business. We, as individual people, the only way we can affect it is by, one, protesting outside, which we need to do so that the news keep covering it. Secondly, boycott financially and send emails to those companies to say, this is the reasons why we're boycotting your products.
Nice.
And if we do this, here we go. EA Sports. Oh no, do I have to boycott them?
Look,
No,
I'm
no,
making a public statement right now, okay? So I'm going to read these companies out, okay? HSBC, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, William Hill, Fun 88, Betway, Audi, Libertex, Heineken, Monster, Kumho Tire, EA Sports, iWake Shopper Station, Hotels.com, Vivia Power, Canterbury Boss, and Hugo Boss. And I'm sure there's some other ones added to this that they haven't added to the site yet. Okay, here's the other ones. AIA, Nike, Cinch. Okay.
And that's only for Spurs. I mean,
it's only for Spurs, right?
Yep. There's 11 other clubs with
the other
like,
clubs. All you have to do is
sponsors.
Google who sponsors, blah blah blah, and all the clubs have these partners pages on their website. They're required to. Okay. I love Monster energy drinks. I hereby vow on air in front of the thousands of people that end up watching this video, hopefully someday, that as long as Monster energy drinks sponsors Tottenham Hotspur, I will no longer purchase your product. I will no longer drink it. I will no longer watch any event that you also sponsor, whether that be motocross, even though I don't like it, or any of that stuff. Okay? I will no longer bank with HSBC banks. I will no longer buy a Hewlett-Packard product. I will
What
no
if you
longer
already got an
support-
Audi though?
I'd sell it. I don't have one, so I'm lucky with that. I drive a Land Rover.
Yeah, don't worry. I don't.
Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. I will no longer use and or watch content sponsored by William Hill. I will no longer use and or watch content sponsored by Fun 88. I will no longer use and or watch any content sponsored by Betway. I will never buy an Audi. Libertex. I will never drink another Heineken. I will never buy a Kumho Tire. I will never play any EA Sport game, whether it be FIFA or anything like that. I will never buy an IWC Shafferson watch. I will never go visit hotels.com. I will never go to Vivo Power. I will never buy another Cadbury egg or any chocolate from that company again. I will never buy another clothing and or toiletry product from Hugo Boss. And I'm making that pledge here and now, today.
And we'll
as long as you sponsor the clubs in this league.
Bravo.
Everything that we'll just sit there, right? It's going to take like 2 or 3 or even 2, 3 to 5 billion more people to be just like Will. It's going to take a collective effort of billions of people just for this whole plan to work.
All of us here have to agree to do that.
That's exactly what I mean. Like, if we do it, you got fans worldwide. You got fans in the Middle East, in Asia, in America, in South America. Are they going to be doing this?
Yes, that's another point. Like, that's another point that
Here, I'll help again. 그 한국인 친구들이 만약에 이런 시스템을 원하지 않는다면 그 토트넘 웹사이트 가가지고 어떤 스폰서가 있는지를 보이콧 해가지고 이런 것은 막아야 합니다. Basically, I said, right, for our Korean friends who are watching this too, if you don't want this to happen, if you're on our side, if you agree that this is a bad thing, which it is, please go to the Tottenham website, look at their sponsor list, and no longer purchase their products.
Also one more thing, right? It's not just that. It's not just about convincing billions of people in order to like boycott this whole thing. There's also people that are interested in
yes.
this. There's also
Okay,
people
Tony's
that
on
do
board.
want to watch this. There's also people that do want to watch this. So how do we convince those people that this is a bad thing? Like
He said he won't buy any of those products anymore.
Hey,
That's
real
a
quick,
good point. That's a good point.
real quick, I gotta jump off, guys. But great chat tonight. Great debate. Will, Mr. K, David, everybody. Thanks. See you guys later.
Great one, mate.
See you then.
Yep.
Let's bring in John. Let's see what John has to say.
Hello.
Yeah, John, come on board, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
can
I'll
hear
turn
you,
you up
John.
a little bit. You're pretty quiet. That's why we probably missed you.
That's a lovely accent you have, lad.
I didn't talk because there's so many fucking things going on there at one time. I didn't know where to jump in, you know what I mean? But all I want to say is basically what you've been on about there about not buying this, buying this and that. We can't just do that, man. The whole world's not going to stop buying. Sorry. The whole world's not going to stop and buy like hotels.com and all these different things, all these different sponsors. It's not going to happen, man. So we just got to basically accept what's going to happen, you know what I mean? We're going to accept the inevitable. It's going to happen. We can do nothing about it, man.
John, basically, it's not about money sometimes. It's about image. Sometimes it's about the image and association. And sometimes companies, they do step back when their image is tarnished. And right now, what we're facing is, for the first time in British history, when it comes to our lovely sport, football, we're getting rid of the word competition. And we're going to privilege. And the average person in this country has got a sick feeling in his tummy about this. And there's going to be people in deluxe.
Can I just say this here? Can I just say this? I'm sick to my stomach, man. I feel like someone in my family died since I heard this news, man. I bleed for Spurs, man. I love this club, all my heart. And all my life, I wanted us to win an FA Cup, man. Since 1991 is my first day ever supporting Tottenham. The day we won the FA Cup, right? That's my first memory of Spurs. All my life, I've dreamt about having that day again. And this is going to be taken away from me by some corporations in America, man. This is an absolute joke. It's a joke. I knew as soon as the Glazers came into the Premier League that this kind of thing was going to happen, man. I just knew it, you know. They're ruining the game we have. Like, you know, I've been since I was 5 years old watching this every season, and now it's all going to change, man. It's like,
John, I think one of the things that's been happening is that these corporations, right? Yeah, these billionaire mafiosos, they've been taking us apart one by one. They've been going after one club by itself and then another club by itself. What we're seeing today is a collective response by everybody. And they made a mistake. They could have done this slightly differently, but they handled it so badly. And then Levy goes and sacks Jose 6 days before a friggin' damn, we got final coming up. Look, we're talking about this, and none of us are thinking about this final anymore. We dreamt about this final since the day we qualified for it, and these guys have just literally taken that joy away. I will hate them forever.
Daniel Levy, he's only a rat. That's all I say about him, man. I can't stand the man. He's selling us this big dream for years, man. It was all about the stadium, man. This is the reason why we sold Gareth Bale, because we couldn't go further windows. But when we get the new stadium, it's all going to change. Look at us now. We got a new stadium, man. We can't even put people in there, man. And we're looking at we might sell Harry Kane or Son Heung-min in the summer. It's absolute disgrace, man. We talk like we're a big club going into this big league, man. We can't. I don't know. I actually don't know.
John, we're just like you. Honestly, we're just like you.
Listen to this. I live in Sydney, Australia, right? I don't miss a match, man. I get up at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning to watch Spurs every week. Don't miss it.
I
know what
feel
mean?
you.
It's absolutely
John, what part of Ireland do you originate from?
From County Limerick. David Harris,
Matt Hayes country.
Yeah, I talked to you many times on the group chat, man.
Oh, I know that. I know exactly who you are.
Yeah, listen, man. I lived in Sydney, Australia for the last 11 years. I lived in London for 8 years before that, man. I'm right beside White Hart Lane. I used to make 50, 60 games per season, man.
Yeah.
Can I just beg some things?
The last time I was at White Hart Lane was when we were in the Champions League with Gareth Bale. We beat Inter Milan at home. You know what I mean?
Oh, 3-1.
That was the last time I seen White Hart Lane. And to go from that to where we are now, man, it's absolutely ridiculous, man. And I honestly don't think if the time comes and we do win the Super League, I don't think it's going to be automatically we're going to be buying every sort of best player in the world. It's not going to work like that, man. Because the best players in the world, the best players that want to go to Real Madrid or Barcelona, they're not going to want to come to Tottenham. So what I mean, let's be real about it, man. This is not doing us any favors, but you know what? It's destroying all like West Ham and Leicester City. I feel so sorry for these clubs, man. They're trying to build their way, and everything, trying to build their way to get into the Champions League, to become a big club like we've been trying to do for the last 15 years. And they're just not even getting a look in now. It's absolutely a joke, man.
I think that's what's going to make the change happen for us, and that's where the resistance is going to come from. Is the fact that these clubs have worked so hard to get to where they are, and all of a sudden, us and Arsenal and all the others using a privileged position are going to go into a privileged situation of a franchise, which to a certain degree it really kicks us on the nuts as British, football fans. Obviously, a global product that I get people are sitting at home and they're going to be watching the program and they're coming on to Tottenham. Or they're going to come on to Arsenal, or they're going to come on to Manchester United and say, I'm going to support this, because their local broadcasters are going to start pumping this new league. The franchise rights for TV rights have already been offered to Saudi Arabia and the Middle East and stuff like that, because they know that's the first people that are going to give them billions. But we can stop this. I believe we can stop this, but we need to understand more.
Can I ask the whole panel a question? Do you think that maybe UEFA should back themselves with all the other teams across Europe? Because look, we're only talking about 12 teams out of all of European football here. Only 12 teams. Do you think UEFA should back themselves and just go without them? Same as the domestic leagues?
I'm sorry, but like this whole concept of UEFA and FIFA taking the moral high ground is just nonsense. Because these guys are just.
I'm not saying taking the moral high ground. I'm saying back themselves to go without these guys. If that's what they want to do, let them go and back themselves and just go without them. It's only 12 clubs out of how many around Europe?
Probably what's going to happen. That would do. Sorry, you continue.
Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. If you think about it.
Well, also, here's the thing, right?
These guys have already signed a contract 23 years forward. Like the pen has been put on the paper.
Agreed.
Can I just say something?
Go on.
And I know
it's not going to work.
Please let me speak. Please let me speak. To all the people living over in Europe who aren't used to this system, I'm only trying to shed light on what this is as a person who's lived in it for 40 years. And I'm trying, like Crystal Palace. I don't know if he got mad and jumped off, or if he had internet connections or what. I'm telling you how to deal with an American system in an American way, because it's an American system. So if you're going to defeat an American system that's destroying the club that I love, the system of football that I love, what better way than an American system that defeats American systems? Right?
Yep.
This boycotting of the sponsorships, right? When I mentioned that, Crystal Palace said that's the American answer to it. This is an American problem, is it not? I mean, is that not why I'm catching so much heat?
Look, I've done a research on this last semester on these companies, Adidas and Nike, and the boycott actually worked. These companies came out when they were put under the pressure, when they were found out to be using those Chinese workers. And they actually came out and they said, if you visit their websites, they said, we don't operate in those Chinese areas anymore because they are using the human rights.
All right, go back to Umbro. Stop buying Nike boots and Adidas boots. Go back to Umbro. Right, Umbro doesn't sponsor any of these clubs. Right, stop buying Nike kits. Stop buying Nike pants. Stop buying Nike hats. Stop buying Adidas stuff. Right? If you want to make change, this is how you hit them, right? Because if not, if the government, this is my fear. If you guys want to know why I'm talking the way I'm talking, is because I'm scared. Because I know that these companies are not British companies. The British government can lock down, they can squeeze, they can wrangle, and then it becomes New York Hotspur.
Yeah, but then it's not Tottenham Hotspur, then, is it? So then
no, but the company's still the same, and they're still playing in the same league with the same players. And the same owner.
There's still going to be no fans for it, because a lot of the Tottenham fans that may follow Tottenham over, once it moves out and goes to New York, it's finished.
David, look, you know and I know some of our fan base what it's like. You know, I know. There's a reason why you had to create your channel. There's a reason why Matt had to create his channel, right? As much as we're nice to all the other channels and all the other members out there in YouTube and so forth, yeah, lovely family. But at the end of the day, why did it take until this year for me to get involved in the banter channels in the community that we have here? Up until this year, I've been like other fans around the world. I've been alone in supporting Spurs when everyone around me supports something else or doesn't care about Spurs. And I've got ridiculed on a regular basis without any support. And I love the way Matty gives it back to people that try to do that to, you know, in the chats and so forth. He really knows how to. I can't do that the way he can. I love that. But what I'm saying is, why did it take me this long to find you guys? Because there's a fan base we have. There's a core contingent of them that want this. They believe everything that you
for
say.
Matty, lad, I only started in November, so there's probably only a reason why you only found me this year, lad.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. You felt you're part of this surge of the fringe fan base that's had enough. And what happened? We bumped into Brian. You know, I mean, Brian's been going on about this for years, but he's been ostracized by the main community in Spurs fan base. So there is part of a Spurs fan base that won't agree with us.
And now I'm trying to help, and I'm being ostracized.
But what I'm saying is, like, that's all well and good, but there's also going to be a large part of the fan base that just won't follow Spurs if it becomes New York Spurs, and that's all I'm trying to say. It no longer will be Tottenham Hotspur; it'll be something completely different. So it's not going to have the foundations that Tottenham does.
It's not going to have the support. They still own the Wikipedia page. They still own the club history. They own all that. If you go to New York Hotspur, it'll say founded in 1882 in Tottenham, England, moved to New York in 2021. That's what they'll say. And I don't want that to happen. And that's why I'm saying this, if you want to defeat this now, right? This is how we do it. The British government can come and seize all of their stadiums. There are American cities over here that will pay to have them built. I've already said that, and it happens in football all the time. Right? I'm trying to say.
I get that, but it's going to end up like the MLS where no one's going to watch it because it's like what I'm trying. I fully 100%.
David,
one second.
David, what Will is saying. I live in America.
Listen, I just said I know what Will is saying. I know what Will is saying. Yeah. I've been speaking to Will all day about this. I know exactly what he's saying.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is they can have all that or whatever they want on the Wikipedia page, but just don't dismiss the fans' loyalty over here for something completely
you guys will all stop watching.
And in Europe, when it goes to America, it's not going to work out. It's just going to be an American. If that ends up happening, what's going to happen is it's just going to be an American club for Americans to follow. The rest of us over here.
What you're saying, David, I understand, and what Will, because I came from Africa, so I know what you're saying originally. But I've been here for so long, and I know what Will is saying. So I'm gonna say what Will is saying, and I'm gonna say what you're saying. What you're saying is because it hurts because you guys have been a fan for a long time.
No, that's not what we're talking about, Austin.
No, I know, but what I'm saying that in order to save in America, the way we do things is if you make anything, even in the left, we boycott things to get things done. Then things will happen. You just don't. Their product, you stop using it completely.
Yeah, but that's it. But this is what I'm trying to say. It's different in America. You have different way of doing things compared to what we do over here in Europe. And this is my point. What may work for you in America is not going to work over here in Europe. It's two complete different regions, two complete different cultures, and two complete different ways of doing things. At the end of the day, once you rip the blood and the soul out of the club, it no longer exists, and that's the way us European treats our clubs over here. Americans are different.
David, you have to understand. Awesome. Please let me finish my statement, please.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, these billionaires, like Roy Jennings said, like I said earlier today, they don't give a fuck about the legacy fans. Just because if the English and the European fans may stop supporting Tottenham Hotspur if it becomes New York Hotspur, but it doesn't mean that the African fans will, that the Asian fans will, and I will, but the other American fans will. And it's as much as that sucks to hear, we outnumber you 20-1.
Yeah, but that's grand. What I'm saying is you can have your club, but at the end of the day, it's never going to be Tottenham Hotspur once you take it out of Tottenham. That's the simple thing. And this
owners,
is why
they don't care. They still make the same amount of money.
I get this. You've been saying all day the owners that Levy doesn't care about us. I know this. It's fact. They didn't ask the fans of their opinions on the Super League. I get they don't care, right? I get that.
Yeah,
that's
where I'm bringing
David, what's your plan? David, what's your plan on? Okay. Will's got one proposal, and I'm saying that basically we need all the proposals. We need everyone to do their own different thing that they're capable of doing. If some fans want to boycott the stuff, let them start boycotting. If other fans want to go protest, let them protest. Other ones will write letters to the MPs, let them write letters to the MPs. If others want, if the broadcasters want to every day show what's going on, they will do this. Let the pundits do what they're doing. Now, what David is basically saying is that we are going to get this done. That they've underestimated the real grit of what we can achieve here, and we're going to make so much noise, make it so hard for them that they're going to have to make a concession. Now, what Will is saying is that because they've invested so many billions and so many years to get to this stage, the only outcome that could make both sides happy or not happy is a compromise. But right now, the way they've done it is they've done it in a way where they said, listen, we don't care whether you guys boycott us, jump up and down, but we're going to go ahead and do this. This was leaked yesterday, where in the news they turned around and said, listen, this is what the board members are saying, that they don't care whether you protest.
Yeah, I get that, but what I'm saying is, Mr. K, what I'm saying is right. So the reason why everyone watches European football is because it's the best in the world, right? Let's not make no bones about that. It's the best in the world. Now the thing is, once you lose the support of the European fan base and everything else, all it's going to end up is for the Africans, American, and Asians. Now they can go and please that market, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be sustainable. Yeah, it's not. Like it may be financially, but like at the end of the day, what's going to happen is like you can take it out of London all you want to move it wherever you want, but at the end of the day, everyone's always going to come back to the European model. And once you don't have the European fans involved, I'm sorry, but it's just going to be a non-runner. And this is what I'm trying to say: the European fans don't want this.
David, hold on, Mr. K. David, I get your point. That's what I was trying to tell Will earlier. I get your point. Let me give you an example. I call my cousin out in Africa and tell him, hey, they are starting this Super League. It's going to be Barcelona versus Tottenham over Barcelona versus Chelsea. You're going to see them more often. He was excited because it was not a really devoted fan like me. He just want to see the game. So because he was excited, he wanted that. And he's going to put money into it. That's exactly what Will is trying to say, that the people
do you mind if I just make a point
are more and excited to want to see that game. They just want to see the game.
As soon as Austin Moss done, we'll go with Crystal Palace.
So because they want to see the game, it makes the things, what you're saying, different. But based on what you're saying and based on what he's saying, I'm saying combination of everything would work. Protest, everything that we can all do, we have to combine every force together. We cannot say let's do one. We cannot say let's give up. We can't give up. You can just try everything. We just gotta put everything in the basket and see where it goes. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But if it doesn't happen, the reason why it might not happen is because the people outside us are too much that they are not into the bits and bits and bits. They just want to enjoy the game. So they will put all the money out there. Not even Americans. We're talking about people outside the Americans. I'm talking about people that just watch the game for the fun of it. They don't really devote.
Yeah, but if you don't have the European support, right, the European players and all are eventually going to stop going into the league. And then it's going to be a shit league. and the European football is going to be thriving again. So what's going to happen is you're going to be left with a shit IPL league, or ESL league, whatever you want to call it, for the fans like you were just saying, Awesomeness. But what's going to happen then is Europe is just going to take off of European football because it's where everyone wants to be. It's where everyone wants to watch. And once that happens, all you guys are going to be left with a shit league, and you're going to come back to European football.
Yeah, I have a feeling that they're going to compromise and either give Premier League some money, offer to give them some pieces of it. And some point there, somebody's going to say, okay, we're seeing this money. Can we have a piece of it? Then we'll give it up. That's pretty much what's going to happen eventually.
All right, let's let Crystal Palace have a say in here. He popped back in. Go ahead, Crystal Palace. Hello? Crystal Palace, can you hear us?
He might be still having internet issues. All right, he'll come back.
Oh yeah.
Your point requires the players to be on your side. Crystal Palace, go ahead. Did you get your stuff?
What'd you say, Will?
I said your point requires the players to be on your side.
Yeah, listen. One point I'd like to make when it comes back to a point.
I'm just saying. Do you honestly think Harry Kane's going to up and leave, with his family over the far side of the world
for 600 million or for 600,000 pounds a week? Why not?
So what? Just screw chasing the Premier League record and everything else like that. There's a lot more to this than what people think. To think that all these players are just going to suddenly jump. To think that all these players are just going to.
You can't say that, and instead of having faith in that, I'm urging people to go out and do something about it. But let's let Crystal Palace throw his point in there.
Yeah, I know it, but it's all well and good saying that I can't say that because that might not happen. But on the other hand, saying that all the players are going to join, and the players are going to join is also is exactly what, like you said to me. You know what I mean? You're saying I can't say that, but saying that all the players are going to join,
why do the best players go to clubs that play in the Champions League year in, year out?
Because they want
the players probably will join, to be honest, because they don't give a fuck. If you ask me, I don't think.
The Crystal Palace has got a point there. Some of the players may not give a fuck. They're millionaires. They're only after the money. I mean, look at our players. They didn't want to play for the badge.
All right, but anyway, do you mind if I just pick up on one point?
Sure. The floor is yours.
And this was a point, Will Stewart, you were making about the numbers, the pure numbers of how many eyes on the screens you're going to be getting, right? And I think one thing you're missing here is the fact that you need to take into account different eyes in different countries are worth different amounts to advertisers. So you can have a billion eyes in India, for example, then worth 100,000 eyes in the USA or the UK, for example. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So just the fact so many eyes in China and India watching this European Super League, that doesn't necessarily equate to advertising revenue. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes. Right. But what I'm saying is that China globally is a growing economic powerhouse that will soon outweigh the United States, which right now is the largest economic power in the world. The United States, right? The average supporter of Tottenham Hotspur makes £45,000 a year, right? This is a working man's thing, right? The guys that are going over to flying from here to there are making $200,000-$300,000 a year.
Forces at work there that goes into formulating those numbers.
But look at all the money they pumped into the Chinese Super League. Look at all the money they pumped into the MLS. They're all franchises. They haven't worked.
They don't have the same players. This is all hinges on the players. It's all hinges on the players. MLS is shit, not because of the system. It's because of the players.
You know the funny thing
No, it's because what's on offer. It's because of the cups. It's because of what's on offer. And that's why it's not an attractive proposition for players to go. And if the European Super League is going to take that format, it's not exactly the most attractive for players to be joining either, apart from money. Now, a lot of players go into football. Look, money for some people, I have heard footballers come out and say, yeah, I don't like football, I'm in it for the money. But most players go into football for the love of it and to win things.
Glory.
what's on
Here's a
offer in the
question.
MLS and then franchise leagues is not going to be enough to satisfy these players, and it's as simple as that.
It's
Here's a question.
Most football
Here's a
fan
question.
was a
Imagine-
football fan, for example.
Go on. Oh, he's going to get. Listen, here's a question. Here's a funny conundrum. Imagine for 1 second that Kane and Son end up staying at the club because of the Super League.
That's a possibility, like very
huge possibility.
Yep.
I mean,
Why
money.
would they stay at the club with the Super League when they can just go to another club with a chance of winning the Super League and still get the
They're
same
bound
money?
by their contract. Though. They can't leave. They can't terminate their contract from one side.
Not quite, but they can make it hard to get themselves. They can make a request for a transfer. The thing is here, right? Yeah, is that if they make a compromise, let's consider what those compromises could be. If one of those compromises happens to be that because of some money flow, right, and maybe a change to the structure of who can go in and who can come out in terms of, you know, maybe the 5 might get expanded to 10, right? And then on top of that, the FA turn around and say, okay, fair enough, we'll let you play for England, we'll let you play for national teams, right? If they find a middle ground and a compromise and change the system slightly, right, then we're going to end up having some sort of Super League, but it's not going to be the way that we currently see it right now. That could be the compromise. Now, if they do that, then we could end up in a situation where Kane and Son, both of them, end up staying, and then maybe we might go and buy Messi. I don't know.
But what are the points about this Super League that you guys don't like?
Meritocracy is basically you can't get relegated from. It's a privileged position.
Right, well, 15 teams can't get relegated. 15 teams can't get relegated. Yeah.
Our pyramid system that we currently have right here means that anyone from the bottom can struggle, fight all the way up. And they can also, in the FA Cup, for example, play against the bottom team can play against the top team. That is fun. And people like that type of thing.
I like promotion relegation just as much as you guys do. I agree.
But franchise football hasn't worked. You have India, you have China, you have MLS. Three of the shittest leagues in the world. It doesn't work.
They don't have the players.
You don't have the quality players. You don't have the quality football.
But they have all the money.
No, but they can't get the players.
They don't have as much money. Yeah, MLS doesn't make as much money as the Europe football.
David,
not even close.
David, they need the name Tottenham. They need the name Arsenal. They need the name Chelsea because these are brands which can sell.
Heung-min Son, Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi.
MLS, they got Beckham, they got Gerrard, they got Robbie Keane.
No,
and those
Beckham was
packed while they
retired.
were there.
Beckham was retired when he went there.
Those team stadiums were packed when those players were there. I saw Wayne Rooney play at DC United.
Well, has it made a difference to MLS soccer?
No, because he was old when he got there. Imagine if Neymar went there in his prime. Imagine Bayern. Right now, there's not enough pull. Those team names don't have enough pull. These players, right, which are at the top of their game, they got to look after their image rights, right? They can't be associated with shit teams. They got to. That's why
we're just going to ignore that. So we're just going to ignore there's 3 franchise leagues out there that already don't work.
No, David, listen to me. Listen. Whether we believe the franchise model will work or not work is irrelevant. Because they're going to go ahead. They put money down. They put £3.5 billion euros down right now. They've already got the money, and they're saying, right, okay, everyone signed up. They're going ahead with this. Now it's just a question of whether or not they can make a compromise between themselves and the Premier League, themselves and UEFA, themselves and FIFA. And trust me, FIFA and UEFA are corrupt motherfuckers, and they will, if you palm their hands with money, right? Yeah, they will make a concession. Right now, they're playing hardball. They're playing hardball because they've been left out of the money.
They're losing their cash.
They're losing a piece of the pie. They're like gangsters. They're saying, "Where's my cut?"
Exactly.
And
they're like, "We
UEFA,
can't be more
right?
corrupt than us."
FIFA is like under Blatter. Oh my days! You think just because Blatter left that the corruption left? No, it didn't. It got a face makeover.
What compromise could they make that you guys would accept?
None.
A relegation system.
David, what, if we could change the current model right now, what would you be happy with, or what could you live with?
No, I wouldn't. I'm not changing it. Why would I? I've
No, I
grown
agree
up and
with you.
it's been grand the way it was. It doesn't need to be changed. I don't want it to be changed. And the question was, what compromises would I be happy with? And for me, I say none.
Okay, I'm with you that if the current model, as it is standing right now, if this gets pushed ahead and nothing can be done to change it, nothing, it stays as it is. I'm telling you right here and now, forget boycotting the products. I'm just going to boycott the club.
Yeah, I'm not watching football. I'll just turn off football altogether.
I'm going to start watching American football or baseball, or I'm going to go back to Formula One. That's what I'm going to do. Right now, and I don't want to do that. I genuinely don't. I wanted to do it last night, and I started ticking off. I started canceling my Spurs channels. I started canceling them all. Right, except for yours, of course. I would never do that. I actually paid money to actually join your club.
I know.
That's how strongly. Look, it took me ages to get to this stage, but that's how strongly I felt. I said, you know what? If there's one group of people that get what I get, is you guys. And here we are in this forum, and what this forum is trying to do is trying to educate us on who the real enemy is and what type of characteristic the real enemy is. We're looking at Levy.
But we already know all this stuff.
Well, no, we don't.
We don't. If anyone's took their time to research it and research franchises and stuff, then they do.
No, not franchises. I'm not talking about franchises as such. I'm talking about the way our Premier League, the main clubs in this country, have been individually targeted by foreign billionaires to take one club away, to take another club away. And then what are the consequences? They don't care. I mean, they're going to spend some money in the local region, make themselves look good, do a PR stunt. But ultimately, they want to make the money. They want to get 10 times, 20 times, 100 times more out of something than what they put in. They put £25 million into Tottenham to buy it. 25 million. And they built £1 billion stadium. 25 million to £1 billion stadium. That's just for the stadium, bro. If they wanted to sell the club,
I love your passion and your stubbornness. But this isn't an issue that we can solve with stubbornness.
I think we can.
Exactly.
I think we can. I think
stubbornness is the only way to solve this. Because if you're not stubborn about it, then we're just going to go along with it.
David, one thing we have to do with stubbornness, David, what we have to do with stubbornness is we also have to realize how at the fan base and how is the media, how has everyone got hoodwinked. Because don't forget, even the people at UEFA, even they didn't know this was going to happen. And they would know more than us, trust me, right? They didn't know this was going to happen 48 hours after they signed an agreement. So these people cannot be trusted. They've used every manipulative power that they have, including bribing politicians, to allow them to buy the bloody clubs in the first place, right? Because let's face it, we should have had the model that Germany's got. Our fan bases should have, when they said you can sell this to a foreign buyer, then we should have turned around and said, okay, well, if we do sell it, we're not going to sell the whole club. We're going to sell half of it and keep 51% here in the UK so that these companies can't take the piss. Okay? Look what happened to Newcastle. For 15 years, they've been crying. That's been happening in front of our faces. And guess what? Did we actually turn around to Newcastle's and say, listen, let's go and protest. Let's go and boycott? I mean, they tried to do that by themselves. Now,
okay, Mr. K, I researched the Germany issue.
Yep.
And that 51% rule only applies to clubs owned by foreign owners. If a German owner or German company owns the company, they can own 100% of it.
Agreed. Thank you.
Like Bayer Leverkusen.
And
is that because then the government can have control over them?
That's right.
So they can join the Super League then, Leverkusen. They wanted to.
No. The thing is, the culture of the people in Germany.
German authorities be able to take control over them.
Listen, guys, the culture of the people in Germany.
If the German government chose to do that.
Listen, guys, I spent 10 years going to Germany for my work. And one thing I love about the Germans is that they're straightforward. If they don't like you, they say, I don't like you to your face. Whereas the British turn around to the other guy and say, I don't like that guy. It's a very different culture. So for them right here, if you look at Klopp, for example, the guy is the manager of Liverpool. And he's the only manager that's come out and said how he feels about the Super League. And all the other managers have done what?
Thomas
That's all.
Tuchel said he'd support it.
Yeah.
He's German.
Tuchel. Oh my days, he'd sell out.
Yeah, they said Jose was fired because he supported it too.
Oh no.
Simeone came out. Simeone came out and said he supports the club, the decision of the club.
Now check Fabrizio Romano's tweet. Actually, like the thing about Mourinho opposing the ESL thing. Yeah, actually, the sacking was not related to that whatsoever.
Yep, that's false rumors. And how do these rumors go about? How do these? You know something? That rumor came out about that, right? Yeah, and it was just a rumor, and yet everybody was talking about it, and some people were talking about it as if it was fact.
Everyone's actually believed it now. Like if you go to all the social medias, they say, "Oh, respect to Jose for this, and that."
Okay, and let me tell you one rumor, right? Yeah, that's got completely out of hand with our club, right? Jose Mourinho is a liar. No, he said one thing wrong, and now all of a sudden he's branded a liar. And I've heard people in Spurs channels constantly say this shit. I won't mention names, but they keep repeating it. I keep telling them, look, it's only one lie, and they overlook that because they want to pat themselves on the back to say, you know what, I told you Jose wasn't the right man. That's the type of
but
shit
half of these people were saying it when they're top of the league, so just take no heed to them.
My point is, some of those people are in your friggin' channel, bro. They're in Matt's channel. They're in Takeaway friggin' channel. They're in sometimes even popping into Will's channel, and they're sprouting the same shit, right? I have to be nice when I'm on there, but right now I came on here, right, yeah, to make this one point, and I've waited 4.25 hours to make this one teeny-weeny point. And that we've got assholes in this fan base that talk shit and are two-faced, right? And they're using us to get to where they want to get to. They talk sweet to us, and yet they talk shit about things. There's something called loyalty for our club, for our team, and our players. We've got the right to criticize them, but the way Jose has been outed, it's almost like they're congratulating themselves that hey, look, you know what? They're trying to justify why they were like this. And now all of a sudden, they're on every friggin' damn channel. Because they made that one point. Oh, can you name 2 things that fucking Jose has done? Right? What a load of bollocks. I'm sorry, right, yeah, but Jose Mourinho, right, yeah, is one of the most decorated managers on the friggin' planet. He got set up hard. And yet, where some of these people are so blind to admit that, they would rather get the brownie points to be the first person on the bandwagon to make these smug remarks. And I'm sick of it.
I said that
I'm really sick of it.
I said that too. I said that today. I said it was set up from the get-go. It was set up. The job he took was a setup. The whole time.
Awesome. What thing is, right, yeah, is that I got away from these type of people to come to the Harris Army, and some of these people have infiltrated our communities, and they're still talking shit. Okay, I don't like this type of thing. This is basically where the loyalty
on the other hand
fails.
On the other hand, you got the Mourinhistas that are literally trashing the club right now, and you're like small club, tin pot club. You're trash. You're this. You're that. I mean,
that's wrong. I think somewhere in the middle. I think somewhere in the middle is always the best. Whenever it comes down to it, I always like to be in the middle somewhere. You might have noticed me doing this here as well.
I'm in the middle too. Not right now.
May I ask a question?
I haven't.
I mean, when it comes to, there was a guy called Eunice.
I love to be in the middle.
There was a
nice one, Will.
There's a nice one, Will.
Will, sorry, mate. In this argument, you got to put me in the middle now.
There's a guy called Eunice. Is a Chelsea fan. It was like in the middle of the season. Sammy. Yeah. So the guy was saying that if you want Jose to be successful, give him what he wants. He just needs a defender. This is a Chelsea fan saying when he was in Chelsea, a defender broke his leg, went to the hospital, discharged himself, and came back just to make sure that I want to be back on the field to fight, because it was like They wanted to fight with privilege. Everybody wanted to fight. But if you look at the way the game is right now, the players controls the team. It's supposed to be the team controlling the player, or the manager controlling the player. As the player, any little thing, oh, I'm gonna go to social media. Oh, my manager talks sad about me. You know, everybody goes to social media.
This is what I want to say. Look, everybody knows that I'm not for this. I just want people to realize that this is right. If you want it to be about passion and about, you know, killing the European game, then you have to get every single European fan to be on your side 100% and never support this ever again. Right? If 50% break, the rest of you are dead, right? It's like Rome. Rome wasn't conquered in a day. It took hundreds of years to dissolve that power, right? The British Empire wasn't absolved in a day. It took hundreds of years for it to be dissolved, right? The thing is if the enemy is using iron swords, you can't go and attack them with bronze, right? You got to know you got to fight fire with fire, right? You can't go in there like even they say this in the United States all the time, right? If I have a handgun, how am I going to go fight a guy in a tank? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right. You know, these guys are coming at us with tanks here. And if we go at them with sticks and knives and handguns, yeah, we may take a couple of them out with us, right? But they're going to end up slaughtering us all. And that's what I'm saying. We got to come at them with tanks. If they're going to do tanks, we got to do guerrilla warfare where we hide in the ditch and throw bombs on their tracks, right? That's what I'm saying. Knock the tracks off of it. We have to be strategic with this if we want to knock the tracks off the tank.
Well, as much as strategic you want, you also need to have a level of integrity as well inside. We need integrity. That's one of the things which is being destroyed right now with this football, with this franchise, is the integrity of the fan base and the integrity of the sport itself. So this is one of the I think that one of the issues which I have right here with our fan base is that I don't see that level of integrity in the core center. Instead, I see people that don't understand the word loyalty at all. They don't respect people who are good at what they do. They instead turn around and viciously attack someone when they're set up to fail. Look, you know what I want? As you know, before we used to say, put some respect on Poch's name. You know what I'd like to say? Put some respect on Jose's name. This guy said, I'm never going to come to Spurs. And yet he did. And when he came to Spurs, he changed his tune to ruffle the feathers of our team. And what happened? They started crying. And what happened after they started crying? Some of the fan base turned around and said, oh no, he's shit now. He can't get these guys to play. He can't get this team to play. I can get some idiot from the championship and come and manage this team and they'll get better results. And I'm thinking to myself, hold on a second. We're 5 points away from what? Top 4?
I didn't
5 points. Forget whether we wanted. No,
You know, I don't want
the
him
wrong
in,
guy.
but the people who are calling for like Scott Parker or Eddie Howe or any of those managers, like, what have they accomplished? Why do you want them at the club?
Yeah.
Why are we going?
What do you guys say about stuff like this? He's obviously not American. Bjorn Egelhage. Right. That's what I'm saying. We have to unite all of us together. Right?
Yep.
People with pride and history and passion cannot bulldoze their way with their smaller numbers and expect to win this war. We have to unite the clans.
We can't. We can unite like 90% of the clans, but there's always going to be 10% bullshitness.
All we need is 50%. If half of the river disappears, right?
I'm always on like this. We are Tottenham TV and the entire chat is like those Yanks, and even if they're not American, it's just like, why are you creating that like division? Why does it matter where you're from?
Agreed.
We have the same passion that you have for it.
Huh? What'd you say?
I don't like that comment there, to be honest. Your man here that says the elitist home fans have attacked foreign fans for many years, and now you expect that they will stand up and fight for you.
No, fight for yourself.
No one's asking you to. No one's asking to stand up and fight for us. And this is exactly what I was. My point earlier on, like, you know, exactly what he said there is dismissing the heartbeat and the blood life of the club, whether international fans like to believe it or not. You know, the fan base started in England originally, and it's generational, and it's the heartbeat and lifeblood of the club. And your man's comment there is exactly what I've been trying to get at all day. Exactly. You need, in order for the points everyone's making here today to be justified, you have to respect the heartbeat and the blood of the club.
I do. I don't want him to go anywhere.
No, but your man's comment there and that, you know, and this is the point I'm trying to get across. He's saying the elitist home fans have attacked foreign fans for many years. Like, you know what I mean? What's he on about? Like, what is he on about?
David, can I explain that to you? Can I explain that to you? Because I'm a bit on the outside. I have never ever been to a Spurs football match in a stadium. Never been, not once. Okay, so I'm like a lot of the fans which are abroad that are watching it from afar. And what I've seen, right, yeah, when I first came across the Spurs communities, right, yeah, there was a level of eliteness and snobbery, right, yeah, when it came to, you know, we're generational Spurs fans,
plastic
you
fans.
know, okay, can I ask one question? Because I don't know the answer to this. David, answer the question, please. What is the Yid Army?
The Yid Army, it's so basically the word Yid was thrown at Spurs fans as a derogatory term, and Spurs fans took it and used it as a term for themselves, all as one fan base, basically. So they turned a derogatory term used against them into a term of endearment for fans of Tottenham Hotspur.
In that case, I'm part of the Yid Army then. I'm part of the Yid Army because I hate that type of, you know, I get this from West Ham fans all the friggin' time, right? Yeah. And I tell them, you're a bunch of so-and-sos for being this derogatory towards another bunch of human beings. And you're getting away with it. You're getting away with it. The way that they vilify Spurs fans in the media, by the pundits, by the news broadcasters, and they get away with it off the cuff. You know, and it's okay to be like this. I stopped listening to Talk Sport, and I used to religiously listen to it all day, every day, for years, until that guy from Chelsea, Cundy, right, yeah, started talking shit and letting other people talk shit about Spurs. You remember that time when we were chasing for like Leicester? I stopped listening to them then, and this is normalized. So as far as I'm concerned, if that's the reason why the Yid Army exists, then I'm proud to be part of the Yid Army, and I'm not even Yiddish.
No, that is why it exists. That's the truth of it. It was used as a term, derogatory term against us, and we turned it to a term of endearment. We started calling ourselves the Yid Army basically, so that other people stop using the derogatory term against us.
Why should I be demonized for where I come from then? Do I love Tottenham less?
Well, who's demonizing you?
Right. So basically, David.
David,
what would happen? David, what would happen?
How did I demonize you?
No, not you.
David.
You've seen me.
David, let me explain. When I first started coming across the Spurs community, right, yeah, I would get things thrown back in my. I would make simple observation. I'd say, hold on a second, this guy Levy, right, yeah, he's not doing it right. And I would get so much fucking crap that they would say to me, but you don't know what you're talking about. This, that, and the other about Levy. That's, that, and the other. Here's some facts. He's done this. He's done that. He's made our club great. This, that, and the other. That's what that used to put me off. That's the elitism that they're talking about. That they know.
And that's what I was saying.
They know better than other fans. And they can dictate.
No. I'm not talking about you. You've been nothing but kind to me and shown me love and respect.
That's it.
Since I met you, right? And that's why I love the group that we're in, right? But I'm saying you have seen in the comments, people call me a Yank.
I think I saw
Get that damn American off of there.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
He's a fool. You've balked people from your channel for saying that stuff to me.
Yeah, but that's in terms of where you're from. I get it because I'm Irish. You know what I mean?
Yeah. David, this is not against this. That statement is not against you as such. Although half that statement is incorrect. The first half is correct. The second half is not correct. The bit where why should we stand for you? No, Giza, you need to stand for yourself. You're the Spurs fan. You stand up and be accounted for your own merits, for the way you want to fight. There shouldn't be this division between. We need to get rid of this type of culture where people believe, oh, because I'm brought up in Tottenham, it's my club, and all these other people are like part-time fans.
No, that's not the
real
case. But
fans.
what I'm saying is right. A lot of fans around the world, and I'm speaking for a lot of them now. A lot of them are only new to Tottenham, right? But you have to have that respect for the people that the club originated from. Like the club originated for people in Tottenham, and then it went to an English audience, then went to a global audience, right? But you still have to respect the bloodline and of the club. You know what I mean? These
that here though, David.
David, there's no issue here.
No, but
David, there's no issue here. But what I will tell you, because I've never been to a Spurs match ever, I'm not classified as a real fan when I first started to come across the Spurs community. I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about the Facebook channels. That's where originally I started coming, not YouTube. It was originally I went to Facebook, and that's where I joined the Spurs community.
Right, and if you only go to home games, you're not a real fan.
And you know, it's like people were saying, well, you've never been to a match. You're not a fan. And this is how this gentleman over here, Borg, he says he's a United fan for 40 years, but because he's not he's not Manchester based, he's been told by them that he's worthless. And imagine for 1 second, David. In fact, you do imagine because you're Irish. You know, you've had similar sort of like baloney, but the thing is, you've been to a match. You've got a picture of you. You've got the Yid Army logo. I've never had that. And trust me, you guys made me feel welcome in your community, and that's why you see me brandishing the word Harris Army absolutely bloody everywhere. Come on, you guys know this, right? Yeah, everywhere I go, the Harris Army, bro. And because you guys made me feel proud to be part of this community. You made me feel welcome for the first time. So imagine, David, for 1 second, all the times before you guys, how I felt. And that's how this guy is talking about. This is how he feels. I know how he feels. 100% I know how he feels. So I'm not blaming, it's not you, David, in any way. This has got to do with those hardcore bloodlines you're talking about, which are arrogant. Not all of them. Some of them, like Arthur, for example, beautiful legend of a person. Yeah, kind-hearted person, open and so forth. But some of them have a snobbishness, right? And they do exist. And most of those snobs, right, yeah, happen to be Levy lovers. 100%. You know? Because I used to say things. And
There you go, my friend.
You know, please someone else take over the conversation because I need to have a drink.
No, I mean, my point is I'm not disrespecting or putting down the heart or the bloodline of the club. I'm not saying that. I want this to end. I want this to not happen. I want Tottenham to stay in Tottenham forever. I want there to be promotion and relegation, right? I've went through this pretty passionately on your channel, David. You know how I feel. I'm trying to give us more weapons to fight this. More avenues. Because I can see this because, look, it's the same way that the British banking system entered the United States. It's the same way that socialism has entered the United States. It has completely ruined the bloodline, heart, and soul of America.
Will.
Yeah.
Will, have you spoken to Ben and Sim, the We Are Tottenham boys?
No.
You know, I believe right now.
have what now?
Oh, you know, all right. So, like, do you know that right now? I believe that they are conducting like some kind of a plan. You know, they are like, I think they are collaborating with like the rest of the fans, Arsenal, Chelsea, Man City, United. Like they're planning to take action on this. But you know what? I believe that Will Stewart's input, right, the ones that he has been giving like all day long the other day, I believe it will be a major help. You know, in order for this.
And this is the thing.
I'm an American, so nobody wants to hear my
I
opinion.
am not dismissing anything Will has to say. And I fully understand, you know, Will has a point. I get that, right? But at the same time, what I'm saying is a lot of the fans that were out there protesting and all today and that are organising the protests, right? I've been following this club home and away for 20 years, right? And whether people like to think that doesn't mean anything, unfortunately, it does. And to tell these people who have bought tickets, travelled home and away, and stood on the terraces, sun, rain, shine or snow, right? To kind of say, you know, well, like, you can do this, but it's not going to work. You can't tell them, you know what I mean? You have to respect what they're trying to do. You can't sit there and tell them, oh, that's not going to work. Do it this way, this way, this way. I get fully, right, that Will is making points. To be honest with you, we should be listening to anybody that has a view on this and should be taking on board what everybody is saying. We should be.
Here.
But what I'm saying is,
I agree. And I never
it's
told
just
him not to do it.
No, Will, David's got a point there. It's not what you're saying. Sometimes it's the manner in which you're saying it. It makes the person listening on this side disheartened, feeling that there's a level of despair. I know that's not your intention.
Yeah, so
I know 100% that's not your intention. I'm saying if you can change the style a little bit, just change the style a little bit, maybe end the sentence with something else that's positive at the end, it would go in a long way to get people to endear to your message.
Do that, though. I'm a very black and white person. There's no gray.
I know you are. But then they're black and white too. So if you expect movement on both sides, then
I don't expect a movement.
Well, at the end of the day, what you're saying makes sense. That if we're going to go into this battle, we got to know the enemy.
Yeah.
And the only people that know the enemy when it comes to franchising is going to be the people that know franchises the most.
Yeah.
You know, and that's going to be.
I'm not saying I'm an expert. That's what I'm saying. I'm just an American guy who grew up in America watching franchise sports. I know about this much about the system compared to the lawyers that these guys have hired that know this much. Right?
Yep.
I know. They know. Ooh. And what I'm saying is we've got. This is bigger. I don't want people to underestimate, because when you underestimate, you can get, you know,
blown away,
sideswiped. You know what I mean?
Okay, I've got to make one final point. Just one final point, because I've got to make a cup of tea in a minute.
We're on the. This is the longest stream we've ever done. It's 4 hours and 35 minutes. I don't plan on being there on this long, to be honest with you.
What I was referring to earlier, right, about putting respect on Jose's name, is the statement. There's the comment that we got in the comment section earlier, right? Yeah, was, but facts are he failed. Right? Okay, if that's the case, then so did Poch. We got any respect for Poch?
I do.
Yes. Yeah, everyone does. Everyone does. Everyone does. But when it comes to Jose, there's a media narrative that's existed before he came to our club. And 50% of that narrative is completely made up because they just love to do that in the British press.
Yeah, because he doesn't take their shit. Yeah.
Number one, he doesn't play the youth. What a load of bollocks. That's number one. Secondly, he's a liar. No, he said one thing that was incorrect. But now it's open season to say he's just a liar. Let's, rubbish anything about him. Let's laugh at him now. That's wrong. He was our manager. We do need to give him an ounce of respect. We were in number one position in Christmas. How many times have we led for that long? Hardly ever. There was a style of football that was being played where we were winning, and we didn't. We loved the fact that we were winning, right? People didn't like Jose. That's their problem. He's our manager. We back him. That's what David's point's always been. He's our manager. Back him. And now the same so-called people, right? Yeah, that had reservations in their heart. Fair enough. They got a right to have a reservation, but some of them are making some sort of like. What can I call it? Not economy of it, but they're trying to make some mileage of it, right? They're trying to make mileage of the fact that oh yeah, he was this and he was that.
I agree. Like respect,
and I think that's wrong. But really, that's what it is. Is that how many? Oh, I don't care about his CV. He did shit for our club. Wait a second, Giza. Wait. His points tally isn't too bad.
Mr. K, but what you're describing here is effectively every single football fan from every single club that has an opinion on football, right? You know, we're not in this business, so everyone's going to have an opinion, rightly or wrongly, about a manager, about how the club is run, about, you know, what transfer targets we should get. And the reason I've came on, so I've only got 5 minutes because I've got to get my kids ready for school, but the reason I came on and is following on from the mammoth streams that Will Stewart's been doing for the last 12 hours or so. But
longer than that, bro. Almost 24 hours now.
Yeah, you look very tired, so you need some sleep. But
a little nap from 6 to 7:30.
But there's two things I want to do. One, I wanted to come on and nip that conversation in the bud about the legacy fans. So my family has been going to Tottenham Hotspur since the 60s. They've had season tickets. That we've been fortunate enough to have a box at Tottenham Hotspur. All my uncles are currently season ticket holders. We've been living around North London for a very long time. So we've seen, you know, the great times at Spurs, and we've seen the bad. And what David is saying is, you know, there's a hell of a lot of us that still go week in, week out to see Tottenham Hotspur, right? And we have a vested interest in ensuring that our club remains as traditional as it can be. Otherwise, all of those years of support that built this club into what it is today gets lost and forgotten. And I agree, from what 1000%. From what I see, from, you know, these fan channels that have come up, effectively uniting fans around the world, I think is excellent. And I haven't seen anyone at Tottenham when I've been who doesn't love that and cherish that and see what this club has become in terms of the global fan base. And, you know, you're going to have, excuse the language, idiots joining these streams because, you know, you're in a public forum that anyone can join from anywhere. And you're going to get all walks of life, all different types of educations, shouting their opinion. But that, in a way, is the beauty of football. And you're going to get the banter.
Yeah, and I'm okay with it, but it doesn't mean I have to be quiet about it.
No, absolutely not. And I wouldn't want you to be quiet about it. It's your right to put these guys in their place. So I don't think that's a point that us as a fan base should linger on, because I guarantee you, if you met that guy in a pub or a bar or at Tottenham, you know,
well, if he'd be willing
Lane,
to come on my channel and actually talk to me. Usually it happened a couple of times. There have been people who've hated me, slandered me, bashed me about Lamella or whatever, and they've come on my channel and now we're buddies. Dietrich Kane, Victor H.M. Yeah.
So I think that as a fan base, we're probably one of the reasons why we're famous, because as a fan base, we're one of the most loyal, the most friendly fan bases there is in the country, without doubt. And that's why we have the reputation we have, and that's why even though we've not been successful, people still hate on us because we have that legacy that they wish they had.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I agree with everybody's, all their points. And my biggest thing, and I know I sound like a broken record, I'm trying to say it in a way that I hope people can eventually accept. I hope that the data gets through. I'm not telling you there's no hope in doing the normal historical protest. I'm saying the times have changed and the money here is way bigger, right? We're talking billions of pounds, not millions of pounds, right?
Yeah. So I'll just finish up on one point.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely, Will, and I agree. And I'll just finish up on one point because I've got to go. But I'm, you know, I've been part of big business. I've worked for some of the biggest companies around the world. You know, only a few months ago, I was running $100 million portfolio of accounts, right? You know, working with the likes of Google and Microsoft and things of that nature, right? So I've got quite a good understanding of how these people work. Now, any negative press or any press that is not favorable to them, they absolutely hate. It damages their brand untold amount. So whilst I absolutely agree with you, we shouldn't just protest as one mechanism for trying to resolve this problem in terms of just standing outside the stadium and holding placards. But yes, we do need to. I don't like to use the word attack, but protest against their affiliates and the sponsors that help them as well. So you're
That's
right.
exactly what I said. Yeah.
Yeah, we will need to unite. I think Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher said it the best. Everyone in football, in the media, all needs to unite against this. We all need to do the same thing. So whether you're in the UK, the US, Canada, wherever you are in the world, everyone needs to make their feelings heard, and we can only do this together.
Yeah, and that's exactly my point. Maybe I just don't have the right accent for people to understand me as eloquently as
Well,
they
I
could.
understand you, and I just want to say you're doing an amazing job. I've been just following you guys for the last, I don't know, couple of months. The Irish Hotspur and you know, when I'm working, running my business, I just listen to you guys in the background. But great job, and then please carry on.
David,
doing it.
everything he just said is what I'm saying. He just said it in a British way instead of my blunt American.
No, look, this is the thing. This is what people don't understand. I fully get what you're saying, right? But what I've been trying to say is it's coming across.
You're mute. Irish Hotspur.
He's not muted. Awesome. I can hear him just fine.
Oh,
you got problems with your audio, my man.
The thing is, I fully understand, right? But like, what I'm trying to say is the way it's coming across is like dismissing the fans that have been going to the games for through generations and generations, and this is what I'm saying. And it's the way it's coming across. It feels like, you know, even the way your man Jason was coming across earlier was kind of like, you know, well, fuck them fans. This is what it is now. You know what I mean? And like, he can have that approach all he wants because he doesn't have the connection that some of these players, that some of these fans that have been going for generations and generations, that have gone with their father, along with the grandfather and stuff like
British.
that.
He was born in Tottenham. He moved to the United States when he was 8.
Yeah, but so he doesn't have the connection that I'm talking about, but like some of these fans do. The generational connection. Where he's gone with his father, where he's gone with his grandfather, stuff like this. He doesn't have it like some of these lads. Some of these people have been going there for 30, 40 years. And the way it's coming across, it's going to alienate them, and it's not.
So you're alienating us. But what you're saying right there, and the reason why I'm coming back
no, because I'm not alienating anybody. All I'm saying is,
my opinion doesn't matter because I don't have a I didn't go to games with my father and my grandfather, so therefore I don't.
That's not what I'm saying.
Right,
Will, that's not what I'm saying.
To us, and that's why you're getting that butt. Right? You're saying that the way, even though I'm not saying what you think
Mr. K just said it to you a minute ago, and you said, yeah, but I'm black and white. That's how it is. Like, the thing is, like, but the thing is, it can't be your way, Will. It can't just be your way, Will. It can't just be your way.
My way.
What I'm saying to you is no, but you're not listening. You're taking me up wrong. What I'm saying to you is have respect for these people that have been going for 30, 40 years.
And how do I show them that respect?
The way it's coming across, it's not. It's just like the way some of it was coming across earlier on was like, well, we don't care about them. This is it. This. It's and us. And I backed it up because everyone kept on referring back to America. But all I've been saying all day long is that's fine, and I understand what you're saying. But have some respect for these fans that have been going for years and years and years. I'm not saying they're any better than you. But what you have to understand is they've more of a connection to the club than I do, than anybody here does on this panel. And we have to respect that.
Okay, so how do I respect that? Just bow down and shut my mouth?
Respect goes both ways.
Well, it's not, yeah, exactly. It's not about bowing down and shutting my mouth.
I sat down and I made the choice to support Spurs. I made a conscious thought, right? It took effort, and trust me, every one of my friends, being a Hammer supporter, would laugh, ridicule, poke fun at me. I made a hard decision to do so. It wasn't just handed to me. There's respect works both ways. And yes, you're right. Those people that have for generations held true to Spurs in the beginning, they formed Spurs in order for me to support them. So they did the hard work. I came along later. So it makes sense. So that's where the respect works both ways. We're all fans. Like the gentleman said earlier, we have a fan base that generally, you know, we're nice to one another. But there's also a little fickle element as well, which is part of our fan base. Which
I want to know, how do I respect them?
No, Bill, all you got to do is just change the last bit of your sentence. Just stick one little word at the end of it, and you're fine. That's all
What
it is.
word? Please help me. I'm American. I don't understand. What?
Okay. The next time you say something and you hear David suddenly jump into the chat, just rewind your sentence and listen to it, and then say, "Can I add a word at the end that will change the way I'm presenting it?" That's all it is. I'm not Will. I'm not. Look, for most people out there that are in the middle and on the left, they can fully understand what you're doing. You're trying to educate, you're trying to inform, and you're trying to give your 2 pence on the knowledge that you have. But sometimes when people say things and other people are hurting, it can come across in a slightly sort of different way. Do you understand? And vice versa. Like David's been going on about this blooming for ages. I just wish this shit would just stop, man. I've been going around in circles with you two guys. But both of you guys are right. But it's just a language use. That's all it is. Just a language use. And I learned this from, counseling and stuff.
Yeah, but
like
I'm not
that,
taking
so.
it personal. And I know David's not either. Like I know tomorrow we'll be buddies again. I hope anyway. I'm pretty sure that's
Yeah, you're still buddies now.
Lad, there's no falling out. I'm not even angry. I'm not even angry.
I know. Me neither. But I think sometimes people misinterpret. My bluntness is just my personality type, and just like it's David's personality type.
Well, it's not just you. It's when you're in combination with other people that speak in the same sort of language as you, in the rational language. Prove it. Give us facts. Do this. We're not going to believe anything until you present 100% facts to us. Like, hold on a second. It's like, I know what you're saying. Know your enemy. Know what you're standing on, and therefore you can, take the battle forward.
Right.
I get
it's
that.
not even that.
But
the comments earlier, if you let me try to explain them, and the reason why that conversation went that direction earlier was because people were making claims, right? That Americans are passionless. We have no passion. Our sports are shit, right? Now you're hitting our pride. You understand what I'm saying? And because that's not true, I have passion. Right? Americans have passion. We're probably one of the most passionate nations all over the place. We get passionate about stupid crap like Beanie Babies and all kinds of stuff. What I'm saying is you can't make general statements towards people groups, nations, and expect the people of that nation not to be offended. How would people feel if I said all Brits are stuck-up pricks?
No, but Will, like, I fully get what you're saying, and look, I've seen it on my channel towards some of you guys. I see it, right? But at the same time, like, you're sitting there saying, "Oh, well, we're American. This is how you do it." But like, what I'm trying to say is that's fair enough.
I never said that. I never
You
said
said you said earlier on because I'm American, I have experience with franchises.
Yeah, because I live in America, where franchise sports is the system. I know about the system of franchises. Exactly what I said. Are there franchise sports in the UK?
You said I'm American. Why wouldn't we do it the American way of fighting it if it's an American system?
I said, if it's an American issue, why wouldn't you try to? And there's American systems to defeat that American issue. I'm not the one who said it's an American issue. The English people are saying, here's these American bastards coming over here and ruining our sport, right? So if this is an American issue, I don't think it's an American issue. Only 3 of the 12 owners are American, first of all. If this is an American system, why not use American tools, right? Like it was the analogy that I tried to use with, maybe it was a bad analogy. I was trying to use the same analogy of, right? If Rome is coming with iron swords and all we have is bronze, it's probably a good idea to get some iron, right? If they're coming with tanks and all we have is handguns, right? We better try and get a tank or at least some bombs so we can blow the tracks off the tank. That's my point, right? If they're coming at you with an American problem and there are American solutions that work here against those same problems, those same capitalistic, greedy, rich bastards that try to take stuff from people, right? But it
hasn't worked though, Will, because all your leagues are franchised.
We've tried to not have our leagues franchised.
Yeah, but therefore it hasn't worked then, has it?
I'm talking about changing big business, changing billionaires, just like what's his name was saying earlier when he came on, who worked with Google. The negative image. If we start attacking their partners, like he said as well, that negative image gets worse.
I'm not talking about attacking franchise. American people who are playing football and baseball after it changed in the 1950s and 60s, all those people who were growing up with that were all grandparents or half dead, right? My dad was 9 at the time. I'm sure he doesn't remember, right? As time has gone by, people don't have a problem with it. They did then. They boycotted. Teams didn't want to join. Teams didn't want to be, taken into the system, and they disappeared over time, right? And so I'm saying is, I'm looking at it from a point of view, knowing the history of it, and saying, I don't want to see the other teams in the EPL disappear. I like to watch Aston Villa. I like to watch Wolves, to be honest with you. I don't want to see this new Super League make those clubs dissolve, right? And so I'm saying, instead of just going it with it one way, which is what you're saying, screw the American way, we're just going to go do this, right? There's no need to boycott all these companies because they're just go to the next best thing. I'm saying do both. Do both.
You're talking about combination, right? Combine all. What
I've said it all day long, but people keep thinking that I'm demeaning people or I'm diminishing people's passion. I'm not.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
I'm saying I have passion too. Let's be passionate together and do more than just A and B.
Dave.
America, we do B. In the UK, you guys do A. Let's join forces and do A and B together, is what I'm saying.
Dave.
I meant that.
Dave, I wanted to say this. We all over here wanted to say thank you guys, and we appreciate you guys as the fans that hold on to this club to this moment. We appreciate you guys. We don't want you to feel left behind saying we abandoned you or we felt like we Americans, we took over the company. We didn't do that. Even in America, when people take over a company, Will is trying to explain to you how we stop them. And the way to stop them is to boycott them. The
but
people
what
that
I'm saying
support them.
is, it's all well and good saying, do it our way, do it our way. But what I've been preaching all day long is respect the fans who are the lively blood of the club, and let them do what they want to do instead of putting it down and saying, you can do that all you want, but do it this way.
I've never said stop. You guys. That's why I started with thank you. Like, thank you.
Asaman, please let me finish. I have never said stop. I never said you shouldn't go out to the stadium and do that. Those words never came out of my mouth, right? I don't insinuate things I don't say. I'm black and white. You have to take every word that comes out of my mouth literally unless I retract and correct it because I misspoke, right? If I make a mistake, I'll own it. Me saying, right, that doing this isn't enough isn't meaning don't do that. It's meaning it's not enough. We need more, right? If I have eating food and I haven't had enough, what do? Do I just never eat again? No, I eat more food.
But like, this is what I was trying to explain to you and Brian earlier on. The way you and Brian were coming along together, right, as a tag team, because you were, the way the two of you were coming at it together earlier on wasn't like that whatsoever. It was like you can do all the protests all you want, but that's not going to work. You have to do it this way. And that's the way the two of you were coming across earlier on. Let's be real about it, right? And the thing is, what I was trying to explain to you is you can sit there and say that all you want and then sit there and complain that you're getting caned by people over the other side of the pond. But what I was saying to you is the reason why is because you're not respecting some of these fans that, like, with the way it was coming across. And that was my whole point earlier on today.
Sorry, it just appears that he's not, because he just needs to add something to the end of his sentence. Now, Will, you said something earlier, and then David jumped in. Whatever you said, consider that sentence, add something to the end of it, and David won't jump in. And that would be the same as all the other people that misunderstand your message. I want people to get your message. I want more people to understand what you're saying. Add it to what they already do, and hopefully we'll get a fan base that's moving in the same direction. Okay? And Will, listen, you've gone red in the face trying to say the same thing again and again and again. And trust me, probably David's done the same thing. And I'm sitting in the middle, and Awesome as well. He was doing the same thing. He was sitting in the middle going, my days, guys, you guys are both on the same side. And you're both arguing over but
we're
semantics.
Talking the only time I became tag team with Brian was on Marcelo, David. Not on anyone else, not on the topic, not on any other fan. And that's because Marcelo was obviously anti-American. He says it all the time. He's lived in America the majority of his life. But he's not American. Fuck Americans.
Yeah, but
Fuck the American
come on.
sports.
Will, you remember the first time I come across Ireland? Yeah?
Okay.
I wrote a comment, and he ripped it to bits.
I'm not defending Brian Ireland. He can defend himself.
No. Yeah. Listen. He ripped my sentence to bits, and I then listened to what he did to my sentences, and then that was the first time I came on your stream live. And the reason why I came on was because he was right, and I was being not thorough enough with the way that I was expressing myself. And that's what I see with this fan base, especially with the comments, and especially with the live interaction between yourself and other people as well with this stream, is that people sometimes don't always articulate in the way that we want them to articulate in a form that we understand. Some people just want pure facts. Some people want it to be passionate. Some people want a funny remark. Some people, do you understand what I'm saying here?
Yeah, no, I understand. But what I'm saying is, for me being level-headed, right? Me being a level-headed person, a flat, zero emotion. There's no emotion charged.
Oh, no,
if you're
no,
making
not
a
at all.
statement that's obviously false, this is look, I hate Donald Trump. Never voted for the guy. But I would get into these arguments all the time because people would say Donald Trump is a racist jerk who told people to inject themselves with bleach. Okay? Donald Trump never said anything racist in public. Right? He may very well be racist. He's never said it in public. He never told people to inject themselves with bleach. I'm going to get a lot of crap for that in the comments right now for making that one statement because it's not true, right? I'm a skeptic. I'm skeptical. I value truth, right? And so if people are making claims that aren't true, and I know they're not true, then I have to rebut them.
Yes, and there's a method of being able to enlighten someone. There are different tacts that can be done.
But Marcelo doesn't listen. He's stubborn. He won't admit ever that he's wrong. So even if you show him the proof, David knows this just as well as I do. You can show him the evidence, black and white, and he will never accept it.
But the thing is that people accept him for being that way.
I understand that, right?
And
But at the same time, earlier on, people were sitting there saying, "Oh, well, when this happens, Levy's going to spend the money." But we've had no proof beforehand that he was going to spend the money. So one can't be right, and then the other's wrong. Like it's you know what I mean?
But you have no proof that he won't
like,
either. Is what I'm saying.
You can't sit there and say, Marcelo. Like I get it, right? Like we've all done it. We've all come out with stuff, and we don't have facts to back it up, right? I get it. But you can't sit there and say. Sorry, go on.
David, 1 second. David has actually got a point on that one particular point, which is basically you and Brian were talking about a model of a franchise that obviously a lot of us over here, we don't understand because we never lived inside it. But at the same time, we know Levy couldn't organize a piss up in a brewery unless there was some money lining on the floor, right? So we understand your point that he can make more money, and he's a greedy motherfucker. But he would think, oh, you know what? If I can make 800 instead of 300, I'd rather try to make the 800. But what I'm saying here is that what David is saying is that Levy has a proven track record of doing the opposite. And as Awesome said, he has a track record of putting the money in the pocket and then showing you the other hand. And basically, him trying to do things correctly is not in his makeup. But at the same time, I hope that the franchise model, that he adopts it and he becomes an expert in it. And then we end up with, like, some of the best players there are. Brilliant. It's just a case of looking at both sides and saying, hold on a second, what is next man trying to say?
No, but
yeah. And the thing is that sometimes when you're together with, say, Brian, it's a formidable, rational tag team, a bit like David and Marcelo, quite a formidable tag team, that can appear on the other side. I've been in the middle all this time trying to look at both sides, and I'm thinking, wow, I love the passion that I see. I wish we could just get our hatchets buried on this and just call it a day on this one particular thing. One thing for sure, some of us need sleep, some of us need rest, and some of us need more information from the lawmakers, the Premier League, because there's things we don't know. and we're going to speculate. We're going to be, and while we're speculating, we're afraid because we don't know. When you don't know something, you become more afraid inside. And when you feel that someone is saying the opposite to you, you want to defend it passionately, whereas the other side wants to defend it rationally. And I think that's all
but
it
to
is.
say that me and Marcelo aren't rational is a big understatement as well.
No. Listen. I said you have your own style. You're formidable when it comes to putting your point across, and you will present all different types of facts in different ways, and so will the other side.
David, you weren't making baseless assertions, though.
No,
you
see, that word is
defending
baseless. Oh, wait,
Marcelo.
stop. Baseless. No, see, here. This is the word that you guys have got to stop using. You got to stop using this type of language when you say baseless. I understand what you're trying to do. I 100% do that. When you come across crap, you got to call it out. You're very black and white on that. But I'm saying that in a humanistic fashion, sometimes you need to temper
I get
the
that.
language.
I've had this problem for the last 40 years. I don't think it's going to go away.
Don't
can't
worry.
fix it.
That's why we're here together. We're different voices, but different voices, but one head, so to speak. Or
Yeah, that's why we're here to kind of make it the middle.
Perfect scenario, right? Facts don't care about your feelings is my personality in a nutshell.
Yeah. So here we are, right? Yeah.
We get that.
We're trying to get. The thing is that sometimes people don't get that. Sometimes people are listening, right? Yeah, and they've come into the stream or they've come into the chat in with a high degree of upsetness and passion and this, that, and the other, and they don't have a list of, and they just want to say things that they feel. When they feel that their view or their feelings have been totally dismissed because there's no facts to back it up or that they're baseless, it makes them feel worthless inside, which makes people not want to participate.
I agree with you, but what am I supposed to do when he comes and says all American sports have no passion? What would I say now?
No, this is what you do.
I'm going to generalization here as an example, and now I say, what if I were to say all black people are lazy?
No, listen. I'll tell you what you do. When Marcelo says that, you do what David does and what I do and what everyone else in the other channels do. We laugh.
No, I have to denounce it.
No. I'm saying is first you laugh. First you laugh. No. First you laugh. You got to refute it. What I'm saying is you don't refute, you educate. You understand? You do not refute, you educate. The first things first, you got to bring people to your level. So therefore, you got to laugh and make them feel welcome. And then you turn around and say, but Marcelo, come on, bro, you know this. And that's a style in speaking. You understand? You're saying the same things, but in a slightly different way. And guess what? No arguments. People agree. People still get to say their opinions. And everyone gets a little bit more enlightened. Rather
to be honest with you, I personally actually like that everyone disagrees. It's much more fun.
It's not fun.
Look, I may say, like I said,
yeah, it's not fun.
You guys out there in YouTube land in the comments, I love you. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Oh, and I haven't mentioned that in 5 hours. By the way, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, go ahead and do that. It's free. I don't care if they banter me, right?
Yeah.
When it happens to me, it's much like David. I don't care. If I see it happen to somebody else, stop. Please let me finish. If it happens to somebody else, I care. That's when it pisses me off, right? If the people in the chat, they say, you stupid yank, I'll just say, you can take that yank stuff and sit on a stick and go screw yourself, right? I'll just say that. I don't care. It doesn't make me cry inside. I don't get upset, right?
Yes, but it makes
David
David cry.
Get passionate about it. I might get animated about it, right? It might piss me off. But when they do it to other people, like when Brandon V. Dixon comes on here and people start making black comments and American comments in the comments, that pisses me off.
That's wrong. No. What I'm saying is that David wants to protect you. That he's feeling hurt for you, and so all his argument for the last 5 hours has been is to say, I don't want people to get the wrong idea about you, Will, because I know you, I understand what you're saying, but they don't. And I don't want them getting the wrong end of the stick with you. So that's why
that's exactly what I've been trying to. I just can't come across like that. But that's exactly my point earlier.
Yeah. But Mr. K.
Nobody's telling me how. They're just saying maybe change the word. What word? That's not a whole word. That's my whole personality that has to change of what you just said, Mr. K.
Mr. K.
Don't change, Will. Do not change.
Mr. K,
Awesome.
can I come in real quick and say one or two things? I like your passion, the way you come at it, because you are in the middle just like I am. Let me, what the problem is that I'm going to talk to David first. David, normally when Americans talk, they are very blunt and direct if they are passionate about things. When they are passionate, they just talk like they don't give a F. The thing about it is, sometimes the way you talk, if I want to say, what the F? What the F? It means two different things. People might say, what? You use the F word? But it actually means that I'm surprised in one, and one is I'm angry. It's two different words. So the way Will is trying to say is that when people talk bad about other people, he offended him. But it doesn't get to him if they just talk about him naturally. But when they use the word this American, the word American in it, then it becomes like a personal attack towards him. Unlike if you just say, oh, this guy is dumb, blah, 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 it say it doesn't bother him. But when they use the word Americans, then it becomes personal. But like I said, in general, the way Americans talk all along way, even I have been here for so long, I talk in a blunt way when I'm passionate about stuff. And Will can testify to that when I'm very passionate. So I do understand where you two are coming from in the way you guys are trying to put your contest. What I'm saying to you is that you two, all of us, we are all here. We are saying the same thing. We appreciate you guys because you guys have been the main fans that came with us that we come to build on. I'm in the same level as Mr. K. I ran into the channel, ran into everybody, and started doing a lot of super chat all along. But my take to this is we are all together, and I want us to come in as one because we all need all this full force. You know, the Irish Army, all of us, we are all Irish Army. We are all going to attack this situation together. We're going to protest. We're going to boycott. We're going to do everything we can all together as one, not as two. Not everybody's going to say, oh, I hate that part. Because we are all Tottenham fans. We want the best for this club. We are all fighting for the same goal. Not different, same goal. Regardless of how we go about
can I interject in here a little bit because it's getting long and I think we gotta jump off here pretty quick. I have an ENTP personality type. Do you guys know about Myers-Briggs? Anybody here?
What's EMT? I don't even know what that means. That
ENTP. So it's like an extroverted something. Like there's a Myers-Briggs. Like you take a personality test. It's really kind of fun. Some people say it's flu-foo, boo-foo, jumbo, mumbo, jumbo stuff, but some people say that it's really good. For me personally, it fits. So the ENTP personality type is the debater, right? I care about data, right? So to me, unless I have evidence, I don't believe anything. I'm naturally skeptic on everything. I'm skeptical about everything, right?
Yeah, I'd be like that. Yeah.
You're much like that. I think that's why we get along so well. We could yell and scream at each other all night and then go out, have a pint and you know have that smoke together, do whatever, right? So that's something we just love the debate, the power. Marcelo's like that too, to be honest, right? But the problem is he may be more like an ENTL or something, where that last part, the data part's not as important to him as it is to my personality type, right? So for me, I try, if you'll notice, I'm careful with my words. The words that I choose, I don't make assertions that I'm not confident in being factual, right? I'm not going to say all Irish people wear green in March or drink green beer, right? I'm not going to say that, right? Or all Irish people wear a hat and boots with a buckle on the top, right? I'm not going to say stuff like that because I don't know that to be fact, right? I could say there are some, right, depictions of Irish people in common culture that depict people wearing those items, right? Whether it be in just a picture of somebody dressing up that way or somebody doing goofy things on St. Patrick's Day that happen to be Irish. But I can't commit to no true Scotsman's fallacy, right? And no true Scotsman fallacy means that, you know, no real Scot does this, right? No real Tottenham fan does that because there are too many Tottenham fans to say that all Tottenham fans think the same way, right? I try not to make those arguments. If I make an argument, it's because I have evidence-based stuff that's behind it. My evidence I don't have any evidence that Daniel Levy himself in particular will act one way or the other. What I do have evidence for is how the franchise system works. And that's what we were trying to explain. There were people here that were saying he's not going to do that. Our objection, Brian and I, in the way that we think, is you can't make the statement he's not, because the whole point of that system is to do this, right? That's the focus, right? If your focus is to drive on the left side of the road, why would you drive on the right?
No, I get that, right? But then what I'm saying is you can't ask people to back up their claims when you don't actually have anything to back up that he is going to spend when everything's telling you different. So you can't say in one way, back up your claim, and then,
but there's
in another way.
Anecdotal. There are some claims that are anecdotal that you can't back up. Anecdotal experiences, or your personal experiences, are not.
See, that's just to suit. But that's just to suit an argument, though, Will. What I'm saying is you can't ask one person to make to say it's a baseless claim and then ask them to back it up, and then on another hand, when it's on the other foot, then say, oh well, it's an anecdotal this or an anecdotal claim, and justify not backing it up.
David, what I'm saying is there are two different kinds of claims. Like, for instance, I can prove that 2 + 2 = 4. I can prove that. Right?
That'd be great.
I can't prove that I felt worse about what the events that happened today than Asamoah. I can't prove that.
David, you got to understand that the audience that does the rants at this time of night tend to be transatlantic. So
I get that.
The way Will speaks is in commonality with an awful lot of the people that will come on the stream from that side of the water. So there'll be a commonality of speech in terms of how they present their knowledge and how they do their, how they put their arguments across. Now, when I came into
I think we're talking about two different things here. So I'd like David to hear. So I'm not doing a double standard there. Right? It's not a double standard. Right? There are things that you can prove, and there's things that are personal experience, which is right. I can't prove a personal experience. So making a claim like Marcelo, who's saying all American fans, right? That football over here is more passionate than American football, right? That's a feeling, right? You can't prove that with empirical data, right? But to say that this is how the franchise system works, there's evidence. There's not just MLS. And we're not saying that this is better than. Us saying that this is how the franchise system works isn't insinuating that it's a better system than what goes on in the UK. It's not, right? Nobody's disagreeing about that, right? What we're saying is the franchise system is set up to work this way. And the evidence is the NFL, the NHL, the MLB, right? Major League Soccer, and every other professional sports league in the United States. It's crap. I don't like it, right? But that's how it works, right? And so why would these guys who are American, some of them, start a system if they're not going to do it the way it's supposed to work, right? That you could say I don't have any evidence for that, right? But you could say it's a reasonable conclusion based on the system that they've chosen that they will behave in this manner. And that's all me and Brian were saying. Right?
It's critical thinking at the end of the day, isn't it? You're following what's happened in the past, and then you're extrapolating that out to what potentially might happen in the future. I mean, that's just, I guess we all do that to a certain extent.
Yes, we're just extrapolating the data. It's the same thing, but you guys are saying, because he hasn't spent in the past, that's a logical, reasonable conclusion, right? It's the same thing. But the problem is with saying, you could say, I can't think of the fallacy right now, but there's a situation where just because something happened in the past doesn't mean it's going to happen in the future. You have to look at the evidence that's there, right? The choice, because Daniel Levy did A, B, and C, because he spent money on property, joined this league, and it's in this format, we can make a hypothesis that says he will do this. Doesn't mean that he will, I could be completely wrong. It doesn't mean he'll do it next year. It could take 10 years, right? But just because he didn't spend in the past doesn't automatically imply that he's going to not spend in the future as well, right?
Yeah, but just because that's the way the franchise is set up, it also doesn't mean that, you know, he is going to spend. That's the thing.
Yeah, David, see, the one of the things that I've been hearing over and over again from every Tottenham fan is he doesn't spend money. I don't think it's the case that he doesn't spend money per se. I mean, you could argue that net spend, you know, he hasn't spent as much as the other clubs. The problem with I believe with Daniel Levy is that he's an erratic spender. So he'll go through periods of sort of extreme drought, so he won't spend anything, and then he'll panic and then he'll spend, or he'll get an idea in his head and then he'll spend. And what the bigger clubs do is they have a consistent pattern of spending, and when they identify targets, they go ahead and they go through with it.
Emotional spending.
He only spend because he finds out he's about to get into trouble after embezzling all the rest of the money. He embezzled a lot of money, because I just used an example of just the
what did he
Champions League
embezzle?
alone.
Right, you have to understand. Embezzle is
Yeah,
a
you've got to be
legal
very
term meaning
careful
he's
when you say
told.
Why did
like
he have
embezzlement.
to?
Yeah.
Why did he have to go and borrow money to build the stadium when he can just use the money from the Champions League? Poch went 4 times. He has the same amount.
Because
That's 1
people
billion.
take out loans to buy houses and property. That's what they do.
Yeah, you
Already
don't
spent
just use all your capital up front. You know, in today's market
cash flow.
where borrowing money is so cheap, then why would he do that? You just wouldn't do that.
That's why I tried to explain, and I'm sure full work, you may have missed that part of the show, or you may not have. I said that rich people, they don't like to use their own money. So they'll take out loans at low interest rates because they have good credit, and they'll pay them off slowly so that they have more cash flow, working capital, and can, for instance, if their revenue is, you know, if their dividend that they have to pay themselves at the end of the year, if their expenses are this, and they can increase that dividend by paying their bill 30 days late and even increasing the percentage that they'll owe, they'll do that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about managing their cash flow, and paying back their investors. You know, there's a lot of things that has to happen to run a football club. And you're absolutely correct, Will. You know, wealthy people do not just put large sums of their own cash up front to do things like that, especially when they can have investors and banks that will lend them the money quite cheaply over long periods of time, and then they can continue to service their debts or their investors or anything else that they want to spend their money on.
They just make sure they have enough to pay the bills that they have, and then they'll try and pocket the rest. And they'll try to make that rest, invest it again, and make more money so that they can pay that debt. They put their money to work, right? They don't pay their whole
dad, right?
Yeah. Listen, I had a friend of mine that did that with me. You know, we did a business plan together, and basically I was doing an awful lot of work, and he was supposed to put loads of money in. He didn't put his money in. His specialty was his credit. He could borrow the money. And then it was my hard work that was paying the bloody interest off on it. So
he kept his money and owned a part of your business.
Exactly.
That's what rich people do.
Very smart. Very smart. Honestly, this is how business people are. Listen, Will, have you been on this stream long enough?
Yeah, it's 5 hours and 20 minutes. We're getting a warm up for Sunday if we end up winning. Huh? Go ahead, Sung Unji. Your name is
what if?
Yeah.
You can call me Lukman, Eugene, anything. What if the ESL changed their scope of competition and rejigged it and allowed relegation in and out of the club? Would that be acceptable?
You know, honestly, even if that concept is reintroduced, I think the public will still be against it.
I know, but no matter how we see it right now, it's going to happen.
Yep, that's the thing.
We can push them to make it more competitive instead of being like, just 12 clubs that will never get relegated and get stuck there. And what most of our fans are afraid of is Levy is going to siphon out all the money and leave a shitty team in the ESL and play like shit and get humiliated every week. Maybe they should put more competition into the ESL.
I thought they are 15 with 5 extra more, making 20, right?
I thought there's 12 now.
All right, we're going back in the woods now on a conversation that's been hit about 2 hours ago. All right,
No,
we can
4
go-
hours ago. Yeah. 4 hours
We'll
ago.
go back.
Sorry. 4 hours
Go
ago.
back and watch that part of the
4 hours
conversation.
ago.
Okay.
And we'll be here after the match Wednesday night, which I'm sure the conversation for the game is going to be real quick, and it's going to jump back into this topic anyway, right? So everybody's welcome to. Thank you, David, for coming on. You know I love you, mate. Thanks for all your love and support for this channel, and everybody go follow the Irish Hotspur. He's amazing. It looks like we're having a lovers' quarrel here, and we are.
Yeah.
But
you know what? Yeah, well, this is what I wanted to ask. Like since like the past few minutes, like, do you guys think right? It has gotten to the point where the ESL clubs are way more powerful than FIFA and UEFA combined?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah,
100%.
that's what I think. That's what I think.
It may appear that way, but I mean, just to add something new, probably. So, when I was driving this morning on the radio, you know, you have the Prime Minister of the UK hosting a roundtable discussion with all the various associations and clubs that are involved. You've got Emmanuel Macron from France doing similar things, and you've got other political leaders all around Europe now getting involved. That's never happened before in sport in the same way that this has happened now. So there's obviously a lot of money being thrown around and a lot of damage potentially to local economies that's piqued all of the political guys' interest in the governments. So if there's anything that I take from that is that, yes, it may seem likely that this will still go ahead just because of the way capitalism works. However, I don't think we should be foolish enough to think that the governments who obviously control our countries and economies and things of that nature also will just accept damage to their economy in this way. And it's not just the UK, right? It's a lot of the countries around Europe. So this is why I said earlier, you know, in your previous streams, Will, I don't know if you recall, but I said I just cannot see how the European Union also won't get involved with this, especially now Germany. If you take it from the political stance, if all the German clubs have not gone into this, which they haven't, right, they control the EU, right, and there's no way that they're going to allow the other member states just to keel over and accept this either.
Yeah, well, I think the reason why the Germans haven't jumped in yet is because, from what I've heard, the two clubs that they invited,
Dortmund and Bayern,
were owned by foreigners who don't own a majority in the stake in the club, so they can't make that decision without the fan support.
But I think there's a specific reason in Germany though that's the case. I thought there's a law, isn't there, that a certain percentage of the clubs have to be owned by the fans. But don't quote me
all
on that.
clubs owned by foreign owners have to be owned. Can't have a majority stake in the club. They can only have a 49% stake.
Okay.
That's what I look
in Germany.
Look,
is that specifically for Germany? Yeah. Okay.
So like,
I don't know
like
if
Bayer
Leipzig-
Leverkusen is owned by the Bayer company, and so they're owned 100% by them because they're a German. It's a German person.
I see.
It's a native.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
So
think
that way the
PSG
foreigner
turned down?
couldn't pull them out or dissolve the club or do whatever. Yeah.
No, PSG didn't. PSG didn't.
Go on.
Oh, sorry. PSG didn't turn anything down. They didn't release anything official.
Yep, no statements from them so far.
And PSG is
They're waiting.
Their president is one of the directors of UEFA.
He turned down the offer to become the European Club Association president.
Went today or yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday. He
Looks
turned
like
it in. They
PSG's
asked him-
joining the crew.
because the Juventus president, he was the actual president. He turned it down. He didn't want to be there
Yeah, the new club he wants
because
to join.
I see PSG joining. I don't see them not joining this Super League.
And I'm not trying to say these things, but what I'm saying is I want us to all do everything we can to fight these bastards. Is what I'm saying. Let's do it all. Let's all gather together. Let's do it all together, like one big happy family. Hey.
Families always quarrel with one another. That's a family.
I think the job
We
you're
are
doing,
family,
Will, is really admirable because, you know, believe it or not, I think you're giving a voice to a lot of the people who don't necessarily comment in on the chats like me. You know, I'm you know, I just do my job and I listen to you guys in the background. But I'm so passionate about, you know, my football club, you know, because of its legacy, because I've lived around Tottenham, you know, all my life. And so is my family, that it gives me a platform to come on and voice my opinion, and you're doing the same thing for you know, the guys on the other side of the pond, and that's so important, and it's a uniting force of the fan base, not the other way around.
Yeah, I'm trying to unite the clan. I'm trying to be William Wallace up in this mess.
I agree with everything. Yeah.
I think
I'm Scottish by heritage. Some English people may not like that, but I do.
You know, this year we've seen a lot of the fan base may not necessarily agree eye to eye, but they've come together to talk and say their piece. And sometimes it's not pretty what people may say, and it may hurt other people. But at the end of the day, at least we're talking, we're getting together. The fan bases, there's more and more channels opening up. There's more and more people doing debates and commenting, and it feels like the fans have actually got a voice.
Yeah,
you know, like this channel. You know,
that's
so channels
one
like
thing
yours.
I really dislike is that this notion that people can't get offended. No one has a right not to be, you know, to be not offended about what people say. That's the whole point of talking. The talking is to, you know, you say your point, I say my point, and my point may offend you in that, but I still have a right to say it. So we need to get away from this notion that when people say something, people get offended. That's just absolute nonsense. Of course they do. It's a part of life.
Guys, we've got
I just want to say we've got Bob here. Bob, I just want to say hello and brought you in to tell you that I'm leaving.
Yes, I know, mate. I know. I feel for you. I look at you and I think, you know what has this guy done to deserve this? Because, mate, you've been going strong. I got up for a wee. I got to tell you a story. I got up for a wee about 4 o'clock in the morning, UK time, and I went to bed, back to sleep. This is during what you want to call now, what's now going to be known as the Marcelo time. So I got up about 4 o'clock for a wee. I went back to sleep about 5 o'clock, an hour later, and I woke and I fell asleep with the headphones in my ear. And I woke up, and he's still fucking talking. What's going on?
It's 5.5 hours, dude. This is a practice run for the 8-hour stream on Sunday after we win.
That should be good.
This is what Spurs family is.
All I want to say, mate. All I want to say is how lucky we are, yourself, Dave, myself, to have a platform to get, you know, so many different opinions from so many educated and proper hardcore Spurs fans who can share it. I think it's absolutely fascinating. And I'm sure you didn't expect to have, sitting in the middle at 8:30 UK time with 7-8 people around you.
Yeah, 3:30 in the morning and still got 9 people on and 52 watching. So, I mean, the numbers haven't dropped below 50 all night. So.
Yeah, I know. Absolutely fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
I mean, I just want to, and this is, you know, talk about this show a little bit. You know, it's one thing to have a bunch of creators on having their point. Those shows are valuable.
Yeah.
Right? Because there's people that are doing it. And then calling in guests one at a time, that's great too. I think that a lot of the times, if you're bringing in one person in, they have their short little 5-minute speech, and then they're pushed out to bring in somebody else. You don't get to hash out in an hour and a half some of the things that we've hashed out tonight. When you've got 9 people in here, and you got Mr. Camp there trying to moderate people here and trying to help me to communicate better with David and helping David to communicate with me, or somebody willing to come in like Marcelo and just throw gasoline on the fire, light a match, and then run away, right? Like, you're able to, if you respect each other, which we all do as Spurs fans for the most part.
Absolutely.
We can talk about things. And I mean, and for me and my channel, it absolutely amazed me to look in the comment and see, like, you know, Mr. Sweet Potato there, Gokuma. That's what Gokuma means in Korean, is sweet potato. You know, he's saying, you know, he's saying, great job, Will, good job. You've all done a great job today. In Korean, it's great because there are people. We've had people in the show tonight who are Korean. Like, are you Korean? Eugene?
Yeah.
Malaysian.
No. I'm
Yeah,
not, no.
Eugene, are you Korean?
Malaysian.
Malaysian. So we got people from Malaysia.
Another
We
Malaysian.
That's it.
got Phil Minsper's
Oh.
Malaysian. 2 Malaysians here today.
Oh.
We've got
Wow.
Asma, who's a American but traditionally African. We've got British folk. We've had Canadians. We've had
Irish.
Irish. We've
Irish,
had
yeah.
2 different Irish people. We've had
South America.
Americans.
From the
We've
Middle
had,
East.
huh?
I'm
South
from the
America.
Middle East.
South America. Well, yeah, Marcelo. We've had, Korean people in the chat. We've had people from Hong Kong in the chat. We've had everybody in the chat.
India, you've had a couple
India.
of people.
Shashant was on here for a while. He keeps jumping off. He's having internet problems off and on. We've had all kinds of people up in here. Australians. Don't forget the Australians. Celery agent over there.
Yeah.
Even if you're not defending you.
Yeah, we want everybody to come on here who want to come on here and do their thing, but it is.
What the fascinating thing, Will, is what I find as well, especially watching your, because obviously when I do mine is mostly British, although I do get yourself and Cody and quite a few Americans on as well. But everyone could have the same opinion, but the way they put it across would be completely different.
Yeah.
The end goal is the same. We all want Spurs to do well. And, I'll always say about my channel, it's all about opinions and banter. But then again, when you stand back and look at it, everyone's channel is the same. Everyone's, yeah.
Mianeo. It's a she, not a he.
All right, okay.
It says, I'm a girl.
Can I ask who RIP football is?
Huh?
RIP football? Just below you?
Yeah, he's Mike. He's muted. He's there. He's a Manchester United fan. I'm opposing.
Yeah. RIP football.
Look, has he got something? Maybe he can. He hasn't actually unmuted yet. Is there anything he can say?
I think his statement is, Mr. K, is RIP football. I think that probably says his feelings at the moment. Like majority of the there he is.
No, yeah, I've just been listening to you guys just to see what you guys are talking.
Right, man.
Will, do you want to get off, mate?
Logo, support badge, because you can listen from outside the stream.
Oh, mate.
I just seen that you've been live for 5.5 hours. So that's
Because you can listen from
dedication.
outside the stream.
You got an echo, my man.
Man, it's not just us that have been here for 5.5 hours. Also,
Mr. K's been on since the beginning too.
Yeah, I know. And I sent him a message saying, "Well done, brother," because mate, I did 4 hours night before last, and when I finished, it was like I needed a new body. But don't know how you honestly don't know how you guys are doing it. But you're absolutely doing a fantastic job. But that's all basically what I wanted to say. Opinions, no opinions, different opinions. The end goal is always the same. Don't change for anyone. Just say whatever you feel. And I know there's been a bit of a miscommunication and probably the way someone wants to put a point. We all got to remember, we all give the opinion differently, but we all take it differently as well. Just because you say something, don't expect the other person to hear it the way you say it.
Yeah.
And that goes for everyone. It goes for myself as well. And Mr. K's spot on. In the chat, you can't really put across your full opinion purely because you're restricted to a certain number of letters. But if you've got an opinion, back it up. And I'm pleased to say everyone on the channel, mate, has absolutely backed up whatever their thoughts are and whatever their opinions are, apart from one person, but we won't go into that.
No. I say, get off the stream, Will. You need to sleep. And she says,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, please. Half the stream, half the viewers have been here all night. Half the viewers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of
all
them.
night.
I should be studying for my final.
I hope this helps.
Yeah. Reason for fail.
Jumped out, man. This United fan jumped out. But I'm gonna tell you what, folks in the chat, we've hit 400 subscribers.
Oh, bro.
Well done.
Well done, man.
Road to 1K. Road to 1K.
And what's weird is I think I just broke 300 like 2 to 3 days ago. So
wicked.
I don't want my success to be based on the back end of this bullcrap, but thank you. I appreciate it because I think, and I'm going to encourage everybody here. Go subscribe to every channel that you can and get in their chat and try to unite people against this thing, right? Let's all go into other fan channels if you can, right? And instead of throwing banter, right, calling banter FC or doing whatever, let's come over here, support this. Let's all support it together. Let's unite.
I've got a question for Bob Spur, if you don't mind. I know you're wrapping this up, Will. But Bob, I assume that you're from North London.
I originally am, mate. I'm in sunny Nottingham now, believe it or not.
Okay, wow, okay. So I've been, my family and everyone's been going to Spurs since the 60s. You know.
Yeah, I heard about it. You got a box and everything. Yeah. I've been listening, mate. I've been listening.
So my question to you is as a Tottenham fan, and I'm sure like me, you've been following Spurs all your life as well. Is my feeling, and I said this to my family, if Spurs go through with this and they franchise out, would I still support Tottenham? And I know it's a really hurtful thing to say. I sort of get upset about it to myself. I mean, and even as a grown man, but I don't think, if I'm honest with you guys, that I could follow this Tottenham, what they're doing going forward. I'd rather, I've heard loads of other people saying, you know what, Leyton Orient's a good club to follow.
That was me.
I know it's a really bad thing to say. It's like almost blasphemy.
It was a joke. Honestly, it was a joke.
It's true, isn't it? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Tottenham's in my blood. Tottenham Hotspur is my blood. You know, if cut me open, I'm blue and white. My kids have all been brainwashed. You know, my daughter, she was 32 minutes old and she had a Tottenham scarf around her. So it's in our genes. Now, with regards to if I'll follow Tottenham, I will follow them. Of course I will. But the passion won't be there like it is right now. The love of my football club won't be there. I'm not going to stand there and lie and say no. If they ever go ahead and join the franchise, I'll never keep my eye on them. Of course I will, and I'll always look out for the result, and I'll watch them on TV. But the passion won't be there. That's the biggest thing, and that's the saddest thing. The love of my club. You know, me wanting my Spurs back. It'll just be a different model. It'll be a different franchise altogether, but with the same name. And that's the unfortunate thing. The love will have to deteriorate, and naturally, it's going to be one of those. Yeah. But also, and I have said this on the chat a couple of times, I've never seen the united feeling in the UK like this ever before within the football community. The Royals getting involved, politicians getting involved. Now I know what Will's going to say: money, money, money. And there's a big factor, if not the only factor. But this is unprecedented. I've never seen this before, and Dave knows this of what my feelings are. I think there's a really small chance this might get stopped.
Yeah,
Will's going to totally poo-poo it. I understand that, and me and Will know what we are.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to be quiet because I'm about to pass out.
You see, another point though, Bob, as well, right? Is from a political point of view, the government would never have allowed Tottenham to tear down White Hart Lane and rebuild it do this, and lend them money to do it, and that's why I think they're getting involved as well.
Yeah. But I think they are underestimating, as cheesy as it sounds, but they are underestimating the matters of the heart as well. The matters of the heart, the passion of the fan power as well. I think there's a big underestimation. They kind of underestimate the bigger picture. And like I say, I've never seen it before. I've never seen the likes of, and I know it's only a small fish in a big matter, but you know, the likes of Gary Neville on TV, you know, shouting out BT and BBC and ITV to collectively pull together. The managers and the players are quite clearly opposed to the idea so far, from what you can see. The big test for Ryan Mason tonight, you know, a lot later on in the press conference. Big test. That's his bigger test so far. Is he going to come out and condemn the ESL, or is he going to buckle under Levy's pressure and say, you know what, maybe it's a good idea? Because if he says that, he's failed. He's failed before his first game. Yeah. If Ryan Mason comes out and shows throws a bit of support behind the ESL, it might be his honest opinion, but it's very unlikely. So he'll be the first manager to do so.
You know, I'll tell you something. What I think hurts as well is that when you hear your Steve Perrimans, your Graham Roberts, and your Mickey Hazards, and people like that speak. I mean, I'm very privileged in the sense that because my family, my uncles have owned the box, I've got to meet a lot of these players and meet them regularly as well, and have good chats.
You guys
with
got
them.
another 2 hours in you?
Guys, anyone in the chat who doesn't know who Bobspur TV is?
No, but I mean seriously, if
check
you guys
out
have
his
another 2
channel.
hours in you, I can just let it run through, and you guys it'll kill itself at 8 hours.
Listen, anyone who doesn't know,
I've got another 20 minutes, half an hour, if so.
Join
Well, just to finish my
TV.
point, when you hear these legends,
Mr. K's got a really good point. Go on, Mr. K. Sorry,
Listen,
mate.
guys, if in the chat you guys have been here all night with us, if you do anything tonight, apart from like this particular channel, is go on to Bobspur TV, like and subscribe, because I tell you one thing about Bob, is that you don't just get his channel, you'll get 10 other channels with him.
Yeah.
Right?
I thought you were talking about Bob earlier, Mr. K.
Dude, you know what it is?
Jose
I get
stuff.
angry and I get heated and I lash out sometimes. And what Brian Ireland did to me was make me realize that I need to start tempering that.
Yeah.
And with talking to you and David and Marcelo has started to make me realize that I too need to change. But at the same time, I want other people to change too.
Yeah.
So I get defensive just like David gets defensive.
All right,
At
well,
the same time.
let's let Full Works. Thank you for the promotion for Bobspur. I agree. Everybody go visit Bobspur. Definitely subscribe to his channel. I love his content too. Let's let Full Works finish his point.
Yeah,
So I'm going to kill it. And then the 7 of you, or however many are in here, 2, 4, 6, 7. I was right. 7 of you can talk all night long in the backstage.
I've got 20 minutes, but yeah, I'm all good for 20 minutes. Yeah, go for it, mate. Sorry, bud.
Yeah. So when you hear these, the ex players of our club talking about their love for Tottenham, and what this may do to the club, that's when it really hits home.
Yeah.
Because these guys live and breathe Tottenham. So your point to Ryan Mason, if he's really a Spurs supporter, I mean a real supporter of our club, and you're Ledley Kings, then they'll make a stand. And if they don't, I'll be so disappointed.
And that's what I mean.
It's almost like your brother, doing something bad to you.
Yeah. But that's what I say. I don't know what's, because he is a Levy, basically Levy's come up to him and not necessarily begged him, but basically said, look, help us out. We need you. We believe in you. This, that, whatever. What, 2 days ago? What, literally 40 odd hours ago? Then for him to go in front of the media and say, no,
2 more hours to go.
I'm not quite. I'm not quite sure if what Mr. Levy has done is right or his beliefs. It's going to say a lot. Today's press conference is going to say a lot about Ryan Mason, and unfortunately, if he doesn't condemn it, then it's failed. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Look, Tottenham has a history of the under 23s, the coaches which are in the under 23s. When the manager gets sacked, normally someone from there gets nominated to take care of the team, like Tim Sherwood did.
Yeah,
and that's one of the reasons why he brought some of the youth in, because he was, training them up, managing them.
I don't think Levy would have appointed him if he wasn't going to go along with the choir.
Oh, 100%. I think with Ledley King, he doesn't have enough experience on that side of it, but he's got the most amount of experience when it comes to being on the field. He's been at the back of the team reading it. So I believe the combination of those two together may be able to pull something off when it comes to this final. Because if there's anything that the players are going to respond to is 2 guys who have played for the club that they know intimately. And there's no power struggle there.
But
there's no...
Will, I just want to go back to what you've just said. Do you think he's not going to condemn it then today?
Nope.
Do you think? No.
He'll fall in line just like Tuchel did.
No comment.
See, I don't know how I feel about that. We're all behind him, purely and simply. He's Spurs through and through. He's come through the academy. He's brought to the fore. He's got an England. He managed to represent his own. He managed to represent his own country because he played for Tottenham Hotspur football club.
But you'd have to be daft to appoint a guy who's going to immediately condemn the thing that you just did.
No, it's too early in his career for him to stand up and say something. It's too early. It's way too early. He'll be jeopardizing his career if.
But don't you think? But don't you think it's the ideal opportunity? You know, for someone to be so early in his management career,
no, it's
still
not his
show
job
a
to
bit
do
of
so.
condemnation. I think that'll be an ideal opportunity.
It's not his job role to be discussing those issues.
No.
His job role is
Look,
specifically.
Bob, if you're expecting that of
managing.
him, you should expect all the players to come out today and condemn it. None of them
I hope they do. I hope they do.
Sorry, Bob.
Yeah,
Bob.
sure.
No, like even if he does condemn it, don't you think that it's a possibility that it could just be like a PR move, just to like bring less heat off from the club?
No, because I don't think Levy would see that as a PR. If he condemned it, Levy wouldn't be happy. It's more of a morality thing and more of a, you know, what's right from wrong. And yeah, everyone's got a point, and Mr. K's spot on. It is probably too early. Well, definitely is too early for him. But I just feel it's the ideal opportunity for another manager, brand new manager, to come out and show support. Everyone knows the situation. Everyone knows he's been brought in by Levy, and for him to turn around and say, "I'm against this," it'll be bigger than Klopp and Tuchel saying it, because it is a young manager just been given the opportunity who could possibly fuck up his chances of managing his boyhood club. But we have to be realistic, and Will and Mr. K, you're right. It's very unlikely. Maybe I'm just living in a dreamland. Well, am I?
Shall wait and see.
Yes, that's it. To be continued.
I mean, I don't know what he's going to say. I'm just my if I was Daniel Levy,
No, but you've got a point.
I would, before I hired somebody, I'd make sure that they were willing to be my mouthpiece on this topic, if that's really what I was wanting to do, right?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
I may be giving too much credit to Daniel Levy, but
yeah. Well, it's all
Daniel Levy, if you are watching, you're a bald-headed.
I thought he was there.
Look, Ryan is being given a fantastic opportunity to showcase his managerial qualities, because before he was just coaching qualities. Okay, now he's getting to choose. I mean, this is a fantastic opportunity for him, and I wish he takes it both hands. And if he gets that cup, he'd be legend.
He'd be the most successful manager for God knows how long.
Hey guys, I'm calling it now. That cup final will be a 1-0 win to us. Rabona from Lamela.
It's a free hit, isn't it? It's a free hit.
Lamela Rabona.
Yeah.
All right, get it out. You guys got 10 minutes, and then I'm pulling the plug.
Yeah,
it's my show, and I'm going home.
Anyone? You deserve all the rest days, man.
10 minutes. We'll make it an even 6 hours. And as soon as that thing hits 6, I'm hitting the intro, and I'm hitting this thing.
Do you see Ryan Mason? Do you see Ryan Mason? Seeing that he has been around the youth setup, you see him bringing the likes of Scarlett and Lavinia and another youth players.
Scarlett's been training with the first team.
Yeah.
Scarlett's been training with the first team already, so he's pretty much there anyway. Lavinia, is he strong? You know what? I think Ryan may push a few of the youth, but having said that, we've got a large enough squad with little injuries, hardly any, that there would not necessarily be a need for him to be playing other youth. Maybe with Scarlett he will, but with other youth he may not. Maybe he might do the last 2 games. They've got nothing to win or lose, but this is after the cup. I think he might do that then, because Tim Sherwood did the same thing.
Do you guys think they should change the formation? You guys think they should change the formation?
We're gonna see the
definitely never ever want to play with 5 at the back. We've never looked solid with 5 at the back. We never have. We never will. Not with these
guys. The thing is, when it comes to
what formation will you go then, Bob?
Guys, when it comes to tactics, the thing is, right now in the modern game, the way most tactics are being played, apart from the 4-4-2 and the 4-2-3-1, what they're doing is they're having 3 in the back, 2 advanced wingers, 3 midfielders, and 2 people, either one number 10 and one number 9, or alternatively both of them 2 strikers. This formation seems to be pretty much being used in one way or another by a lot of teams. They may mix around when it comes to attack and defend, but generally speaking, a lot of teams are now starting to favor this. So if you went back 5 years, the 4-2-3-2, sorry, the 4-2-3-1 was becoming very, very popular. It was superseding the 4-3-3.
It's
right?
more like
So the 4-3.
It's more like 3-4-3 or in the modernized way, right?
That's right. So basically, the two wingers go forward. So you get three there. You can either have 2 or 3 in the middle. So if you've got
Like
2 in the middle, then the
Guardiola's
wingers go
formation?
forward and become 4. So it becomes a 3-4-3. But in reality, it's really a 3-4-1 or 2-1. It's like almost like a semi-pyramid.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that's
And
technically that's what Liverpool plays anyway.
yeah.
We've got average players, and average players got to fit into a system. I mean, you're right to an extent, Mr. K. Even when we played a 4-2-3-1,
You know, Bob,
we've
I
got
have
the likes
to-
of Højbjerg who basically played alongside the centre backs at times, which allows the fullbacks to obviously move forward, and hence the reason why Reguilon and Son have a fantastic connection and the way they work together, purely and simply because Reguilon spends quite a lot of we used to earlier in the season spend so much time alongside Sonny, so they have got a good relationship. With regards to Southampton, I wouldn't be surprised with Harry out. I don't know if he's going to play Vinny, but if he does, I wouldn't be surprised if he went 4-4-2, good old fashioned 4-4-2, and played Scarlett alongside Vinny. It's a free hit. We're still in and around full position, but it's very unlikely we'll get it. I think that's why
Is Harry still injured?
Yeah. But even if he was fit, mate, I wouldn't play him.
I think that's the
same
reason
with
why I got
Højbjerg.
sacked.
Same with Højbjerg. I wouldn't play Højbjerg tomorrow as well.
But guess what? Mr. K, what Mr. K just said about the 3-4-3 formation. Guess who's the master class in that? Jose Mourinho. But Kante actually advanced.
Don't get me started.
But Kante, I'm just saying, Kante for Inter Milan.
I'm telling you, bro.
I'm telling you, bro.
No. Listen, I think one of the reasons why Jose got sacked like right now is because it gives Ryan an opportunity to get that free hit, so that he can get a feel for the team, get it out, get the players to start believing in him, and for him to get a feel for what type of formation he's going to play. And then when he goes to the final, at least he's got something under his belt.
Exactly.
Because if they waited till next, it would have been too late.
Yeah,
so that's there.
And the final's a free hit anyway.
The second point which I wanted to make, Bob, is that what you said earlier about you know about the team itself. We do have good players, even though we all stand around and say bang average, or it's just that the tune out of them. If they play their day, they can play a good level. Yeah. Right? They will make 1 or 2 mistakes. That's guaranteed. Every team does. Look at Everton, for example. We got 2 goals out of them. Or 2 mistakes.
We were league leaders for so many weeks. Just show that we can for 5 weeks. Yeah, we just show that we can get a tune out of these players, and we can get be successful a way of playing, i.e. the counter attack. My only concern, and my biggest concern, in my opinion, was not the decline, but the almighty decline. Was the sudden decline? Was the immediate decline?
Steep decline.
Was the constant, and it was a constant as well, constant. And we had so many must-win games. We had so many, regardless of players. And I've always stated the board's the biggest issue with the club, and the players. Some of the players are average, but the Zagreb game, Man City game, Liverpool, not Man City, sorry, Man United game,
Brighton,
loads of must-win games we've had, and he always came up short.
See, I think,
and for me, he was the reason. The first thing he said when he came in, "I want to build on what Pochettino," and he failed. And that's my only thing with his job description. What he was brought in for, he failed in that simplistic, soul. If you look at it specifically, in my eyes, in my opinion, Jose was brought in to do an X job, and he failed in that role. Yes, board players, of course, and I've always called them out. We will know that. I've always called out the board and the players.
If that's the case, then isn't it a collective failure? Isn't it a collective failure?
I've always said that.
I've always said that. That's my point to you all the time. Is that if it's a collective failure, why just keep singling it out for Jose?
Because he failed in his job.
No, it's a collective failure.
In my opinion, the reason he failed, in my opinion,
instead of make stupid questions,
another manager could have come in and done a better job.
You're telling me a manager could be better than Poch or Mourinho with our squad?
No, I think
we had left and right. No, I'm saying is we had left and right, and the squad, the collective, whether it's the manager, the tacticians, the board, the players, you know, Dali Ali on Instagram, whatever it is, it's a collective failure by everybody. And if it's a collective failure, that means that there's a weakness in the leadership at the top.
Yeah. Jose was brought in to get better out of these players than what Poch did. End of. Not to continue the downward spiral that Poch
wasn't he also there to bring Bale in?
Yes, guys, you know what time it is. It's your boy David at the Irish Hotspur.
But what I'm saying is, wasn't just brought in to get a tune out of the players. He was also brought in to attract other players and also keep certain key players.
It was to elevate the status of the club, right? Okay. I mean, I think you can have two truths here, right? You can bring in a well-established manager that has, you know, is a serial winner to try and improve and get a tune out of these players, or you can go a different direction and have equally as good or bad results. I don't think anyone predicted that Jose would have had this catastrophic fall from grace. Certainly not midway through the season like we did, and I think that's what Bob is effectively saying.
That's what worried me.
Yeah, but that was midway through, though. That was the point. Yeah. Is that there was a limited amount of success, and that success, regardless of how unpretty it was successful, and it was sustained for 5 weeks. So the way I look at it,
is that more of a damning verdict, though, than Mr. K? The fact that he couldn't sustain it.
Yeah, it is. No. What I'm saying is that he couldn't sustain it. No, because at the end of the day, when we got to crunch matches, right, our players took a half a step back. Rather than being bold and taking a step forward. Now, Jose said this the first time we had a collapse. He said, I told the players to go forward. And we saw them with our eyes. We saw them with our eyes going back. Then we see camera footage of him and the coaching staff telling the players and waving the players to go forward. But with our eyes, we saw the players take a step back. From that alone, you have to say
Jose's been brought in. Jose's been brought in more, Mr. K. In my opinion, Jose's been brought in to do more than just stand at the side and say push.
No, but he did though. He called some people out. He called them out behind the scenes.
Then okay. And if he did,
he took them out of the team.
There's one thing identifying the obvious, and there's another thing rectifying it, right? And what is clear? Okay, what we know is that Mourinho knows tactics. We know that he's a serial winner, but what we don't know, because we're not there behind the scenes, is how he deals with those situations and how he turns those around. And he clearly failed in that because he didn't win.
We've got 20 seconds. We've got 20 seconds.
Freeze.
Yeah, we've got 20 seconds.
We got 20 seconds. You guys can talk in the back room all day long if you want to. Or you can Bob, you got channel, goddammit. You go put on there.
Yeah, I know.
No, Bob's got to
go. Stay strong, stay Spurs. You guys can chat all night in the backstage. You can chat for 2 days if you want to. Folks at home, you haven't paid enough to see a full 7 hours of content. You have to wait till Sunday. So, goodbye.
Just 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go now.